Chat, I need to file an official complaint. Are you ready for the official complaint? Why does this menu keep trying to play some sort of nonsense, dude? I'm like sitting here doing stuff on my other monitor, right? I'm trying to like set up stuff. I'm trying to mess with the title, blah, blah, blah. And it keeps trying to do stuff. Like, chill out, man. Chill out, man. Chat, it's another Umineko Tuesday. Also, the second Umineko Tuesday. It's kind of exciting, kind of exciting. Let me hit you with the, Chat, peep this. Peep this, peep this, peep this. A bowl of Noki. Oh. Oh, yeah, I can go like a, let's see, config. Is the config gonna have the seagulls? No. Oh, wait, yes. Yes. It's also got, presumably a Beatrice. But check it. Imagine it just slid all the way over my keyboard. Umineko pushed back 3 streams. Just like that one Tyler 1 clip. Yummy piss balls, how dare you. Yeah, thank you for the resubscription. 15 months. Umi when he neko meows. Talk about it. Talk about it. Any pink sauce in that? No pink sauce. No pink sauce. We got mozzarella. We got onion powder. We got garlic powder. And it was skilleted in butter. So it's got a full thing. Let's try a bite. Let's try a bite. Group bite experience. And by group, I mean you living vicariously through me and my wonderful little Noki. I think we might have hit a home run, chat. It's delightful. Best seagull impression? Wait. Okay. I feel like, is there a little bit of a trill? Wait, bump it up, bump it up. You hear trill in here? I think something like that. I think something like that. Riri Wolf, thank you for the $2. Thank you for the $2 super chat. That's very nice of you, TD Wolf. 482 Egg, thank you for becoming a member. That's very nice of you. Oh, frick, we still didn't... Wait. I gotta... Okay. We gotta set up the alerts thing eventually so that it pops up there. I don't want to miss members. Chat, if a member happens and I miss the member, you are not even requested, but legally required to bug me in chat until I tell you, until I say thank you. I already forgot their name. TG something. Oh my goodness, I already forgot your name, new member. I'm so sorry. I know you're in there. I know. Oh yeah, where's chat on screen? Oh, did the host might have? Wait, let me double check my settings. Let me double check my settings. Maybe I just need to like refresh it. Let me try to refresh it. How do I refresh it? Refresh cache. Oh, I think it popped up and then I deleted it. Okay. And then fix the size. Okay, boom. Oh, and then I have to open it. Talk about it. There we go. Okay. I just had to refresh it. I kind of like the follower notification. Like, I want to, like, give people a little bit of love for the followers. And, you know, like, it appear, like, chat, what do you think? Let me get chat's take as a whole. Chat, do you think follower notification on screen, which is like the alert box, is good or bad? When it appears right here? Good or bad? Now is the time to be figuring this stuff out. I also, by the way, didn't, yeah, you can pull it, that's fine. I didn't figure out a way, like, it's still in windowed, by the way. I didn't actually fix, that. Because I haven't had the time. So, yeah. Yeah. I eat dinner, I'll be back. I hope you enjoy your dinner. I hope you enjoy. Yeah, I, like, generally would like to keep it, especially if I turn off the sound it makes. Because did I turn the sound off? I don't remember. Also, chat, oh, frick, I still need to do something. Wait, I need to, okay. So, I got all the PNGs for all the different characters. Shout out Yes for sending those to me. but I haven't gone through and added them all to the cork board. So I'm going to download them all right now, which will take me a second, so that we are prepared. Make them smaller, too big, mute it and shrink it. I could work with a mute and a shrink. I wouldn't mind a mute and a shrink. Or at least just muting followers. I feel like a resubscription should be allowed to have a little bit of a sound, you know? Yeah, okay. Let me download all these real quick. This will take me a segundo. One. Oh, okay, wait, let's see if I remember their names as I do this. This is Jessica. This is Mion. Maria. This is Maria. I know you can't see it. That's okay. This is Unk. I don't remember Unk's name. This is old lady. What? Chio? Chio, maybe? This is hot lady with the diamonds. Hot lady with the diamonds. Battler's stepmom. Stepmommy. I'm just gonna call her stepmommy. I forgot her name. This is Battler's dad. I forgot his name. Roderick? Wait. Roderick from Diary of a Wimpy Kid? Okay. This is Battery. God, man. We're gonna be struggling today. George of the jungle. This is that femboy maid. What, like Kendo or something? And then this is the Butler one. Freaking Butler one. That's what we got. That's what we got. Okay, let me shrink the other box a little bit. Oh, let me do it on this layer. My stuff's like not set up the most beautifully. No sound for super chat. TD Wolf. My alert box is not equipped. I need to like go through and integrate it with YouTube. I am sorry. As soon as possible, I will make it well, as soon as possible isn't what I'm gonna do. I need to go through and like completely revamp that to make it work. Because right now, I don't even know how the members thing is popping up. I have no idea how it works. But we gotta lock in. Let's just lock in and make things happen. Thank you for another 2. Just you know, yeah. I don't know if it's a deal breaker. You know, you can do it on Twitch, or you don't have to do it all. I'm chilling, man. I'm chilling. I appreciate it though. That is very nice of you. It's very generous, TD Wolf. Thank you. Turn on the stream lights. Boom. Okay. Now, chat. Oh frick! I just did something. What did I just do? There we go. I moved my audio mixer on accident. Oh, I gotta mute the followers. Let me mute the followers. Wait, the alert box isn't even making sound right now. It's fine. Thank you. What have we learned for a gift? Tier 1 sub. A gifty. Thank you. What have we learned? Thank you. Appreciate it. Oh, please don't. I don't flood me with subs. This is not me playing like 10 level deep psychology. I just want to play Umineko. You know what I mean? Okay. So, right now we got Battler. I got everybody else. Let me just file open every single one of them. Hey, my stream didn't even crash. Check out my candle. Okay. 7 minutes late. How could I punish me? Yo, chat. You are forgiven. I need not punish you. I will forgive you. I will turn the other cheek. I am like Jesus Christ. I am... Oop, wrong one. There we go. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. Ding, ding, ding. Boom, boom, boom. These are all our characters. Is Battler too big? How big of a Battler do we even need? How does this look? Oh, that's pretty pixelated. This is probably fine. Why was bird like important? Let me spend a moment here. What we're gonna do near the beginning. Put a candle near your curtains. Thanks, man. What we're gonna do right at the start is I'm gonna take... Yeah, it's on an 8-second delay. So that's the delay I did last time. I gotta be a rebel. All the cool kids are on Twitch. Honestly, I respect it. That is technique. Okay. Who's the funeral in the back for? This is Myrrh from Impractical Jokers. Oh, wait. Myrrh from Impractical Jokers. That's the Myrrh Shrine. Okay. Let me give a rough recap of chapter 1, or what we've gone through so far in chapter 1. Kinzo, Ushiromiya Kinzo, granddaddy of this entire family that we've interacted a lot with. Some of the main members include woman, child, Mion, woman, step... No, she's not a true blood. So, oh my goodness, we'll get to that. Anyways, welcome to Rokkenjima Island, a private island that the family owns, located in Izu Archipelago. Now, a couple crazy events have happened recently on this Izu Archipelago location, such as a Tori that apparently got lightning striked. A bit of a worrying phenomenon when it comes to superstition. Other things may include the first scene of the story with Kinzo, who was talking to his physician, Terumasa, in which he referenced the Golden Witch. I think Beatrice. He started being like, hey, where my girl Beat at? Where my girl Beat at? And she wasn't there. I'm guessing that that's the spooky woman in the paintings all over his house. So we met him. He was tweaking. He was talking about when he dies, his entire legacy and money are gonna go nowhere. Kinzo, what's going on? So that was that. Other things we know about Kinzo: contract with the witch. That has to do with his wealth. Black magic hobby was a quote from Jessica. Jessica mentioned black magic, and he heavily disciplined his kids. So, and he also hates them. He talked about how much he hated them. Beatrice. Yeah. He also had a funny pronunciation of beetroot. I was kind of hoping for Pink to draw all the sprites the way he did for Higu. The thing is, like, I could, but do you guys remember what Akasaka looked like? And this isn't even a spoiler. I will redraw Akasaka. This is not a Higurashi spoiler. This was Akasaka. I mean, fuck yeah. Akasaka is in Umineko now. We'll find a way to work him in. We'll find a way to work him in. Cut off his arm. Okay, wait. That's not even a thing. Calm down. Akasaka. Okay. Welcome, Akasaka, to the Umineko corkboard. You are the second character to make your entrance. We also gotta, like... I gotta be, like, naming these. Properties? Okay. This will be... sprites. We're gonna be way more organized as our first one, as the Higurashi one, because the Higurashi one started, like, crashing my computer. They do share a VA? Holy VA connection. We can already form another bond. Okay, and then... what layer is everything on? This is a lot of text. This is some more text. Let me do all text on one layer. We're gonna be smart about it this time around. Alright, this ain't my first rodeo at this point. We're gonna do a text layer. This will be text. And then this will be lines. We probably want text above lines. Okay. And now, lines, draw, red, fatter, text, black, text, VA. Shared VA. Boom. There we go. Also, both love battling. I'm making that assumption based off of Battler's name. Okay. Now we're talking with gas. Now we're cooking with gas. I haven't looked at any more sprites other than these ones. So, yeah, that's something I wanted to do eventually, but I didn't get around to setting that up. So, we ain't gonna have to sweat about that. What do I want to do? I think, let's not... Chat, how locked in do we want to be? Let me take a bite of the Noki while I figure that out. Because what our options are is I could dive into the game and then kind of be updating it throughout this episode, because we still got to meet more characters, or I can do like a little bit of a recap and like fully set up the skeleton of the corkboard. But that is kind of like, it's going to take me like 30 minutes, you know? Let's do a little bit of Noki while we think about it. Because, oh my goodness. Chat, it's been a long day. It's actually been a long week. I think the last week of my real life has been like, it's probably a contender. It's probably in the top 20 longest weeks of my life. Oh my goodness, was last week freaking long. It was like a lifetime ago that I actually played Umineko. Oh yeah, getting some Umi background music. Let me open the game. Let me open to the scene we're on. Read a bit more, meet some more characters. Yo, steady pace. Can you start dropping some bars? I don't hear you right now. Yo, steady pace. What's going on, man? How steady is your pace right now, bro? Did I, like, mute the... Did it? Why does it have no settings on this? Wait. Background music? What the hell? Am I gonna have to set this each time? Maybe like this. Maybe like this. 1, 2, 3. Do we want to do like a 1, 2, 3 meta? Probably. I feel like you should have a cutoff point for each stream for how long the intro is. Probably like 30 to 40 minutes. Yeah, I don't know about like... I don't want to, like, do too much. Or, like, I don't want to, like, schedule myself too much, because I kind of like just being able to do my thing. But, like, that is, like, a generally, I know I shouldn't, like, overcook a little bit. Though, like, we're gonna need to, the bones are what we gotta do eventually. So let me, how do I want to do this? No, not resize. Canvas size, we are going to extend a freaking bajillion. Let's fucking 1,000%. Then it becomes a gigabyte? Okay, we're not doing 1,000%. Let's do like 600%? Okay, is this gonna crash the stream? Oh, looky here, it didn't crash the stream. Rockin' time Gurra. Thank you, TD Wolf, for another 2. TD Wolf, we can calm down, TD Wolf. We can calm down. Is it bad that I don't know what Umineko is? Hey, this is only the second stream. We're still figuring it out, too. That's okay, mar. So you might have more luck if you start with episode 1. It's a VN, which means we're going to meet all these characters, and they're going to do a bunch of stuff, and then we're going to freaking freak out about it. So I kind of want to, generally, for the... Let me spend, like, 10 or 20 minutes. I'll keep it short, but I spend, like, 10 minutes-ish doing bones. I kind of want to, like, structure it in the same way that we have this character menu. So we're basically going to have their character menu, but then my notes on top of it. Right? I think that's the play. You already forgot a lot since last week? Bro, what? You don't know what I've forgotten? I don't even know what I've forgotten. We haven't gotten there yet. I guess, I mean, I probably have forgotten stuff. That's just the nature of things. Guys, life is ephemeral. Lock in. All right. Mommy and daddy. Mommy, and I don't mean by blood. Mommy. I like, right? Maybe I'll make her like a little bit thick. I'm gonna give her a little bit of thickness because I think she's kind of cool like that. Okay, she can be a little thick. And then let's grab Daddy. Daddy. We're doing like a Mario and Luigi thing here, I think. I think that's just like natural. Let's see. Okay. We're doing like Mario, Luigi, just a little bit. So we're gonna make him a little tall, her a little bit thick. You know? Because we know that the tall, lanky boys always get them thick girls. Respectfully. Respectfully. Okay. Who's above them? We got George of the jungle. Watch out for that tree. What's up, George? Welcome on board. Miniature version of the Higu corkboard on the Umi corkboard, but smaller. That's a kind of a hilarious idea. Okay, George. Papa. George, Papa. Papa. There you are. And then Mama. This one. Wait, right? Yes. Oh my goodness, she's so bad. I love having an adult cast! Yes! Yes! Oh, dude, we are at the start of something incredible. Best of luck keeping notes on this whole series. I tried to, but gave up on my doc file, hit 120 pages. You have no idea how efficient I'm about to be with this. Listen, imagine 120 pages of information on this size. Oh my goodness. Has anybody else seen? Look at my cursor right now. The worm is watching us right now. Worm child is looking over us. Terrifying. Okay. Jarraka. Welcome on board. I'm gonna put you up here. Oh, see, we're already hitting the roof. I gotta make this place a bit bigger. This place is too small. Canvas size, percentage. Let's just double it. A gigabyte already? Let's 120% it. From the bottom, now we here. From the middle, now we here. That gave us like nothing, dude. Okay. It's already almost a gigabyte. It's just because like I'm trying to make their sprites pretty. Oh, no. Okay, well, maybe... I feel like, okay, resize, call it 80%, make it a bit smaller. How readable is this? This looks good. And then we're going to do image, canvas size, percentage, 120%, middle, extend, boom. Still incredibly readable. Okay. English, please. Are you saying for the moderation? Do we, I guess English only makes sense. I mean, I only speak that. I haven't really thought about that one before. All right. Maria. Welcome aboard. Okay. I'm not going to say it. I don't trust Chad enough to be able to say it. I like had a hallucination. I'll say it anyways. I thought these were her legs for a second. I was extraordinarily confused. I was like, what is she, how is she sitting? Anyways. Okay. But no, these are not like her legs. Like she's not like okay, wait, maybe let me draw this out to explain what I thought I saw. I thought that it was like these are her legs. And it's like, why is she rocking like the lard ability from Binding of Isaac? Like she ate the lard pickup, gained 3 health, speed down, and now like if she, you know what I mean? Or like doing the splits maybe? Yeah, maybe she wants to like do the splits. Okay, 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 okay. Okay? Okay. Okay? Okay. Okay. Oh yeah, or like doing like a weird, like a Russian squat. How would a Russian squat even look? She just looks like a mermaid. Here from the YouTube bots immediately regret this. Chat's like, oh, draw the characters, draw the characters. We missed the higurashi board. I draw one line, chat loses their mind. Lard is 2 health, not 3 health. God damn it, I really made a play there. I really made a play. Well, and if you eat enough lard, do you get the Thunder Thighs ability where you can run over rocks, or no? I feel like you do if you eat like 3 lard, or am I tripping? Maybe we make her a mermaid. Wait, I'm gonna get a... Wait, okay. I think we're doing mermaid. We're doing mermaid for her. Mermaid tail. Oh my goodness. I don't think that's large specific. That's Leo you're thinking of? No, I think there is some sort of food ability that if you eat enough of them... Oh, is it size up? Maybe it's size up. Like 3 pills that are size up, then give you that ability. That could be it. That could be it. Because yeah, Thunder Thighs does that. I was trying to remember the ability, the thing that if you eat enough of gives you that the same ability of Thunder Thighs, which I think is size up. Speaking of size, we're giving her a mermaid tail. I'll figure out the plot justification for this later. I think it has to do with her being a siren because of black magic. That's my thesis right now. Yes. 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 And chat, spoilers are definitely something that like it sucks, but we do have to be really pretty like draconian, aka like severe about what we like let or don't let as spoilers, just because for like a story like this, if I get spoiled, it's kind of like giga sucky. So I'm sorry in advance. But it is what it is, okay? If you want to talk without risk of spoiler stuff, there is a channel in the Discord for people that can talk about Umineko in full without any spoilers. Or, yeah, without tagging anything, because it's like everybody in that channel like already has played the entire game. Yeah. And like reminding things too can be like leading sometimes, where it's like if, think about like you walk into a scene and everybody in chat goes, huh, remember the intro of the story? Do you remember exactly what was said in this hint? And it's like it kind of just tells you the answer, you know? So that can be really risky. You still need to tag. We don't have a channel with no... Really? Oh. Anyways, well, that's proof that I don't go in that channel, because I have no idea how it works. Okay, so how do we feel about Mermaid Her? I feel like it's good. Let me, like, do one adjustment. I feel like it should be, like, black and white. No, 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 no! Sorry, I need to separate the layers again. I wanna make her tail like black or white. Okay. I wanna like color code it. Man, I'm gonna spend my entire time that I've given myself doing the corkboard on stupid stuff. I'm already so distracted. Oh man. Wait, I accidentally paint bucketed. Get rid of the paint bucket. There we go. Cause look, I'm trying to do a thing here. I'm doing something cool, alright? Trust me. I'm doing something cool. What we're gonna do is this. What? This. What? This. Grab the whole thing. Color it red. I'm thinking like a dark red. Yeah. And then... I'm sorry, I'm almost done. And then we're gonna do layer properties. We're gonna do like a multiply. Hell yes. We're gonna give it just a little bit of a tint. I think it'll look better. There we go. And then I do actually think I like the mermaid tail if it like tucks in. And then I can just like do like a really quick like a manual like. And that's the end of the dress. You know what I mean? I feel like she'll look better if I just do this. There we go. Okay, now we're done. Now we are done. That looks like dog shit. Alright, go back to the last idea, and then we're done. Boom. 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 Okay. Now, let's get you, like, here. And then, what is your parents? Mom. Yes, mom and missing father. Okay. Mommy. Mommy. Oh, I don't think I have her mommy. Frick. I don't have her mom. I'm just gonna draw her mom, I guess. Okay. Okay. Bro is not cooking. I haven't even gotten to the kitchen yet. I'm like in the back of the kitchen organizing boxes to find my ingredients. I know some disconnected stuff, so your streams are my first full experience. Awesome. That's awesome. Yes. Chat, and this is why we don't want to spoil anyone, including other chatters. Let's be nice. Okay, what does your mom look like? You look like the other sister, but with like longer hair, so we're just gonna do that. So you're basically this one. Let's give you a little bit of personality through making you thick. That's a misplay. You're like the same size. I'm gonna give you, yeah, I got this under control. I got this. I got this. Maria, get your fishtail down here. Okay. Your hair is supposed to be this colored. Oh, wait, this is a really good idea. I'm just gonna put her head on the other body. There we go. We're gonna do a little bit of Frankenstein. Okay. Work with me here, chat. Work with me. I said work with me. I said work with me. And done. Okay, and then like new. And then flip them. Do a little bit of this to make sure that collar is feeling good, feeling gray on the interstate. Boom. And done. Okay. We can maybe extend her hair a little bit to like... Oh, no, you need to go the shoulders. The shoulders. The shoulders. And... Okay. Done. Okay, so this is her mom. Okay. Head too big? Really? Okay. Now the last people we need are just the 3 staff. So first up is old man femboy. Old. Maybe I just put like an image of like a tombstone. Wait, chat, can somebody post the emote tombstone? Somebody post the emote tombstone, please. Man. Femboy. 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 You, my good sir, are getting done dirty. Welcome aboard. Okay. I don't know of a tombstone emote. It comes with your Wii. You have Uno. You have Uno. This is a crazy hourglass. Okay. Now, let's, yes, thank you. Thank you, Sif. I sent you the emoji in DM. Now, this was high-level technique. This is even better. Okay. Because she's not long for this world. That's the idea here, right? So we're just gonna, like, we're just gonna have it haunting her as an ephemeral spirit behind her, okay? It's gonna be a ghost. The ghost of the tombstone. Just, like, watching over her. Oh, shit. I hate how that happens. How do I fix that? Is there a way I can, like, force it to, like, define itself? Or, like... No, it's gonna be the same problem. Oh, no, that worked. Okay. There we go. Okay. Now we have everybody in. We got George. Oh, I kind of want to put, last thing. Then we actually, play the game and I start transmitting notes over as we go. Okay, because I want to get in the game. Curious George. Then we're done. I need the hat. I need the hat from Curious George. Let's see a good one. Here we go. This looks good. Okay. And done. Copied. Chat display. Pasted. Because he looks it's his outfit is begging for this one. Yeah, chat, JoJo's good. I haven't watched any JoJo's. I don't even think I'm that interested, but I know that a lot of people like it. You know what I mean? So like, yeah. That's all I have to say about JoJo's. Oh yeah. Ooh, he's kind of dancing. Holy! Come on, let's get it form-fitting. Nice and tight against your little skull. Or big skull, you a smart boy. Okay. Switch it to me. Nice engagement bait. I like how I look over to use the engagement bait that I had just put out, and then the thing I read is nice engagement bait. Look at my streamer dog, Heartbreak. Wouldn't say it's dumb fun. Some people probably say it's dumb fun. Mostly great, peak, top 3 battle shonen at least. Can you read slower today? I'm only on chapter 6 and I don't want you to catch up with me yet. Chat would literally draw and quarter me if I read slower. Have you seen the first 37 minutes of the stream? I haven't read a single word! Read slower. I ain't even reading yet. Higurashi theory video showed up in my YouTube recommendations last week. You're super entertaining. We listen to your Umineko streams at work from now on. I'm glad, winter gay ass. I am glad, winter gay ass. Thank you. Also, thank you to the Faros. Graceberry, Sir Dragon Verg. Thank you. Also, shout out Ice for actually editing that Higurashi theory video. Full Higurashi playthrough is on the YouTube, by the way. It's in the playlist. Okay. I'm not gonna port over all my notes from my phone here yet. But I'll probably do that with, like, if I want to add a note to a character, then what I'll do is I'll then port over, like, a bunch of my information. Give George a better hat. He is literally the guy from Curious George. This is the Curious George hat. You are lucky just because you said that, I'm doing another thing. I'm bringing Curious George into the picture, okay? Okay. We are getting Curious George into the scene, okay? Some things, they gotta happen. Okay? Right. Really quickly. What's slower than 0 words a minute? They're saying it's the best. They're saying it's the best Umineko playthrough of all time. I love how, like, mature Umineko feels already, though. Can I talk about that? Dude, I just almost said Umicheko. Umineko feels like hear how dignified the music is. What's up, George? And, like, the characters are, like, older. It just feels very, like, dignified, which I really like. I could have him, like, hanging out. I kind of like the idea of him just, like, peeking out. Maybe he's, like, just hanging out right here. Yeah, like that. Okay. Umineko corkboard saved. Let's make some happen. Let's make some movement. Overlap George's head into the monkey. You're telling me you want me to put George's head on the monkey's body? I know he's white, but that still feels wrong. I'm on episode 5. Can you just stop reading until I'm done with the game? Yes. Chat, we have to pivot the game. We have to pivot the stream now. Okay, let's make it happen. A little bit more Noki. Fuel up. Chat, get yourself a drink, get yourself a snack, get yourself whatever makes you happy. Oh, wait, I'm already here. Now give me a kiss. They're saying it's the worst fork grab of Noki of all time. 5 attempts, 1 Noki. Potential man when it comes to eating Noki. Oh, here we go. Okay. Eating Noki. Mozzarella cheese. TLDR of the situation, we are currently, we've got 2 groups. We've got the adult group, and they're in the main house. And then we got the younger group. It's not quite the kids group, but it's the younger part. Or the younger group, because they're not, like, all kids, you know? And they're in the guest house, which is still super rich. We've met a bunch of the characters. Hence, the paint.net board. This is the yearly family conference. There's some ominous backstory for the island. There's the Beatrice stuff that I already mentioned earlier. We've met a handful of the servants. It's been 6 years since Battler has met with his dad, because he stopped engaging with his dad after his mom died, and the dad immediately started hooking up with other women. So, yeah. And there's, like, some, like, good family drama going on there about, like, calling her mom and stuff. Nijima is where we went by boat, I think. So that's, like, presumably a close location. It's October 4th, 1986. Those are, like, our big things. There's also a bunch of, like, smaller things that I remember, but I don't have written down. Such as, like, Canon. He's 16, but it is, like... Battler had the interaction with him with, like, picking up the stuff that fell. That was, like, I think, an interesting interaction, and, like, showed how Battler is, like, a man of the people. Like, he's more commoner than the rest of the people, because, he's been, like, not living in, like, the rich people life for, like, 6 years. He's been living with his grandparents on his mom's side. Other last notable thing I'll say is that this isn't a great highlight of it, but all the characters with the blood of the family, have the same sigil on them, which is a bird, which looks bird-like, which the only importance of that I have off the top is seagull, Umineko. Boom. So that's all I got there. I called it the Mark of the Beast in my corkboard. I'll even really quick write all family members have All carriers of family blood have this mark. Presumably. We don't care about spelling because I'm a beast. Who cares? And it's this. Oh, and then let me put... I'll make it a little smaller. Maybe... W? Maybe... a seagull? Looks bird-like. That's an important note. And then the very notable thing about that is, why does he have one? So I'm actually gonna really quick also do this. Why does he have the family crest? Boom! That was a really important detail. There's also a lot of cross imagery. We got an anti-cross here, or like an upside down cross here. We got a cross on her tie. We had a cross. If you're like really tripping, we have a cross here. Oh, here's her crest. It's on her sleeve. And I think that was it. Yeah. This poor girl is going to tweak out so much when things start going wrong because she's like so... Like, look at her design. She is so privileged and spoiled. Anyways, okay. But she's also like, what, 9? Like, I'm not going to like hold it against her, you know? Okay. Let's get going, chat. We are currently in the family building without the main people. I have no plan for what's ever after Umineko. I'll talk to me in like 8 months when I'm finished delivering this baby from my womb. You know what I mean? I bizarrely already had experience countering mispronunciations in my head. Your battler won't beat me. Yo, I ain't trying to beat you with my battler. I'm just trying to do my thing. Alright. Ushiromiya Hideyoshi. Talk about it. Natsuhi Nissan.
最近頭痛の方はどうなんや。一時だいぶしんどそうにしとったろ。
おかげで最近はだいぶ調子がいいです。
I just got here and we already got a new character. Okay. Okay. Yo, can you give me the little sound bite to confirm that you're in my character menu?
そうだ、これ。
Presumably the wife of
夏日
Jessica.
姉さんにお土産。いつもありがとう。
Okay. Okay, Natsuhi.
あなたには何かをもらってばかりね。これは紅茶？ペパーミントとレモンバームのハ
Look
ー
at the way
ブ
she
ティ
whipped
ー。
that hand out. Yo, you see how
普通
Rosa
に有
immediately
名なお
hits
店の
the...
ブレンドなの。
You tell him, Rosa. I fuck with that, you, Rosa. I appreciate that, Rosa. Okay.
姉さんにも聞くかなって思って。
Rosa was always a conscientious woman. Probably because she was the youngest of 4, and by quite some distance. She managed to grow up without harboring the venomosity of her siblings. Her consideration made Natsuhi soften her expression for just a moment. But it wasn't enough to undo the many years of anxiety that had curdled her expression into one of bland indifference. Well, okay, these are some intense lines already off the rip. Okay. Okay.
そういえばあなた、いっつも頭痛だって言ってたわね。
You freak me out,
し
Eva.
っかりなさいな。
You're gonna, like, kick somebody's
ジ
head
ェシ
off,
カちゃん、
dude.
今年は受験でしょ？
Remember, she's actually, like, a freaking fighter expert?
人生の節目じゃない。
Turning point
母親
mention?
のあなたがそんなじゃ頼りないわよ。それに夏日姉さん、私より3つも若いんだから。
Wait, this is so rude.
もうちょっとしっかりなさい。
I didn't actually feel the tone of how rude this was until the end of the message. Pull yourself together after, like, she gets headaches? Like, doesn't your daughter need you? Wow, how can she count on her mother like that? Yo, chill out! That is so rude of you to... That is the meanest message I've seen in a while. Look, you made her distraught! Oh my goodness! She's so sad. I have a feeling she's gonna be doing this all the time. I almost want to just screen cap this and put this in on the corkboard, but I'm gonna resist.
生まれつきの頭
I
痛
kind of
持
want
ち
to
なもの
use
で。
I kind of want to use this sad expression of her though. Eva sometimes fails to choose her words carefully, but even though she hit it with a smile, her comments aimed at Natsuhi contained shards of obvious malice. Of course, that didn't escape Natsuhi. She frantically contained her urge to grimace and pretended to ignore Eva.
うちのバトラ君も今年は受験でしょ?
Wait, why? I feel like that's actually a really important detail. Frick you. Had to throw a low key in there because we've only seen it once.
ルドルフさんも少しは関心を持ったら?
A true autist has risen. Yo, we are so back. Rudolph, right! The red-nosed reindeer. That's Papa. It's too on the nose to actually give him a red nose, right? There's no way we're actually doing that technique. Come on.
自分の息子のために夏日姉さんみたいに頭痛になるくらい真剣になりなさいよ。
Misclick? Get serious to the point of getting headaches like Natsuhi?
俺が何か言えば必ず反抗するやつだぜ。じゃあなんて言うんだ。むしろ逆で遊んでていいぞっていうのか？あいつそういうのだけは素直に聞きやがるぜ。秀吉兄さんのところは受験本当にうまくいったじゃないですか。ぜひ子供操縦術の秘訣を教えてくださいよ。
そうやな。
Wait, I need to figure out, is this how good it, because please teach me the secret to controlling children is crazy. That's crazy. Weren't you gonna superimpose your face over that? I could do that for every single one of the characters and it would probably be peak each time.
何のために勉強するのかっちゅうことを説いたかもしれんな。個々の勉強に意味があるわけやないんや。そう、勉強っちゅうのはわからんことを自分で調べて身につけるという行為の練習なんや。これができんやつは社会に出ても使い物にならん。国語算数ができろと言ってるんやない。勉強し身につけることを学べっちゅうことや。
Learn how to learn is actually like that's
ご
the
立
value
派で
I
すわ。
do. Yeah, that's well said.
うちのジェシカにもそれが理解できればいいんだけど、今のままではとてもじゃないけど、後宮家の跡取りとしては。いいじゃないの。無理に跡取りにしなくても。
Of course she's gonna say this because she wants George to be the successor.
女には女の幸せというも
You're
の
only
もあ
saying
る
that
んだ
because it serves your
し。
own means, Eva.
それを親が押し付けちゃ悪いわよ。
Eva, more like
予算変え
evil.
ば
Think about it.
子供の育て方は家それぞれや。押し付けがましいのはあかんで。
ごめんなさい。夏日姉さんも気を悪くしないでね。
Oh, you're gonna make her cry. Though the light shining in through the window was quite warm despite the cloudy weather, there was a dark mood about the room, which probably caused headaches for other people besides Natsuhi. As if to brush away that mood, Kirei brightly made a suggestion to all present.
でも、
Oh,
本当に素敵な香りの紅茶ね。早速いただいてみましょうよ。
I was trying to remember the
レ
name.
オポルドの紅茶なんて、日本じゃ確か銀座でしか買えなかったはずよ。キリエ姉さんはお詳しいですね。
Eva sounds really
買ってきた甲斐が
sexy.
ありました。
Okay. Okay. Kirei and Rosa stood up from their seats and made as if to prepare the black tea. Natsuhi forestalled them. Dude, look at the word choice. You know what I said about this game feeling so much more game? This visual novel sounding so much more mature? Forestalled. You could not catch Higurashi throwing out forestalled, okay? I need you to do Control F for all of Higurashi forestalled. Tell me the results. If it's 1, I think I'm still right. If it's 2, you're right. 2 or more, you're right. 1, I'm right. 0, I'm special. Giga right. Talk about it.
お二人ともありがとう。それは後でいただきましょう。うちの者がすぐお茶を持ってきますので。
Jessica
どうぞお
Boobs.
くつろぎ
Okay,
くだ
you
さ
do
い。
make a good point.
二人とも後にしろよ。
You do make a good point.
ウェルカムドリンクくらいごちそうになろうぜ。
Rudolph gave a subtle signal with his eyes for them to sit down again. Kirei and Rosa understood instantly and obediently returned to their seats. The guests had already been greeted, so it was time for some tea to be prepared for them. That tea was late, and having the guests talk about making some themselves was an embarrassment for the host. Higurashi had its moments with sophisticated language too. Yeah, you kind of right. You definitely right. I don't know if there was a foretold, though. I feel like that one they never would have whipped out, but they definitely had their moments. Oh, yeah, remember that the cousins were all, like, tickling each other in the room? Who were they tickling? Were they tickling George? I think Marie and Battler had cornered George on a bed and were, like, double tickle torturing the lad. That's crazy. I would jump into a volcano for Eva. Think you commented on the language being verbose? I mean, repetitive. I don't know if I said verbose. Foretold isn't that hard, though. Yo, put some glaze on foretold. Alright, lock in. The tea was late, and having the guests talk about making some themselves was an embarrassment for the host. Natsuhi bit her lower lip, frustrated with the ineptitude of the servants who were taking too long to bring the tea. Seeing her face, Eva, without hesitation, started to giggle. Of course, Shannon had no way of knowing what was taking place in the parlor, as she came in pushing a dish cart filled with teacups. Natsuhi gave her a pained look for no apparent reason, and Shannon couldn't help but flinch without knowing what she had done wrong. Yo, Shannon! Hey, Shannon. Hey, what's going on? Are you blind? Open your eyes, respectfully. Oh, what's good, Shannon? Hey, how you doing?
Oh, Shannon-chan. 久しぶりやの.
Okay.
ますますべっぴんさんになりよったな.
Oh, she seems so sweet.
おしゃべりは配膳を済ませてからになさい。
Whoa! Okay, I'll let it slide. I mean, it's a servant, right? You gotta...
お茶が冷めます。
Sure.
申し訳ございません、奥様。
She apologized like a small frightened animal, and bumping against the serving cart made a jarring racket as she dropped several teaspoons. Her clumsiness made Natsuhi's expression even harsher, which made Shannon in turn quail even more. Quail? Ooh, I love that for a verb. Quail. I don't think I've ever heard quail before used like that. I love that. Dude, I am chewing on this language. This is some good language.
挨拶の一つくらいしたってどうってことないわよ。もう十分待たされてる分、十分お茶も冷めてるもの。
それは大丈夫です。冷めてはおりませんので。
シャノン、早く配膳を済ませなさい。
失礼しました、奥様。
Poor Shannon. It was obvious that Natsuhi was getting irritated. The ineptitude that delayed the tea, the clumsiness of the servant, everything pointed to the incompetence of Natsuhi's everyday guidance, making her lose face. Right. As a person in charge of matters of the Oshiromiya head house, allowing that clumsiness to be exposed today, of all days, was surely nothing less than total humiliation.
よせよ、夏日姉さん。シャノンちゃんだって頑張ってるのに、いじめちゃか
Oh,
わい
this
そ
would
う
be
だぜ。
exhausting.
いじめてなんかいません。
Oh, it's the cycle of abuse, dude. Because Natsuhi was just getting her ear eaten by Eva, right? And so now she's kind of like turning it around a little bit and pushing like her anxiety onto onto fucking Jessica. What's this girl's name? Shannon. It's actually like low key. We just saw like live transmission of like abuse, just a little bit.
いい香りね。お茶の銘柄を聞いてもいいかしら。
申し訳
Won't
ご
you
ざいません。
forget, Shannon?
後ほど調べてまいります。
Oh no, you forgot. Kirei had tried to be nice to her, wanting to cut through the tense mood. However, instead, Shannon had shown a disgraceful display, darkening Natsuhi's face and the room's mood. Oh. By this point, Eva's giggles were loud enough to be heard by everyone in the room. Oh.
なに？シャノンちゃん、自分で入れてるものが何かもわからないの？ダメよ。そんな怪しげなものを来客に振る舞っちゃ。こんなお茶じゃ銀のスプーンでもないと飲めないわよ。
すみません。すぐに用意を。
No, you don't need one, you need more than one, because there's a lot of guests. Is it to test for poison? I was just thinking about it. I was about to ask. Is it to test for poison? I'm gonna guess. Of course, my madam. It's tradition from prior time when there might be different types of dangerous things mixed into the serving. And so a silver spoon would corrode at the opportunity when coming into contact with such things, which would be most ignoble. And then you bow, and then you kiss her feet, and then you retreat.
いえ、
No! Shannon! Eva's eyes played over Shannon, who is setting the table as a catty smile floated under her face. Dangerous things might be mixed into the servant. Just kill me, dude. Did I really say that? Just kill me. Honestly, Eva, for this horrible display of my ineptitude, you are allowed to behead me. Let me regain my honor. Taken on its own, the expression on Eva's face may have been charming in an impish sort of way. It's definitely charmed chat. However, the words being spun from her lips held within them the keenness of a razor. Shannon cosplay soon. Shannon tried with all her might to avoid Eva's gaze, which continued to focus onto her. Grasping that Shannon was hard-pressed for an answer, Rosa promptly gave some timely help.
銀は毒に触れると曇るって言わ
I'm
れ
not
て
gonna
る
lie, I was on it though. I was on it though. I fumbled it less than Shannon fumbled it.
シャノンちゃんも一つお勉強ができたわね
The tea was being treated as undrinkable unless it could first be tested for poison, which is such a disrespect. In Natsuhi's eyes, this was an insult to both the tea and herself for serving it. Rudolph, laughing flippantly, patted Eva's shoulder.
姉貴に銀食器なんていらねえだろ。毒舌の姉貴が一舐めしたら、銀の皿だって真っ黒に曇
Yo,
っ
dude,
ちまう
good
ぜ。
quip. I would make it a fantastic butler, dude. I think I would unironically be like, I could be like a top 0.01% butler. I'm just so good at it, dude. Talk about it.
わしはその毒舌を毎日聞かされとるから、もう毒に耐性がついてしもたわ。エヴァもわし相手には構わんが、耐性のない相手にはちいと加減せんとな。
You're too bratty.
あらあらひどい
Whoa. Cat maid. You do seem like you overcompensate a lot? What does that have to do with being a butler? You know butlers have to be up early, right? I have been actually waking up at like 8:30 a.m. today. I know I made it sound like I've been doing that for a while. I just did that today. I also did that like actually last week though. I've been waking up low-key early.
シャノンちゃんにお茶の知識を教えてあげただけじゃない
8:30 is not early. I can wake up earlier. That's just proof. That's just proof. 8:30 is not early? You are actually tweaking. 8:30 is early. 5 a.m. is like hell. 8:30 is not early? Yo, chat, I was waking up at like 5 p.m. for a while, okay? 8:30 is the crack of dawn. Compared to waking up at sunset? That just proves I'm adaptable. 4 is early? This is inflation. This is inflation. This is inflation. I refuse. No, 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 no. I've woken up at 4 a.m. before. 8:30 is sleeping in? Y'all have been poisoned by America. I blame America. I blame America. 5 or 6 is early. 6 a.m. is early. 8:30 is sleeping in. 1 p.m. is late. Then what does that make 5 p.m.? Is 5 p.m. early or late at this point? Because 5 p.m. Is 5 p.m. closer to 4 in the morning, or is it closer to like noon? Well, it's closer to noon, but like, you know what I mean? 5 p.m. is absurd. I think it's early in the morning. Okay? Lock in. Bro, you have to wake up at 5 or Natsuhi belts you? Oh no, I keep sleeping in. Oh no, you have to keep whipping me with your belt. Oh, the horror. Like, bro, I'm built for this. If she needs to belt me to like get some of her anxious energy out, like, I'm prostrated. Everyone followed the lead set by Hideyoshi's horse laugh and smiled, though sourly. There remained a single exception to this in Natsuhi, but even so, for the time being, the conversation inside the parlor could now be mistaken for a lively and friendly chat. As Shannon finally finished setting the tea table and made to leave, Kire apologized to her in a low voice for not being able to help. Shannon gave a light bow and made a hasty retreat. I really like Shannon. Shannon cast her eyes downwards, pushing the cart down the corridor. The pitiful air around her made it obvious that she had borne the brunt of some bullying.
気を落とさないで。
Borne the brunt of some bullying? Say that one time fast.
姉さんは何も悪くない。
Frick, what does Nissan mean? Is that like normal for butlers? I assume so. They're probably not like siblings, right? That's probably just like normal butler talk.
見てたの
We're doing side sprites. Are we? Daras. Side sprites? Have we gotten character information for Shannon yet? Oh, I need to know how old Shannon is.
そういうお役目だから。
Okay, wait, Loki. Yo, this might be N? This might be N? Yo, check this out. It's like almost animated. Check that. That was crazy.
奥様もエヴァ様も地獄へ落ちろ。
Whoa! Really? Oh, Canon's a problem.
それより卑劣なのはあいつだ。
Canon glared hatefully in the opposite direction of the parlor. The preparations for the tea had been delayed by a little bit of trouble in the kitchen. The trouble had not been Shannon's fault. The truth is that it had been Goda's mistake. In the first place, there was no way that a show-off like Goda would ever hand over a flamboyant job like carting the tea to the guests. He had needed to make the tea all over again, which had made him late. So realizing that he wouldn't be earning any brownie points, he had pushed the task of setting the table on Shannon, who had happened to be passing by. One could truthfully call it being shrewd, and one could unquestionably call it cowardice.
いいの。ありがとう、カノン君。
Canon wants to be with this girl. This is this guy, right? Goda's a snake. Okay, wait, we gotta update some stuff here. This is high level. This is high level. I'm gonna give him a snake tongue because of that. Just give him like a little like. Oh, it should probably be red, right? There's his snake tongue. Loki. The girl butler. Okay. Called, and then this is crazy for a butler, that Canon. I should probably just write his name. Canon, I'm gonna write it on your tummy. Canon. Cute. That's just crazy for characterization. Goatda. 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 Wait, did I say goatda? Goatda. Goatda. Goda. Goda. Goatda. 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 Okay. Okay. We can do it like a tattoo kind of thing, right? Give it like a little bit of like personality, and then multiply probably. Or are they like all different colors? I just want them to like maybe like multiply. Wait, I am doing something important here. Oh my god. I can't read that at all. There we go. That should be good. Okay.
私、全
I
然
think
気に
these
して
two are,
い
I think he has
な
a
いし
crush on her. I think he has a crush on her. Nissan means sister. Okay, I wonder if it's like a butler, like you're my sister butler, or if there's like actually like a familial relationship going on, especially when their eyes are the same color, but she doesn't have the family crest. Maybe they're like step siblings, like half siblings, I mean. Canon's silence vividly showed that Shannon's words weren't coming from her heart.
ありがとう。 カノン君だけでも分かってくれたんで、
Oh, my sweet
ちょっと
Shannon.
心が楽になったかな。
姉さんは心にいろいろ溜め込みすぎる。たまには自分に優しくしてあげて。
ありがとうね。
Suddenly, they both felt someone's presence and whirled around. An elderly man stood there. It was Genji, the head servant. Okay.
そこで何をしている？シャノン。
Oh, you got the
厨房に
mark.
戻りなさい。
You got the mark. Maybe just like distinguished servants get the mark, but then why would Canon get the mark? He ain't distinguished. Are they sugar siblings? I don't even know. I'm not confirmed on them being siblings yet. I also don't have her picture, so I'm not gonna worry about it yet. Okay.
あ、はい。失礼いたしました。
Shannon humbly obeyed and promptly made to push the cart and leave. However, Canon appealed to Genji in silence, bearing something in his eyes that he could not express in words.
どうした？何かあったか？
シャノンは何も悪くないのに。あいつら。
やめてカノン君。
Those what?
失礼しました。すぐに仕事に戻ります。カノン君も自分の持ち場に戻って。お願い。
姉さんがそう言うなら。
何事もないなら、そうしなさい。
はい。失礼します。
Yo, why you peeking like that? Oh my goodness! She's a problem character.
おいたわしや。シャノンさん、カノンさん。
What do you mean by that down there? Why is she peeking, dude? You are not one of the corner creeps, shout out Germa and Star. You are not one of the corner creeps. How heartrending.
あの二人がいじめられる理由は何もないのです。しかし、ゴーダさんに嫌われているのは
Why is Goda mean to
紛れもない事実。
Okay.
ゴーダさんは後ろ宮本家へいらっしゃられるまで、どこかの立派なホテルにお勤めだったそうです。そこで身につけられたというお仕事ぶりは、そりゃ大したものだとは思います。ただ、
The peaking
ゴー
budget
ダ
is
さんはここでは
crazy.
最も年季の短い使用人。ご自身のそれまでの積み重ねによるプライドもあられたのでしょう。彼は自分より長い年季を持ちながらも、未熟で人生経験も及ばない
Okay.
シャノンさんとカノン君をことあるごとにいびられるのです。また、気の毒なことに、夏日奥様にも嫌われております。
By Natsuhi too, jeez. Oh, frick. Sorry, I'm adding a note. I'm just adding a little bit of a note to this, but I got the wrong font. There we go. Okay. Don't need the bold. Picks on Canon and frick. What's her name? Shannon. Okay. Okay. I think that's important.
もちろん、年季という意味では奥様の方が長くこの家におられます。
Yeah, she really got her own format for talking a bit. Oh, I can read these. It's getting cut off. So, of course, in terms of experience, Madam has been in the family much longer.
こればかりは奥様にも同情しなくてはなりません。本当に親方様も罪作りな方でございます。ご自身のちょっとした気まぐれが奥様にこれほどまでの劣等感をお与えになるとはどうして思い至らなかったのでしょう。
Would patch such an inferiority complex onto Madame.
もちろん奥様とて内心はあの二人に辛く当たる言われは何もないことを重々承知してはおりま
I
す。
love to play.
しかしそれが理屈で分かっているからといってどうにもならないのが人のほいたわしや。私には何もできずこうして
Yo, I'm so sorry. My finger is being extra clicky today. I don't mean anything by it. Apologies. Apologies, Grandma. Apologies. Ah! Hello? Why would you do that to me? Whoa, 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 whoa! Too much is happening too quick. I ain't used to that. Guest house transition. Wait, please tell me you didn't get rid of it. Yes, okay. I wanted to relook at this a little bit. They waited for me to move it back up until it broke like that. And then why did the time move? That was crazy. Okay. A lot of this was just kind of giving a little bit of exposition dump on some of the relationships in the staff house through her internal thoughts, which, like, not really much to care about there, lol. They're hated by Natsuhi. The master is a truly cruel person. Which trifling whim would pass an inferiority complex onto Madam? I think that's the important line here. That Master, presumably Kinzo, had put some sort of trifling whim on, which gave an inferiority complex to the woman that we were just talking about, Natsuhi. Master could be the husband as opposed to Kinzo, actually. It could be either of them. Because Master could refer to multiple people. First time chatter, watch a bit of your higurashi content. Nice work. Thank you, Dragon Frank. Welcome back for some Umineko action. Glad you ever liked some of the higurashi content. Well, I guess you didn't say you liked it. I'm assuming. Talk about it. Alright. Nice work putting... Okay, anyways. Lock in. I'm not going to write anything for that, though. I think that's fine. Okay. The four of us cousins were shooting the breeze over all kinds of topics. After all, there are both girls and guys here. Plus, we've got people over a wide spread of ages. Adult, high school, and elementary school. All each of us had to do was talk about ourselves, and it would be of great interest to the other three. Yo, I love Battler already, dude. He is so ready to go into battle.
6年前からは想像もつかないくらい成長しちまったからよ。正直なところ、少しだけ違和感を持ってたんだが、こうして話をしているうちに、中身はあの頃から何も変わってないことが分かったぜ。
同じ言葉を返してやるよ。バトラだって6年ぶりだってのに全然変わってねえぜ。図体がいくらでかくなっても、中身は相変わらずお子様だってことだな。Oh, I know we're gonna be here a while, chat.
I'm ready. I am ready.
マリアもお子様。
マリアだっていつまでもお子様じゃねえぞ。お子様から可愛いお姫様に成長してくんだからな。そうしたらまな板みてえな胸も。
I knew you were gonna say something like that, dude.
そしたら揉ませてくれよ。約束だぞ。
Oh, frick. I gotta do something about this. Wait, where is she? Oh, she's right here. Perfect. Perfect. How old is she? 9? 9? I think she's 9. And we're on an island. Oh, you're right. Frick, how do young child? Do I have it in here maybe? 9. I have it in, okay, I have it in my notes. Yeah. Boom. Alright. Release the battler files. No! Maria, that's... Oh, she doesn't know any better. Oh my goodness. No! No! George! Sick, curious George on this guy. No. Maria, bad. Jessica, do something. Oh my goodness, this is how it always happens. What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing?
約束したから。
No! Okay.
マリア、約束は守る。絶対守る。
マリア。
He's about to say some insane line to follow this up. He's about to say the most insane line to follow this up. It's about to be so bad. Oh, it's not as bad as it could be. I thought he was going to say something way worse. We're good?
っていい話にすり替えつつ約束を保持してんじゃねえぜ。マリア、その約束はなし。なし。
約束。
Promise canceled. Yeah, promise canceled. Promise canceled. Yeah, why do we have a almost entirely adult cast and this is happening to the only minor or the only child? That's the word, because I think he's technically underage. Because I think he's 17. Wait, I think I have it in my notes somewhere. I don't care. Oh, and Canon 16. I think I have him at 17. Did I write that down for Battler? Well, now I'm interested. I think I did. Oh, I did on the sheet here. 18. No, he's 18. Canon's the only other one. But, like, are we...
やっぱりバトラ君も揃って4人で集まらない。
That's your follow-up, George? That's your follow-up?
この6連はやっぱり
The adults are all already kind of married and all. Yo, that didn't stop them from talking about Battler's dad's penile member, dude. They were no. They were going crazy talking about his rose, right? She was like, oh yeah, I can give his rose a little bit of a plucking later. But what is a rose without its thorns? It's a good thing I like to bleed. Like, we don't need to be hearing that, Kirei! We don't!
こういうふざけた話にはならなかったな。でも、建設的な話はできてたと思ったぜ。将来に対する心構えとか、受験とか就職とかよ。
I did not read the fans of his chapters. That's actually true.
俺が来たらおまぬけなドタバタばっかりでよ。
Lock-in.
でもマリアは今年のが楽しい。
そうだね。
My sweet
僕も同感。今年が一番楽しいよ。
Maria's sincere words probably spoke for everyone. When George Aniki stroked Maria's head, she giggled like a happy kitten.
Meow.
You completely made up the bleeding part?
失礼い
It's
たします。
called reading between the lines.
お食事の
Shannon!
ご用意ができました。
Hey, Shannon. Yo, can we be nice to her? A timid knocking sound and an equally timid young woman's voice came through the door. Jessica answered brightly.
シャノン、入れよ。バトラは覚えてるだろ？
Jessica stood up from the bed and opened the door. There stood a servant girl who was definitely about our age.
ご無沙汰いたしております。
Okay.
バトラ様、
Okay.
6年ぶりでございます。シャノンです。
Noting my presence and trembling a little, she bowed deeply. Oh, here we go. Here we
ジェシカに
go.
も驚かされたが。
Here we
シャノンちゃんに
go.
も驚かされたぜ。あんたもすっかり美人になったじゃねえのよ。
I hate that I'm investing in
もったい
Battler.
ないお言葉。
I hate it
強
worked.
烈に存じます。
I guess he is kind of being a charmer. I mean, what's he say? You've turned into a total beauty too? I guess that's nice, but like... And that is just a compliment. Like, okay, but like, his next line's about to be the problem.
しかしよ、この島じゃよっぽど食事の栄養価が高いんじゃねえのか？
Oh my god. Oh, that's crazy. Oh, that is the most insane follow-up. I could not have come up with something better if you gave me 5 full minutes. That's awesome. Oh my goodness. Holy crap, Battler. That is so good. I'm investing in his stock market. You invest when it's down if you know it's gonna go up. I know it's going to go. Okay, that's too direct. The first part, sure. The second part, we didn't need the second part. This is nice because it says it without saying it, right? We don't need to then just be like, dang, you be eating well, huh? That kind of makes it sound like you're calling her fat. Nutritional is a good word because it doesn't sound fat, it sounds like enriched, right? Like, that's what's so genius about this line. If you said, dang, you be eating a lot of the food on the island, you don't comment on a woman's weight. But saying like, wow, you know, this island's food must be treating you well. Okay, that sounds bad too. Like, you see how good he is at it? And then he says, lol, those are some fat milkers. What? Is this how you make the coffee? Do you use milk, breast milk? Yay!
ジェシカとどっちがでけえか、ちょいと触って確かめさせてもらうぜ。
Terrible. With both hands poised and saliva dribbling from my mouth, I closed in. Okay, that's called sexual assault. For the sake of my honor and justice, I'd like to point out that I don't suffer from some strange disease. Oh my goodness. That makes my lymph nodes itch until I scratch my neck open, and which can only be prevented by rubbing breasts. This is already too much. I already have too much stuff. It's like the beginning of chapter 1, and look how much stuff is already on him. L5. Okay, I guess I'll just put L5. I was a little worried about saying that, but yeah, I'll just say that. L5. Honestly, we don't even need the rest. I'm just gonna put L5 with no extra context. There we go. It's just my battler-style way of communicating. When a boy closes in on a girl like this, 9 times out of 10 they get slapped or clobbered, right? This is a battler-sama original communication technique aiming for a gag like that to break the ice. Well, that really means I really do get to touch them on that 1 in 10 chance to, though. Right? I never asked for that much, though. He's actually gonna get to this time. She's not gonna actually smack you. By now, my hands were less than a centimeter away from Shannon-chan's chest, but the counter-strike had yet to come. She understood what was going on, and she was blushing and had her head lowered in embarrassment. But she was just standing there with both hands politely joined in front of her, not even trying to resist or cover her breasts. Whoa! I wasn't planning on this! Please, hit me right now! At this rate, I'm seriously gonna touch them! Boing? Which is why I was glad that Jessica chose that time to drive her elbow into the back of my head. Well played. Well played. Playing Battler a little too well. It is not method acting. That's in character though for how much we know about Shannon. I mean, she goes deer in the headlights. Right? She's like it's like fight, flight, fawn, flee. She's a fawner. She's a fawner.
ダメだぜ。抵抗しなきゃよ。
ですけど、バトラ様は大切なお客様
That
ですし。
doesn't mean that we can sexually harass you.
あのな、お客様でも
Exactly.
犯罪は犯罪。
Exactly.
女の子の胸はだいたい10センチくらいからが防空識別圏だな。2センチ圏まで侵入してきたら、これはもう領空侵犯だぜ。スクランブル発進で即ビンタを食らわせてやれ。
そんなことできません。私たちはその。
Oh, she's saying the same thing that Kanon said. How many years have you spent on voice acting? Chad, I play a lot of D&D, bruh. Of course, she didn't want her breasts touched, but if a guest so desired, she would let them fondle her. She intended to sacrifice her own needs in an effort to accommodate them. A girl like this needs some urgent protection.
今時こんな献身美徳な子がいるとは。軽いめまいすら覚えるぜ。
That's a bit concerning, actually. I wonder if anything like that has happened.
でもダメだ。ダメなんだ。俺がいやらしい顔で迫る。
He's training her. He's training her to fight back.
倒す。
Yeah.
いや、そういうお約束じゃないとオチがつかねえんだよ。頼むよ。
This is also crazy. Because she's gonna. Okay, if you're being requested to slap him, you kinda gotta, right? That's like the argument you made.
バチンと。
You know what I mean?
バチンと。
Yeah, this is bad news, Berry.
お願いは聞けません。
Wait, so if I ask you to like femdom me, you say no?
家具ですから。
Sorry.
でも命令ならお聞きします。
Here we go. Nice.
それが務めですから。
Nice.
じゃあ命令させてもらうことにするよ。次からバトラ君が胸に触ろうとしてきたら、 平手打ちで反撃すること。いいね。
Yo, can we extend that to like everybody? Yo, George, aren't you like Harvard, Yale, MIT lawyer, Andy, head of the business, CEO, Giga Chad millionaire, Fortune 500, Forbes magazine, Andy? And you're not actually adding the perfect qualifiers here? If anyone tries to touch your breasts, I'm more of one of these kind of, you know what I mean? Explicit order. If somebody tries to sexually harass you, you are officially permitted to defend yourself.
以後そのようにさせていただきます。
George got some sinister plans later.
バトラ様、ご承知おきくださいませ。
So Shannon declared while bowing elegantly to me. Her facial expression was radiant. I gave her a thumbs up to signal you got it.
6年前はお手伝いさんの連れ子が
Servant's daughter?
ついでにお手伝いみたいな印象だったんだけど。
Dude, one of the royal blood people definitely banged a servant and popped out 2 kids. This girl and Kenon. Servant's daughter. I don't have her in my notes, I can't write that. That'll probably be in her character description.
今年で何年になるんだ？
はい。おかげさまで10年ほどお使いさせていただいております。
There it is. She's Shannon. The kanji for her name are read as Shannon. Oh, and Shannon's like an English name, right? It's also similar to Canon. So it probably follows the... I think she's a royal blood. Can you give me your, like, legs so I can see if you have the sigil? This is another far from typical name for a Japanese person. Being a kid back in those days, I had taken in her name without paying it much attention. But for her to be called something like that is pretty unusual given that she isn't even a member of the Oshiramiya family. Okay. Maybe it's like a servant's professional name or something? If so, I can kind of understand why that Kanan-kun's name sounds the way it does too. She's a long-term servant who served here since she was 6. Wait, so she's only 16? Oh, they're twins. They gotta be twins then. She says 10 years, 6. He kept saying same age, so I was expecting 18. Is she 16? Since her body had changed, I think they're twins now. She didn't match my memories, but we used to know each other 6 years ago. It looked like she was just as shy as she had been in the past, but I got the sense that she had become imbued with the charm befitting a girl her age. Especially her breasts. Her breasts.
さっき会ったカノン君は彼女の弟なんだよ。
Okay.
弟というわけでは。
Twin.
でも、私のことを姉と慕ってくれます。何か失礼なことはしませんでしたか？
相変わらずいつも通りだ
Okay,
ぜ。
let me look at our menu real quick, because that just unlocked. Well, I'll wait till the end.
もうちょっと愛想よくすればいいのによ。
カノン君がご迷惑をおかけしたようで、申し訳ございません。
別に迷惑なんか何も。同じ男としてわかるさ。ありゃ気難しい年頃だ。
Are you saying that like...
愛想が悪いのは当た
Oh,
り
you
前
mean...
だぜ。
Oh, okay, sorry, I'm stupid. Understood. Yep, you're right.
マリアもよく言われる。愛想悪いって言われる。カノンと一緒。
Yeah? Who's saying that to you, Maria?
マリア様は愛想悪くなんかありません。一緒が良かった。
食事の準備ができたんだっけ？
はい。失礼いたしました。お食事のご用意が整いましたので、皆様をお屋敷へご案内いたします。
Let's go. Shannon bowed again formally and returned to her duty mode. Realized that if we made her stick around for any more light conversation, it would actually make it harder for her to do her job. So we got up off our butts to avoid interfering with her work any further.
じゃあ、お屋敷に行こうか。みんなもお腹が空いてたところでしょ。
Yo, I can eat dinner with them. It's like I'm actually there, dude.
ゴーダさんがいる
I'm
時
so
の飯は
excited.
楽しみなんだよ。あの人、どこぞの有名
Maria
なホ
has
テ
an
ルでシェ
ugly
フをやっ
face,
てたらしくて、
lol.
かなり料理の腕があるんだ
I
よ
don't even want to engage with that message, but I want chat to engage with that message. This is like me. I'm like doing the Hunger Games right now. I'm on the podium, and I'm saying, get that man right now! Kill that one! But I'm not going down there, you know? I'm just throwing orders out. Everybody, look to your sides. We have some who do not care for our most loyal institution. That one thinks the child is ugly. Go get them, please. Thank you.
ほうほう、それ楽しみ。行こうぜマリア。ガツガツ犬みたいに食い散らかすぞ。
犬みたいに食い散らかす。
She's having so much fun.
ダメダメ。バトラ君の言うことはいちいち真に受けちゃダメだよ。全部冗談なんだ
He
から。
is a bad influence on this child.
さあ、行こう行こう。
Maria 1 Sag. Under Shannon's guidance, we head toward the mansion. Okay, let me look at the character portrait. Bring. Bring. Shannon. Aha! Tattooed to your leg and there's a window. Are we? That's crazy. Whoa, that's crazy. Tattooed to your leg and there's a window? Saw that coming that she would have the crest on her. Because Canon does. Twins to whom? I mean, she's gotta actually... I think they have the blood. I think they have the blood. I know that Battler doesn't think that, but I think Battler's just wrong. Because for them to have the sigil and have pseudonyms is crazy. And I mean, we saw how this organization treats its maids, right? Like, she thinks that she can be molested, you know? Your cam is in the way of her upper body, free it? No. Yeah, it's fine. Oh, we can't see her face. Anybody's looking up at her face? Are we deres? And there's also like a million. Yeah. Okay, let me read this. A young but experienced servant. She's normally calm and performs her job flawlessly, but she messes up when she gets nervous. It's just a pseudonym. Okay, not very helpful. We just want to see her boobs. Did we learn nothing about the scene where Keiichi, Battler, just like sexually harassed her and she was okay with it, and then we had to teach her that it's okay to like not be furniture but instead be a person, and that means that you have the right to like protect your body from undue attention? Guys, let's walk in. And she's 16. And she's 16. Met once again by that magnificent rose garden, we continued onward as it came into view, the imposing mansion of the Oshiramiya main family. It had apparently been built shortly after the war, so you could feel the dignity of almost a half-century hanging about it. On the surface, the building was gorgeous, but being as old as it was seemingly lacking in modern amenities like air conditioning. Yo, dude, I'm so excited for this story. Can you imagine? Like, we're gonna probably have a scene at some point of Battler sneaking between the houses in the dead of night. I don't know why, I don't know how, I don't know when, I don't know nothing. But there is, like, this environment is so scary. So much nonsense could be happening. It's crazy. No air conditioning? Oh my goodness. No Oishi? We're so back. Building was gorgeous, but being as old as it was seemingly lacking modern amenities like air conditioning. According to Jessica, the midwinter was especially tough, with all the drafts. Well, it's not like they couldn't just take the kotatsu out. Isn't the kotatsu the thing you put your legs in? That was fire. What's up, Gendo? It's so weird that Gendo has the thing, though. That throws off the Canon Shannon theory. Table heater hybrid, inexpensive, keep warm. I mean, I've seen these before. Table heater. You can put your legs under it. Kind of lit. Genji. Gendo. Who is Gendo? From fucking Evangelion? Did I just... Genji from fucking Overwatch. Genji. As we entered the Genji hall, an aged Genji greeted Genji. Now Genji I Genji'd. As the most senior member of the staff, Genji-san served as the head of the servants. Why do I low-key want to kiss him? As our eyes met, he saluted us with a composed voice. He didn't give quite a refined a bow as Go does. But it was a bow that had feeling, even if it wasn't polished to the same degree.
Genji-san! 本当にお久しぶりっす。お元気そうですね。
おかげさまで健やかに過ごさせていただいております。
Genji demanded Canon to get into the robot. Actually canon.
バトラ様こそご立派になられました。親方様の若き日に少し似てこられましたな。
For better or for worse, dude. He's got the womanizer gene.
俺がじい様に?
Oh, grandfather, not dad. My fault.
さぞやじい様は若い頃モテたろうな。
ここからはシャノンに代わって私がご案内申し上げます。どうぞこちらへ。
Shannon-chan bowed deeply and saw us off. Leaving the entrance hall, we head to the dining hall under Genji-san's guidance. Come this way, is what he said. Genji-san, just like Kumasawa-san, stood in stark contrast to us young people who had grown beyond recognition over the last 6 years. His figure was exactly the same as in my memories of 6 years ago. It seemed like time had stopped since we last met. The last we met. Genji-san was a silent and diligent person. He was like grandfather's close aide or caregiver. In fact, you could even go so far as to say he was grandfather's right-hand man. Actually, it seems that he was by grandfather's side more than my late grandmother was. I am intrigued about your late grandmother. According to Jessica, grandfather trusts him more than any of his blood relatives. Do you think it's maybe his kids? Maybe like he trusts him and that's why these two, let's see, 16 years ago? How old are you? Head servant, leading all the other servants who work for Yoshima family, has served Kinzo longer than the other. Since he serves Kinzo directly, Kraus and Natsuhi think of him as Kinzo's spy. Oh, Kraus and Natsuhi are Jessica's parents, right? That's interesting. That shows that these two have a really bad relationship with Kinzo. I wonder if these are Genji's kids. Oh, that would make sense, right? Because wasn't it said daughter of a noble? Or not a noble, daughter of a servant? So I think they're Genji's kids. Probably. I'm gonna put that note by her. Okay, this is kind of my thought. According to Jessica, grandfather trusts him more than any of his blood relatives, but I wonder how long he served. I see L5 on Battler. You'll understand when you're Battler. Think about it. Lock in. But I wonder how long he served. I've never asked for details, but I think I heard he's been here since the beginning when this mansion was constructed. That is to say, he's dedicated half of his life to serving here. No wonder grandfather trusts him. The font is too big. We can always make it big. We can always make room later. We'll make room as we need. Trust. As we cut through the open ceilinged hall behind Genji-san, I found something I had no memory of from 6 years ago. You know what we could even do? Wait, this might be crazy. Thunberg Lily is put... No memory of this 6 years ago is crazy. What do you mean no memory of this? Excuse me? I thought this would have been something that would have been there the entire time. Oh? Let's go at you, presumably Beatrice. Huh. I was about to say, I had the idea that I could do, like, layers of text. So I have all my text on one line and, like, all my lines in text. But, like, maybe between things, I can, like, remove, like, I could add, like, text layer 2 and have, like, an extra layer of text for additional notes. You know, and I can just toggle them. It could become, like, a really, like, it could be, like, a pretty living document as opposed to just a picture. This is crazy. It was an awfully big portrait hung right in front of the stairs that rose to the second floor. Without thinking, I stopped walking under its spell. Since I suddenly stopped, Maria, who was falling behind me, ran into my back. That was such an adorable sound. Wait, I want to hear her bumping again. The bump was funny. You can hear her bumping.
No, Jessica. I
point at the large and conspicuous portrait hanging in the hall. If she says yes, I'm a tweak. Everyone else stops too.
そっか。バトラが来てた頃にはあれはかけられてなかったっけ？いつからだったかな。
確か僕の記憶が正しければ一昨年あたりだったと思うよ。
That is so important. Year before last, 2 years ago, the portrait was hung in the main hall. I'm just gonna... Oh, it's tough. I just made a table on accident. I'm gonna put this in my phone, because dates are gonna be important, and I'm notoriously awful with dates, so we need to be, like, so locked in. I think Beatrice is the Golden Witch. Portrait hung... Portrait hung... Portrait. How do I spell portrait? Am I stupid? There it is. Hung in main hall 2 years ago. Like, she could have shown up, like, unexpectedly or something. That could be crazy.
一昨年の4月に
April of the year before
親
last.
方様がかねてより画家に命じて描かせていたものをあそこに展示なされたのでございます。
Okay, thanks, man. Thanks, man.
あのじいさまがね、わざわざ描かせてか。
That means she was probably alive at that point. Because it was drawn by an artist, right? So the artist would have needed either like a picture or like something to draw it off of. So she might not be like a dead ancestor. She might still be alive. The portrait depicted a woman in an elegant dress who gave off a sense of refinement and who seemed to suit the Western style of this mansion. Okay, Western style dress is important. Style dress, because that fits with the naming conventions. I couldn't have guessed her age, but the sharpness and the obvious strength of will in her eyes gave me the impression of youth. It was a different feeling than the composed mood of middle-aged women that are often in famous pictures. If this woman had normal black hair, I might have thought it was a portrait of my long-deceased grandmother in her prime. Grandmother's long-deceased. That's important. If is long-deceased... Now we'll put this in a question mark. This is we're already hitting some, like, important territory, dude. However, the woman in the portrait had beautiful golden hair and didn't look Japanese at all. Not Japanese at all? Not Japanese. Okay.
誰だい? このご婦人はよ.
Yo, I have a feeling we're gonna be asking this question every chapter. As though trying to show off her knowledge, Maria answered that simple question with authority.
Maria, 知ってる.
Okay? You little occult child. Why does it have aura? Why does it have aura?
なんだって?
ベアトリーチェ。魔女だよ。
Oh, we just saying this publicly? What does that mean?
バトラ君は昔聞かされたことない?
No.
魔女? ってこの島の?
Oh, jeez. Here we go, dude. Here we go. Oh, redeemed hydrate? This was 20 minutes ago. I just noticed there was a 20-minute ago redeemed hydrate. Guys, we have a weekly hydrate redeem. So this is the weekly hydrate. Thank you, Lore, for the hydrate redeem. There you go. I'll see you next week. And the funny thing is, since it's a... Oh, gulp. The funny thing is, since it's week by week, right? Like, if you don't redeem it right when it's active, then it'll slowly get deeper into the day and eventually slip out of this day, you know? And then we won't be able to do hydrates on Umineko Day. That's the risk. You have to be on it, chat. I think I already said this, but Rokkenjima is a small island that's only about 10 kilometers around. However, considering that only the Oshiromiya family lives here, that's quite large. Fuck you mean there's a 1 week limit? There's a 1 week limit. Chat was abusive and did like 50 hydrates in a row. I got tired of pissing 30 times a stream, and so we changed it. So only a harbor and the site around the mansion were set up to be lived in. Beyond that, the island remained as untouched as it was when it was still uninhabited. To understand just how dangerous a vast and empty forest with no lamplight, phones, or people passing through it all actually is, you need to shift your urban assumptions a little. You see, if by any chance you fell down in a hole in the depths of the forest and sprained your ankle, cry or scream, no one would come save you. If it then got dark, the forest, where there are no streetlights, would become enshrouded in complete darkness. Also, since there obviously aren't any guideposts here, it's easy to get lost and lose your sense of direction in the dark forest. Nowadays, most people see a forest as a peaceful place, but to the people of bygone eras, before the light of civilization drove out the night, forests were like oceans on land, geography separating one culture from another. Just as fishermen who go out on the ocean occasionally have their lives put in danger despite their technical knowledge was also demanded of hunters who went out into the forest, and their lives were occasionally put in danger just the same. Good analogy. If a child were to go play in that dangerous forest, something terrible might happen. Some parent must have had that thought. How did we meet Beatrice? I wonder if she was like, she could be like a forest spirit or some crazy stuff. Maybe my grandmother or possibly the man himself, my grandfather, might have said it. Or maybe it was a story handed down on this island from long, long ago. Oh, she's like the witch of the forest?
There's a terrible witch in the forest, so you must not go in.
Thus, Rokkenjima's ghost story was born. That is the legend of the Witch of Rokkenjima. Okay. Okay. Witch of the forest surrounding on Rokkenjima. Name is Beatrice. Oh yeah, Barra-san. Have you heard about the legend of Beatrice of Rokkenjima Island? Just battle my shit schmoove off, bro. So when we say witch on this island, we're referring to the master of the vast and savage forest. Which reminds me, when I was little and stayed at this mansion during the eerie nights where the wind and rain struck the windows, stories like,
the witch of the forest is roaming around in search of a sacrifice,
would scare the heck out of me. Beatrice, huh? As I searched my memory prompted by Aniki, I did vaguely remember being told that was her name when I was very small. So did we bang the Witch of the Forest, or what did we do? How did we formed a contract with her? What does that mean? Oh, we're about to get cooked.
ベアトリーチェなんておしゃれな名前がついてたとは、とんと忘れてたぜ。じいさまめ。孫たちが信じないもんだから、わざわざ絵に描きやがったか？
じいさまの妄想の中の魔女だよ。この絵を掲げた頃から、現実と幻想の区別がつかなくなり始めた。私たちにとっては想像の中の魔女に過ぎないけど、じいさまにとっては、彼女はこの島にいる存在。いる。だから、それを理解することができない私たちにもわかるよう、あの絵を描かせたって言うんだけど、気持ち悪いったらありゃしないぜ。
お嬢様、親方様にとっては大切な肖像画です。親方様の前でそのようにおっしゃられることがございませんよ。固くお願い申し上げます。
わかってるぜ。
Yeah, I'm really trying to look professional out here. Jessica turned away after glaring a second at the portrait.
行こうよ。食堂にみんなを待たせてるよ。
Oh, frick, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm eating before they got their food. Let me wait. Only a small portion of this island is controlled by the Oshiramiya family. If all of the wild remainder was the witch Beatrice's domain, then one could say that she was the being who actually rolled over Rokkenjima. That unsettling, ominous feeling I had felt on the boat trip when I learned that the shrine had been struck by lightning revived within me a bit. Thank you, Zaidias Ga Furafaro. Thank you. At that time, Kumasawa-san had tried to tell an ominous story about Rokkenjima and been stopped by Jessica. Also, wait. Chat, call to action. You should like the YouTube VOD, or the YouTube stream. Yeah, chat, like the stream, chat. Alright. Okay, Locken. Sorry. Calls to action are important. Guys, go to the Discord. Guys, look at my other series. Okay. At that time, Kumasawa-san had tried to tell an ominous story about Rokkenjima and had been stopped by Jessica. Oh, like earlier? Right, that's true. I didn't know what she had tried to tell us about this island, but there was one thing I did know. Rokkenjima's ruler was not the Oshiramiya family. It was the witch, Beatrice. Yes, because this was the witch's island. Witch of the forest, true ruler, since most of island is forest, says Battler. That's like a really cool idea, so I want to make sure I have that written down. When I looked around, everyone was already heading toward the dining hall. I hurriedly chased after them. We walked up the huge double doors that led to the dining hall. Genji-san
お子
knocked.
様方をお連れいたしました。失礼いたします。
The doors opened and we were invited inside. You, what is that? Shush, shush? What? What are you talking about? It already stopped. Is something happening? What? Chat. They made a shush emote. Oh, I thought you were telling me to shush. Oh. Oh, I was like, okay. I was like, I was thinking something was happening auditorially. Okay. Sure, man, sure. Okay. The door was open and we were invited inside. Is that an automatic Twitch thing now? Yeah, I was like, is there something with the audio? I thought somebody was maybe at my door saying something. Shush, Pink, shut up. I was like, I wasn't saying anything. All right. The dining hall, which screamed filthy rich, featured a super long table, which was obviously designed with no other purpose than to make the guests conscious of their rank, and our parents were already seated at it in accordance with that ordering. That's so annoying. The old bastard pressed us to sit. Only the places where we would sit were empty at the long table, which only made us feel our tardiness all the more. The seat at the very head of the table, which you might call the seat of honor, was for the most highly ranked and reserved for grandfather. It was still empty. He was probably planning to come in last to make himself look important. The seating order as you faced the seat of honor went from left to right in rows of 2, with the ranking being lower the further you were from it. So on the left-hand side of the row closest to the seat of honor was a second-ranked seat belonging to the eldest of the adult siblings, Uncle Kraus. I'll even point out that that's very I think it's kind of similar to like this. Like the top left is the grandpa, and then it's like, you know, that's a very intentional decision. This is probably the dad, huh? The dad of Maria, maybe? I don't know who this will be. I'm excited to see who this will be. Or the doctor, that was like a previous idea. Okay. Maybe the same thing. It looked like he hadn't arrived yet either, so that seat was empty. And then opposite him on the right-hand side of the first row sat the eldest daughter of the family, Auntie Eva, ranked at number 3. The left-hand side of the second row was for number 4. There sat the old bastard Rudolph as the third of the siblings. Do you like it so far? Yeah, I'm liking it a lot. I feel like Umineko's had a really good introduction. I really like the atmosphere. And like the classical music. It's got like an entire feel to it that I really like. I also am like a big... I've always found like super rich culture really fascinating. Like the antics of the upper class. Where it's like they have so much stupid stuff, you know? But like, I feel like in another life... I said this earlier a little bit. But I feel like in another life I actually would have been like a super servant. I don't really see myself being a royal or a noble as much as like the top servant, the trusted second hand to a royal or noble. Like that's always felt like a role that I feel like I would fit well into. Yeah. Like a PA kind of, you know? I kind of frick with that like attitude. I just think it's kind of cool for some reason. And so seeing this atmosphere like lines up really well with that random instinct of mine. No, not a jester. No, not a jester, Chad. Alright. Servant cucked in your own fantasy. It's cooked. No, it's not. No. The fantasy isn't to be the noble. The fantasy is to be the servant. That's not being cucking. Nobles suck, right? Nobles are so, like, they got their own brain up their own booty, you know? Because they're so stuck in their own conventions and stuff. So I think it would be fun to, like, take care of them, you know? I just feel like that'd be kind of cool. Like, it's like you're down to earth, but also able to be in the cool circle. And I think what it really comes from is I really, really like, people that are difficult to break through their surface level. I really like breaking through their surface level. Right? That's like my favorite thing. Where it's like, if somebody's really difficult to get close to, and then I use my crazy charisma stat to get close to them, and then I'm like the person they open up to, I love that. Because I like being there for people, and if somebody is really difficult when it comes to letting people be there for them, then I like to be able to fit that role. And I think a head servant is like that, right? Whereas like, I would like to be the trusted aide to somebody that cannot trust anybody else because they are brain rotted in their nobility. then I get to be the person that they have a real human connection with. Let me touch your boobs. Opposite him sat number 5, the youngest sibling, Auntie Rosa. And so Umineko fits that vibe for me. Because I'm already interested in this in a weird way. And so I like this. That's so nice. I like that fantasy for perverted reasons, but to each his own. Yeah, and being a great butler is crazy hard. I would agree. How long are you going to stream today? Probably like... What is it? 2 hours? We're like tourism? Probably like 3 hours. 3 more hours, maybe. 3, maybe 4. Maybe 2 if I, like, for some reason start to burn out quickly, but I don't think I will. So probably like 3 or 4. Going like this, you might think that the next ones to come would be their husbands and wives, but guess again, because the left hand in the seat in the following 3rd row, meaning rank number 6, was actually Jessica's seat. Opposite her was George and Nikki, because they got the blood. Then this seat next to Jessica was me, and opposite me was Maria. Next to me on the left-hand side of the 5th row, all the way down at number 10, finally came on to Natsuhi. Okay, that's interesting. That makes sense, but that's interesting. Take the E. Opposite her was Uncle Hideyoshi. And next to Aunt Natsuhi, in the 6th and final row on the left-hand side was Kirei-san. Though, it does remind me... Wait, how hard would it be for me to find this image really quickly? Come on. Yes! Yes, this. Oh, it's so bad. It does kind of give this energy a little bit. Oh, I hate Reddit. Why is Reddit like this? It does low-key, though, give this energy. You know, me being like, bro, I love... being a waiter would be so sick, man. You could be to the trusted aid of a rich person, man. You know what I mean? Where it's like, even in the fantasy, you are just a servant to this like class of people that you worship. I can see how it would give that energy. It's not like that though, you know? I don't think like, cause I think what I like about that idea is it's not that they're special, right? It's not that the noble people or the royal people are special and that like, ooh, I get to be by the special people. It's not that. It's that they are deeply unable to form like human connections normally and like trust people because of the royal like nonsense that's going on. And so I like the idea of being able to cut through that and actually like be there for somebody. It's like, I like being there for people, and the hardest person to be there for would be the noble class of person. That's it. That's it. There we go. Done. How about you serve us some reading? You're so lucky the food hasn't hit their table yet, or else I would have done a Noki break. The seat opposite to Kirei-san had been laid out like the others, but was empty. According to the ranking system, this spot was the seat where Auntie Rosa's husband should be sitting. He hasn't come, as far as I know, yet the table had been laid for his seat. These kinds of ranking orders usually permit the spouse a corresponding status, but the Oshiromiya family had an original kind of ranking. Maybe it's a leftover of male chauvinism, under the notion that a mother's womb is only a temporary house for the child and she contributes no genes. The children of direct descent would have the highest ranking, followed by the grandkids, meaning that the spouses with no blood ties would be considered the last in line. It's terrible, but according to that ranking order, grandmother, if she was still alive, would be in a position even lower than mine. Is that how the ranking system works? I want everyone at that table Minecrafted, low-key true. Or like high-key. I would have to look again. It's, yeah, agreed. Anyways, yeah, it's, yeah. Because I was just thinking that the family blood goes to the grandpa, Kinzo. And so it would be true. I guess it would be true. But it's not about being male. I think he's wrong. It's not about being male. It's about being the bloodline of the grandpa. Right? And so, because, and my rationale behind that is like, they're like, Jessica's the next in line. And so it's not about gender, it's about the bloodline. And it is right now in the grandpa, but yeah. It's terrible, but according to that ranking order, grandmother chose life. In youth, obey your father. After marriage, your husband. After aging, your children. Ouch. I left over the times when they used to say, woman, no home in 3 words. Long ago, when I was still incapable of figuring all this out, I thought it was so great that we could all chat with the adult siblings sitting in their group and us cousins in ours. However, now that I can re-examine the seating order after growing up a bit, it stirs up some very complicated feelings in me. Aunt Natsuhi, married to the eldest son of the family, responsible for managing the household, and number 2 for all practical intents and purposes, sat to my right, which meant that she was 2 steps lower than me in the ranking order. It was difficult to guess what was going through her head. That's why I made a small apologetic gesture before sitting down. It originated at a time when patriarchs like Kinzo would be fixated on producing male kids only, right? That makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Though at least in its current iteration, they're okay with Jessica doing it next. Like, because like primogeniture, right? That's the term for the like ownership or like the status of the firstborn son specifically. And oh wait, let me look at the. Oh, but but they don't have a son. What if Jessica had a younger son? Or younger son. What if Jessica had a younger brother? Then what would they do? I think that would be the thing to me, because right now Kinzo goes to Kraus because Kraus is the bloodline. So Kinzo to Kraus. Kraus's family is the bloodline. Isn't primogeniture usually oldest son, or is it just oldest child? Maybe I got my terms mixed up. Anyways, though, it goes to Kraus, and then Kraus's only child is Jessica. So maybe it's like some sort of compromise that they're doing Jessica as opposed to George, because, yeah, well, because it's to Kraus right now, which then makes it to Jessica. Wait, but why is it going? She will, or rather, her husband will. Oh frick, no. Oh, rather, her husband will. Okay, my fault. It is racist. I mean, sexist. It is sexist. Because it's not that Jessica gets it, it's that Jessica's husband gets it. So it is, okay. It's 100% male chauvinism. Agreed. Okay, I understand now. The question is, who will Jessica marry? Primogeniture is oldest child in general, and then it's distinguished as like agenetic or cogenetic. Forget the term for oldest male child specifically. Oh, okay, cool. Thank you. I always thought that just meant, oh frick, that means I've been using the term wrong. Because I'm not the oldest kid in my family, but I am the oldest male in my family. And so I'm always like, yeah, I got that primogeniture. Looks like I'm the idiot. I'm gonna still keep claiming it though. Oh, she seems pleasant with that hair. This is cute.
180かな。つうかおばさん、そこは食べてばっかりじゃねえかって突っ込んでくださいよ。
え？ああ。ごめんなさいね。
After a moment, she gave a small laugh, but it seemed she couldn't quite figure out what she was supposed to be laughing at. That's awesome. This woman is Aunt Natsuhi. She's the wife of the eldest son of the family, meaning she is my dad's older brother's wife. It is easier to get it if I call her Jessica's mother. It feels bad to say it like this, but not that I hated her, but I didn't particularly like her. Oh. She never got into our kids' circle, and my only impression of her was as someone who always talked about complicated stuff with my parents while having a crabby expression on her face. The fact is that having barely ever exchanged words, I hesitated a lot, even just now, about how to approach her. And it was pretty much a flop. I thought that went well. That was cute. The silverware had been tidily set up on the table, but the meal itself hadn't been brought in. As a rule, the meal doesn't start until the man at the head of the table has taken his seat. So as long as grandfather, the highest rank, didn't come, lunch would be indefinitely on hold. I swear, if they cuck my lunch, I'm gonna be pissed. Not even the appetizers would come. In other words, the silence in the dining hall was the sound of our parents as they withstood their hunger and waited on tenterhooks for grandfather to come. He's probably extending it purposefully. Except the grandfather I remembered always showed up at the right time when we ate together like this. He wouldn't ever have been so late as to have everyone else waiting on him. Oh?
遅えな、じいさま。俺の記憶じゃ、時間に厳格な人だったと思うんだけどな。
Oh?
まあ、6年前はそうだったかもな。最近はそうでもねえよ。というか、もう自分の世界オンリーって感じで、会食にも顔を出さねえぜ。さすがに今日くらいは足並みを揃えてくれるって思ってたんだけどな。まあ、私は来ない方が気楽で嬉しいけどよ。
She said that with a little bit of fire. After being scolded by her mother, Jessica faced the other way, sticking her tongue out. No way around it. Nothing to do but wait for the host to arrive. When I glanced at the clock, I saw that it was almost 20 minutes past 12. Oh my goodness. Man, was that clock earlier accurate then? Oh no. Time is about to be a thing. Oh! Okay, wait. Let's do the, not him yet. Her. Because we kind of finished her. Natsuhi, Krause's wife, manages the household of the Yoshiramiya head family in place of her husband, who takes little interest. For this family conference, again, she was the one who took charge in making all the preparations and arrangements. Wow. A lame husband. Possesses a strong sense of responsibility and a great deal of pride. However, neither her husband nor his siblings understand her very well, so her position is far from enviable. Chat. I think Natsuhi is the baddest one. I think she's the one I'm most attracted to. I think it's her, bro. Right? Between the mummies. What do y'all think? I'm thinking it's the top one. I'm thinking it's the top one. She's so dignified, dude. Look how dignified she is, dude. She look fire. Eva's mean. I don't like the mean thing. Also, I'm not a huge fan of the tat. I'm gonna be real with you. I'm not a huge tattoo guy. I get it. It's a family thing. But, you know, I don't know. I don't frick with the bangs too much. Kirei. I don't like the short hair. I like longer hair. Just generally, that's a little too short for me. I like the this is a weird, actually. I don't know if I like that. Rosa's probably second. I think Rosa's second. Shannon is 16. So, I like Shannon's personality. If I was 16, I'd be super into Shannon, respectfully. No, yeah, I mean, it's definitely Natsuhi. Even above Jessica, I'm gonna be honest. It's Natsuhi, bro. She got me feeling some kind of way. And, like, look at, like, everybody's already hating on her. You know, about how, like, oh, she hates the servants. Oh, everybody hates her. But, like, she is the one organizing everything. She's a go-getter. She is locked in on her management behavior. That's a lot of effort, dude. I appreciate you, my wife. Now, let me give you a kiss and perhaps another child if you are okay with that. Talk about it. Natsuhi first and Rosa second. The aged master of the Yoshiramiya head house, Oshiramira Kinzo. How old are you again? 23. He was there in his study. The clock showed noon, but he didn't even attempt to get up. See, I thought he was dead, so this is great. I thought he might have been dead. This is great. With reading glasses on his face, he stacked up old-fashioned books with elaborately designed bindings, one on top of another beside him, immersing himself in the reading. It definitely didn't look like it was for his leisure. On the contrary, he exuded impatience, crisis, as though every minute, every second were precious. The sealed room was dense with dancing dust particles, and the air stagnated with a mix of smells of various elixirs, each giving off its own suspicious stench. They were somehow sweet and heavy. For anyone with a good nose, the first thing they'd do after entering would be to open a window and ventilate the room. I thought he was like 27. Is that good? That's probably good. Still in diapers? Jeez. Okay. Okay. Nose is so big it could be an ancient heirloom. Char. Okay. Okay, we gotta keep... Okay. Sorry, that really stun-locked me. TD Wolf, thank you for another $2. You're very... TD Wolf, you're too generous, bro. You gotta lock in, TD Wolf. I appreciate it, though. That's very nice of you. Let's fucking go Natsuhi best girl. Okay, agreed, though. I mean, that is a good take, though. That is a good, great take, though. Too much brain rot to be older than 23. Oh, no. I'm so sad that one day I'm gonna age out of the current brain rot. I'm gonna be aged out. That is gonna be depressing. The knocking against the study door had been going on for a while. A voice calling "Father" sometimes mingled with the knocks. As Kinzo heaved a deep sigh, he snapped shut the old book he had in his hands and slammed it on the table. Then he yelled at Kraus, who was continuing to knock on the door.
Yakamoshi!
Oh, whoa.
Why
are we bringing up my hairline? Did you just call Jesus Christ an imbecile, or am I tweaking? Whoa, Kraus, give me 1 second. Who taught you that doors shall be opened unto you if you knock? They crucified that imbecile? Did we just call Christ an imbecile? That's some crazy work when we're rocking a lot of cross imagery with our characters.
皆下に集まっています。どうかおいでください。
Cross called out to his father through the door. Kinzo always shut himself up in the study and hated letting even his family into the room. For that reason, Cross had no choice but to call out thus from the corridor. Called Christ an imbecile? I think is actually so important for characterization. Called Jesus Christ an imbecile. Not an umbilical. Yo, why am I autocorrect saying umbilical, bro? Imbecile. I don't talk about pregnancy that often, dude, to be doing stuff like that. Can we lock in? I only mentioned it once this stream. Molest me not is crazy. Molest me not? Yo, I'm gonna use that. Whoa.
バラバラにして巻きにして魔女の炉にくべてしまえ。その炉には鍋をかけて苦いおもぎを煮るがいい。黙示録の煮汁はそれでも私をここから連れ出そうとするバカ者どもに飲ませてやれ。
Is he spitting though? Is he spitting though? Molest me not, put that on the board. We don't even have Kinzo on the board. If I would have if we had Kinzo already. Force them to drink that broth of the apocalypse is awesome.
残りは酒につけるのだ。ああ、源氏はどこだ？源氏を呼べ。苦害の魔酒を用意させろ。
Demonic absence.
緑の妖精のささやきが届く。
I'm too sober. I'm too sober.
どこだ？源氏を呼べ。
There was a capital I in there. Before the door, Kraus, Nanjo, and Genji kept waiting for the master of the house, who would not come out.
すっかり嫌われてしまったようだ。もう私の声では何も届かない。
This is what you look like, dude. This is what you look like, dude. Oh my goodness, you're getting absolutely looks max clavicular mugged by everybody else in your family. You're telling me Rudolph is your younger brother and you're putting up with this fit? You look like you're from Monster, dude. The anime. That's what you look like. Okay? Wait, I'm gonna make a crazy reference. I need to pull up my notes for Monster for this one. Wait, lock in. Monster. You look like... Bro, you know who you look like, bro? You look like Rudy from Monster, bro. That's who exactly you look like. Go watch Monster for that reference. There's like 3 people that actually get that reference. Cross shrugged as though saying it's no use and smiled bitterly. He himself hadn't believed for a moment that his father would answer his calls. However, as it was the duty of the eldest son, he had formally made the request.
Kinzo-san.
Oh, this is Nanjo, that's right. He kind of looks like Pink. No. Same hairline. No. No.
あんたの顔を見に、息子や娘や孫たちが来てるんじゃないか。ちょっと顔を見せてやったらどうだね。うるさい、黙れ。私に意見するというか南條。貴様など呼んではおらぬ。私は源氏を呼べと言ったのだ。さあ急げ、すぐに呼べ。時間は常に有限だ。人たちはすでにラッパを構えているぞ。なぜにそれがわからぬか愚かな羊どもめ。
Kinzo slammed the old heavy book on the table over and over. The racket obviously indicated his highest displeasure. Kinzo put his spectacles down and flew up from his chair. He spread his arms wide open as if to sing to a packed opera house and if appealing to someone and yelled, Genji!
なぜだ? なぜにいつも私には邪魔が入るのか? すべてを捨てよう。すべてを捧げよう。その見返りに私は一つしか求めないというのに。ああ、ベアトリーチェ。お前の微笑みをもう一度見られるならば、私は世界中から美少を奪い取り、すべてをお前に捧げよう。おお、イナゴの軍団長たちよ。世界中から美少を刈り取り収穫せ。
Got it. Got it. Got it. Got it. Got it. Got it. Oh, we are so back. We are so back. Okay. 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 Who does he look like? I could put him on Gota. I could put him on Gota. I could just leave his head here until we find a proper vessel. I mean, when you're right? Question mark? I mean, are we seeing what I'm seeing here? I feel like I might be honest. It might be too cursed. It might be too much. Okay, let's just save this for later. We'll save this as a surprise tool for later. Yeah, surprise tool for later. Surprise tool for later. You are gonna go, like, here. And I'll probably put, like, Beatrice somewhere over here, too. The head of the family, he's just a head. Oh, maybe he's a head like a Boo from Mario. Okay, we'll work on that later. We'll work on that later. This scene is kind of fire. We need to lock him in the scene.
全てが汚らわしい。全てが煩わしい。なぜこの貴重な一日に私は邪魔を受けねばならぬのか。
Yes! Yes! I got it. I got it. I got it. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. It's an even better sprite. It's an even better sprite. Oh my goodness. Maybe I make him into like Cerberus or something. Guys, there's so many texts. There's so many high level texts here.
Genji wo
No, the cropping's fine because it doesn't cut off his ear, so it's fine. Oh, Frank, I shouldn't have moved it so cavalierly.
クラウスさん、実のお父さんにそりゃあんまりじゃないかね。親父はすでに死んでいる。
Oh wow, like his illness has taken him away from him already.
ここにいるのは親父だったものの。
Honestly, I don't even hate this line from Kraus. He does seem like he's like fully delusional tweaking, at least from their perspectives. So this isn't. I actually don't. I'm not gonna hit on Kraus for this.
いずれにせよ、本人にここを出る意思がない以上。 どうにもならんね。金蔵さん。
Choking coughs continue to pour from the study. It's intense. It's an intense line.
ゴーダの自慢のランチをこれ以上無駄に冷ましてしまうことはない。親類たちにとって当家での数少ない楽しみだろうからな。
Your yellow on blue tie on shirt is not crazy to me. Kraus spun on his heels. He looked at his wristwatch, mumbling and acting as though he had wasted time doing something he knew would be in vain.
源氏さん、親父殿がお呼びだ。相手を頼む。かしこまりました。南條先生、食事に行きましょう。いつまでもここにいると、この甘い匂いで味覚までおかしくなってしまう。
Without waiting for Nanjo, Kraus went downstairs. Genji urged Nanjo to go eat. Nanjo looked first to Kraus's back as he disappeared down the stairs, then to the study door, and he let out a deep sigh. I've already said that Genji looks like Speed in that one gif, right? My Kinzo's kinda tweaking. I wanna help him out.
はい。お任せください。
お酒はなるべく与えないように。あれは常習性が強すぎる。 源氏はまだか。何者が源氏を阻んでいるというのか。源氏はどこだ。源氏を呼べ。
さあ、ここはお任せください。
I didn't do that? Really? I'm amazed. Nanjo gave a small duck of his head and descended the stairs. Genji saw him off and knocked at the study door.
親方様。 源氏でございます。
源氏か。何故私をこれほどに待たすのか。そこには誰もおるまいな。
はい。私だけでございます。
Kinzo returned to his seat in the study and pressed an old-fashioned switch on the table. What? What does that mean? After some delay, the heavy sound of a door unlocking could be heard. Kinzo believed that his family might try to break into his study. Perhaps someone once opened the window for some air and scattered some important documents or something, and that had made him extremely upset. Now Kinzo had placed a secure lock in his room, making it so that without his permission nobody could enter, and locking himself in the dungeon he himself created. Genji, who he trusted the most, was relatively free to enter the room, but even that was not absolute. If Kinzo was in a bad mood, he wouldn't be able to enter. Anyone else would be limited to holding a conversation through the door, not even seeing his face. And most of the time, they wouldn't even get a real conversation. However, that didn't pose any particular problem for the family. That was because they had no reason to go out of their way to interfere with the retirement of the cantankerous and aged head. The fact that he was completely immersed in his odd research and always locked up in his hideaway was something of a benefit. They made the most of his refusal to leave the study, entrusting him to the hands of the servants, while they themselves kept their distance.
Genji, いつものやつを頼む。
I just need to grab one more. I'm gonna cook with this later. This is an ingredient for later. I'm just gonna grab it while I'm thinking about it, and then we'll cook with this later. Okay? I have an idea. I think it'll be good, but I don't want to wait. I don't want to get distracted.
私は忙しい。
はい。
Genji headed to a corner of the study. There, suspiciously in bottles boasting venomous colors were on display. They were actually liquor, but considering that they were placed in this shady-looking room, you could almost suspect that they might be ghastly poisons. I mean, what's the difference? Cerberus Kinzo. We're on the same mindset. The inside of the study was filled with the mountainous library of outlandish books that Kinzo had amassed. They were bizarre old books, some banned, and each and every one of them either forbidden, cursed, or sealed. Occult? Of course, if one were to actually call them old books, Kinzo would fly into a rage and say something like this. Call them Grimoires! There were candles which had melted in a suspicious-looking fashion and had taken on peculiar forms, and all manner of other strange objects, probably having something to do with black magic. The constellations covering the celestial globe would have caused anyone who knew the night sky well to raise an eyebrow. Yo, I kind of cooked on that line. The illustrations inscribed in the old books, haphazardly left open, range from the religious and mystical to the demonic and grotesque, as well as bizarre diagrams of various magic circles. This makes sense that they called Jesus Christ a fucking, what did I say? Imbecile? Because he's losing his mind. Grimoires Sabre. Grimaire? Grimauros? I misclicked. Grimoire. Grimoire. Grimoire? Oh, it is Grimoire. Frick, it is Grimoire. Frick, it is Grimoire. Call them Grimoires! The moment's gone, dude. Call them! Okay, wait. He's low, right?
Genji, いつものやつを頼む。
Call them! Genji. Call them Grimoires! Call them Grimoires! Ooh, that one. Call them Grimoires. I know what a grimoire is. I'm just used to call... I think I've always called them Grimoire. But it is grimoire. Lucky. And above all, the sweet poisonous smell that filled the room, which to those entering for the first time would surely be a profound assault on their sense of sight, smell, and all their other senses, making them lose their grip on reality. Inside that study, Genji, with his well-trained hand, prepared Kinzo's usual drink. Well-trained hand. If you didn't know that the ghastly dark green liquid that filled the complexly designed bottle was liqueur, you certainly wouldn't want to put it in your mouth. Kareg narinar. Think of a subscription. Kareg, thank you. LARPing D&D. Holy crap, look at that quote. I'm sure my cock got some blood in it. That can't be a real quote. That can't be real. That cannot be real. We gotta do, that'd be a fun just chatting segment where we go through all the quotes and like eliminate like half of them so that we get the really, really good ones. You know? We do like a, you know what I mean? It was in a Olympus stream. Jeez, man. Yeah, like, I hate Oreo. It doesn't have nearly as much energy as I got. I'm sure my cock got some blood in it. Horrid combination. Yeah, followed up by we need more children. Oh, man. Yeah. Yeah, anyways. If you didn't know that the ghastly dark green liquid that filled the complexly designed bottle was liquor, you certainly wouldn't want to put it in your mouth. He poured a small quantity of the spirit into the glass, placed a cube of sugar. Oh, they misspelled sugar. In a strangely shaped spoon, and then poured water from a pitcher over it. Ew! Absinthe, a sugar cube, and water? Absinthe, a sugar cube, and water? Strangely, when the colorless water was poured into it, the dark green liquid turned a cloudy white. It created the strange visual illusion that the water had caused a chemical reaction, which made it all the more difficult to perceive the concoction as liquor. To this, he added an original flavoring that Kinzo liked and fine-tuned the taste. There was no recipe. Its success was measured only by Kinzo's mood swing when he drank it, and he had learned how to make it only after many decades. Yo, I should drink this for next stream. That's how you're supposed to drink it? I should do a shot of absinthe next stream. Wouldn't that be fun? We could get in character to Umineko, dude. I could be Kinzo maxing. That'd be awesome. Sugar cube, some water, and then absinthe? Don't. Absinthe is just super high proof alcohol. Yeah, it's fine. Absinthe is very bad for you, bro. It's fine. It's one shot. One shot's gonna be fine. Do not. It can't be that bad for you. Wait, what proof is absinthe? Wait, let me look up what proof is absinthe. Absinthe proof. High proof. Called the Green Fairy. Blah, blah, blah. Very high, typically ranging from 45 to 74 ABV, 90 to 148 proof. I don't think it's actually an hallucinogenic. I think that's only if you, like, mix hallucinogenics into it. I'm pretty sure it's just super powerful alcohol. That's what I've heard. Yeah. And I mean, even a 148 proof shot is, like, I mean, that's a lot, but I would be fine taking that. Because, like, I usually take, like, 2 vodka shots whenever I party. I, like, start with 2 shots of vodka. And I usually don't drink much more. Unless we're feeling freaky. Okay. Yeah, I'd be down. That'd be fun. I should get, Also, if I was hallucinating, imagine how good the corkboard would be if I was actively hallucinating. There was no recipe. Have you read that? Denji placed the glass on a tray and made his way over to Kinzo. Kinzo was now gazing out the window. Kinzo had regained his composure, so much so that he was now unrecognizable as the man who had been shouting, screaming, and yelling just moments before. In that man's back dwelt a dignity and intelligence made plain simply by how he tilted his glass and gazed down on the scenery beyond the window. Genji, in order to allow Kinzo to set down his glass at any time, motionlessly waited behind and to his left as though he were a living sideboard. Furniture. As he did, Kinzo stuck out just the glass, his gaze still directed at the world outside the window. There was just a mouthful remaining. It was not a gesture intended to set it upon the tray as Genji expected, but was a motion to hand the glass over to Genji. To drink. Oh. Okay. He's doing the I should speak face. Deal with that later. Genji respectfully received the glass and inclined it a little to taste its contents. Then he downed it in one gulp. Oh, he sounds so much Kinzo smiled at his loyal subject who refused to put aside rank even when asked to. However, he was not making fun of him. It was relaxed, like a smile at a close friend's unriddable bad habit. Kinzo gave a thin smile as if to say he didn't need compliments. It's like a symbiotic relationship.
大勢いた使用人も皆私を恐れてやめていった。お前だけが今でも私に仕えてくれる。
もったいないお言葉です。
私の余命もそう長くはあるまい。息子たちは私の遺産がいつ転がり込んでくるかをうろうろ待つハゲタカばかりだ。
We already are like aware of that, but that's just notable.
クラウスの愚か者は金を湯水のように使い、1枚の金貨を売るのに2枚の金貨を捨てておる。それで金を稼げたなどと妄言を。エヴァは金の亡者だ。あやつは私を鶏か何かだと思っておる。
Frick, I was trying to get him with his mouth open. This is fine.
死んだらガラにして出汁まで取る気だ。
Damn.
ルドルフの間抜けは女遊びばかり。
Real.
ローザはどこの馬の骨ともわからん男の赤ん坊など
You're slandering my team, but you're low-key right.
ジェシカは無能で無学だ。
Oh, don't bring Jessica into this. Really? You're not proud of George? That's kind of crazy.
バトラは後ろ宮家の栄養を自ら捨ておった愚か者だ。
I feel like all of these are accurate except George. I mean, George isn't like... He's not like a typical masculinity man, but he's definitely like giga chatted out of his mind. He's just like, he's on his intellectual grind set. I feel like he works. We put George in the gym a little bit, like surely Kinzo, you know. Oh, and give him like LASIK, fix his eyes. Maria is obscene to the eye is crazy. Oh my goodness. Maria is obscene. Oh man.
これがベアトリーチェの呪いであることも分かっておる。黄金の魔女め、それが私への復讐のつもりだ。
That was crazy.
憎みたくば
Scene to
憎
the
むが
eye
よ
is
い。
so funny.
逃げたければ
Just
逃
let
げ
me
る
see
が
one more
よい。
time.
逃がさぬ、逃がさぬ、逃がさぬ、逃がさぬわ。お前は私のものだ。常に私の腕の中でなくてはならん。私の生涯のすべてなのだ。我が鳥かごにて永遠に私に
Okay, it's giving me so much Nietzsche. Guys, it's giving me Nietzsche. Am I really... Do I really want to go on this? It's just, it's a very light reference. This is giving me second dance song in Thus Spoke Zarathustra. Boom. Like, that's one of my favorite portions of that book. Where it's like the Zarathustra is like running around with like life, like the woman of life, like the woman like life personified as a woman, and is like, it's like a hunt. It's like a predator and prey thing, and also kind of like a sex thing. So like dominant, submissive. And it's like, I'm hunting you and you're hunting me, and I hate you, and I want to wring your neck, but also like you're my only purpose in life. And it is his life, you know? And it's like embroiled in all these like contradictory passions and whatnot. And so when he's saying like, hate me, run away with me, hate me, something, replace me, tell him Tentacion, or whoever's saying that. But like, you are my entire life, hate me, run away, you are mine, I won't let you go. Like this crazy, passionate, whatever, feels very reminiscent of that. I could do like a full breakdown of that, but I don't want to interrupt the scene too much. So I just want to throw that out while I was thinking about it. I'll probably come back to that if there's better lineups later. Very generally, that's how I'm feeling. Yo, he's cooking! After howling, Kinzo choked once again. Genji set the tray and the glass down and patted his master's back. Genji's facial expression did not change. It was always like this. After his almost deranged outbursts of the past few minutes settled down, Kinzo regained his composure once more. The way his attitude changed was like seeing two different people, a wild Kinzo and a composed Kinzo, living together inside one body. He would really be completely hammered on absinthe. Bro, I bet Dustbox Zarathustra is one of the books in his study.
最後にとするコインがあるならば、それを悪魔たちのルーレットに託してみたい。魔法の力はいつもかけるリスクで決まる。日本古来の呪術である牛の国参りがそうであろう。7日間儀式を目撃されてはならないというリスクを支払うからこそ魔力が宿る。困難なリスクが生じれば生じるほどに魔力は強く生じるのだ。神話に登場する数々の奇跡は天文学的リスクに奇跡的な低確率を得て成就した驚愕すべき魔力の結晶なのだと言える。
Did I call him something else again? Anyways.
Whoa!
Wow, he loves going against Christianity, dude.
蹂躙の計りに乗せられ軍勢によって航海に追い詰められた絶体絶命のリスクが奇跡の魔力を生んだのだ。同じことが同じ規模で繰り返されようとも再び海が割れることはないだろう。なぜならモーゼは力ある者たちのルーレットのアソーギナユタをかけたよりも多く存在する目の中に一つだけ刻まれた奇跡を見事引き寄せることができたからだ。その天文学的確率に勝利できる力。
I've seen that before. Let me look at this in the Grimoire. Asogi and Natura are very large ancient Japanese numbers. Modern Japanese are more likely to express numbers of this size using the powers of 10, just like Western. The English counting system expresses numbers upon using thousands-based system, but Japanese use a system of 10,000s instead, which makes converting quite confusing. From 1 all the way up to Nayuta, it goes Ichiman Oku Cho Kei Gai for 10,000, 100 million. Oh, that's interesting. From about here, the numbers are not common knowledge. Jojo, so whatever, all these. I'm not going to read all these. Up to Nayuta. And it's Nayuta and Asogi. Oh, so these last two. 100 septicillion and 1 novem decillion. Understood. Multiply together, Asogi and Nayuta give a number so large that it doesn't even have a Japanese name.
そう、奇跡をつかみ取る運気はすなわち魔力なのだ。強大な魔力を得るためには絶望的なリスクを背負わねばならぬ。魔力持たぬ者はそれを賭けでなく自暴自棄と呼ぼう。しかし、
Did I miss a sub? I did miss a sub 5 minutes ago. Oh, I noticed it, but I was in the middle of talking. Thank you, Selena, for the sub, for the resubscription 4 months. Appreciate you, Selena. Thank you. There we go. Popped right back in. Chat, you can always bug me if I miss something like that. I wanna like shout out people that do that. Especially if they're on YouTube, because again, I don't see the YouTube members right now. So do let me know. Anyways.
もしも私にその魔力があるならば、私はその奇跡をつかみ取るだろう。生涯を費やした願いを実現できるだろう。
Kinzo looked up at the sky outside the window. He spread his arms as if appealing to someone up in the sky.
もし私にその奇跡を手にする資格があったなら、おー、ベアトリーチェ、お前の愛くるしい笑顔をもう一度だけ見せてくれ。
Dude, what happened? Did he just get hammered and ran into the woods? Like what provoked this? Oh my goodness.
ただお前の美少が見たい。それだけだ。お前から授かったものをすべて返そう。あの日からの栄光をすべてお前に返そう。 富も名誉も黄金もいらぬ。お前に授かったすべてを返そう。
Fortune, prestige, gold.
私はただお前の美少が見たいだけなのだ。ご賞だ、ベアトリーチェ。
YouTube chat is working. His nonsensical yells segued into a scream and then into a wail. Kinzo crumpled onto the floor and clawed at it with both hands. Genji had no choice but to wordlessly watch over his master's lament. We're cutting away. I mean, honestly, it's probably just him looping that for the next like 10 minutes. So I understand. I understand cutting away.
具合が優れられないとのことだ。せっかくこうして1年ぶりの会合に集まってくれた諸君と昼食を共にできないことを非常に残念にしておられた。ゴーダ、ランチを始めてくれ。
かしこまりました。それでは本日の昼食を始めさせていただきます。
南條先生、そんなにお父様のお具合は悪いの？せめて顔くらい見せてくれてもいいわよね。
体調というよりは機嫌ですな。
Dang, Nando's actually reporting it.
つける薬がありませんので。
That's funny. Yo, he's pissed, dude. I can't do nothing about him being that mad.
秋のクソ忙しい時期にスケジュール都合してご機嫌伺いに来てるんだ。
Rudolph, you brought your wife. What else are you busy with?
よかったじゃないか、ルドルフ。ご機嫌は伺えたんだ。それとも不機嫌な親父殿を私に代わりお前が説得して連れてきてくれるのかね。
まさか。
Rudolph shrugged. Apparently, even though Rudolph seemed to resent the way his father did whatever he pleased, he'd rather avoid seeing his face if he could help it. Dude, this is 100% a bird. Like, looking at these two, like, next to each other. Like, beak, wing, tail, booty. Yeah.
夕食までにはその機嫌治りそうなの？クラウス兄さん。
そんなことは知らんよ。親父殿に直接聞いてみるといい。もっとも声をかけない方が機嫌の治りは早いと思うがね。
源氏さんだけだよ。じい様の機嫌を直せるのは。情けないぜ。自分の親の機嫌を使用に直させるんだからね。Dude, she's about to get mad at you again. Your mom. Oh, your dad did this time. She'd planned for her complaint to be heard only by her cousins, but had reached even Krause's ears. Scolded, Jessica scowled and turned away, sulking.
機嫌がうんぬんってことは病状はそんな悪くないんじゃねえの？元気がないってんならともかく機嫌が悪いってのは少なくとも気はしっかりしてる証拠だぜ。
おじい様は特に強い気力をお持ちだからね。でも体が必ずしもそれに伴えるとは限らないよ。去年からずっと余命3ヶ月って言われ続けてる。最初の診断が正しいならおじい様は気力だけで流らえてるってことになる。気遣ってあげないといけないよ。
Lunch started with the family head seat still empty. The man who should have been sitting there was already old, and the brilliant glory which had rebuilt the Oshiramiya family in a single lifetime was slowly being forgotten. Well, like spat on, kinda, but like maybe justly. Nobody seemed to feel comfortable when the meal began with that seat still empty. Oh, wait, does that mean I get to eat my food? I want to eat with them. Ow. Ow. Yo, why'd you hit me, Battler? We cut to like 30 minutes later, 15 minutes later, 5 minutes later. How long was that? An hour? An hour later. The Oshiramiya Family Conference is held once every year. It took place on the first weekend of October. I think it's been like an hour and a half. If a normal family were to use a pretentious name like Family Conference, you'd expect it to be nothing more than a reunion of rarely seen relatives who greet each other surrounded by buckets of sushi. Buckets of sushi? However, in the Oshiramiya family, where the sons and siblings are lent great fortunes, and only those that achieve success in business are considered adults, it literally was a conference. How much of the fortune was invested? What kind of business was conducted? How much was earned? As a result, how much of the fortune borrowed from the main family could be repaid? Debt. This is interesting. This is a really interesting foundation of a story. I don't know where this story's going, but like, this is cool. Or alternatively, how much would be borrowed for future business ventures? What lessons had they learned, and what could they learn from their mistakes? It seems that topics like these had been discussed very seriously in the past. My dad called it a bed of nails. Apparently, it used to be a very serious family meeting, where one would commonly be showered with harsh and angry voices, and even get slapped in the face despite being well past the age for it. However, that was all a thing of the past. By now, everyone had achieved success in their own independent business ventures, and it was on the road to becoming a normal yearly get-together. Even so, being asked by grandfather about the current state of play was an extremely stress-inducing event. I don't know if is this just straight up narrator right now? This might just be straight up narrator right now, which is kind of notable. This painting is just a forest river. Okay. And while to us grandchildren, it was nothing more than a simple meeting, to our parents, it was still a real stomachache. The absence of the man responsible for all this, whatever the reason behind it, must surely have made today's lunch even more delicious. The phrase, when the cat is away, the mice will play, comes to mind. Well then, let me introduce Jessica's father, whose face I haven't seen for 6 years. Okay, so we are Battler. Okay. Battler is just breaking it down for us. Okay, thanks, Battler. The man sitting to my dad's... So it's probably always Battler for immediate future, unless we have, like, a big, obvious change. I need to just lock that in my head. The man sitting to my dad's left is his older brother and the father of Jessica, Uncle Kraus. This name sure is easy to read. Kraus. After so many weird names, it warps your sense of what's normal, and you start to think, hey, what's wrong with Kraus? Sounds pretty cool, actually. Just like with Aunt Natsuhi, I don't have many memories of speaking with Uncle Kraus. He had never been one to talk to children, and I felt like he was always talking with the adults, just like Aunt Natsuhi. From the way my dad talked about him, it seems that he used to be a pretty spiteful and unreasonable person. If what Dad said is true, he used to be very domineering as the oldest sibling, and was hated by Auntie Eva, Auntie Rosa, and the rest of the family. Odd, considering they're all having fun chatting together. Well, I guess even if their relationship was bad when they were children, sometimes when people grow up and go their separate ways, their relationship changes. That's probably what this is. After all, they all have children of about the same age. Since they share similar family environments, they probably all profit by exchanging opinions. Maybe because of that, the parent circle had been deep in conversation for a while now about the exams Jessica and I are going to be taking. I like the word profit here. It makes it sound like transactional, which very much fits with like the business-ness of this family. You know? They profit by exchanging opinions, right? It's not like they enjoy each other's company. They profit by exchanging opinions. Jessica, in order to escape the discussion of exams with the old bastard sitting on her left, was purposefully facing to the right, firing off topic after topic as to not giving him an opening. Nanjo, you're kind of cute. Don't you look like you would be a good plushie? I feel like you'd be a good plushie, Nanjo. I forgot to read. Well, let me read this. Moving on, let's look at the end opposite from Uncle Kraus and the others. And then let me look at the character thing. We're probably about to get Kraus right here. Did I read Genji already? Yeah. Did I read Kraus already? Oh wait, what have I read? The aged family, brimming with energy despite only having a short time to live, a massive vast fortune, but has never made any announcement about his inheritance, which worries his children. Strongly influenced by the West and a rabid fan of the occult, his study is packed with mysterious grimoires. Kraus, Kinzo's first child. What are these shoes? No laces, no nothing, just dress shoes. I guess they got heel. I guess it's fine. But like, what does it match with on your outfit, you know? Like this, at least there's the idea of the tie, right? I kind of frick with the tie, but this, I mean, not even Kinzo is. Just kidding. Kinzo is rocking it. He got this thing on his leg. 1, 2, 3. He's got 3. He's got 2. You have 2. You have 2, or maybe even 3. You have 1. Okay, I won't read it. I won't read into it. Kinzo's first child leads the family's conference. The other siblings suspect he plans to claim the entire family fortune for himself, and the antagonism between him and the others grows increasingly severe. Real estate investor, he has put a vast amount of money into the development of a resort. However, his results have been harshly criticized. 2 gold in, 1 gold out, is what Kinzo said. In the very last seat of the table, an old gentleman with a sturdy physique sat facing Kirei-san. Sturdy physique. Crazy wordage. Umineko is capitalist propaganda. Whoa. I would like to be shrunk down and squish Nanjo's neck folds. Why do you want to be shrunk down for that? Do you want to, like, be placed in his neck folds and be, like, squished by them? Or do you just want to shrink down so that there's, like, relatively more meat to work with? Because if you're smaller, it's, you know... I don't agree or disagree, right? It's the mark of an educated man to be able to entertain a position without accepting it. Shout out Socrates. Smile. Understood. In the very last seat of the table, a man with a sort of... This is my first time meeting him. I'd only just been introduced to him, but it seems that he's grandfather's personal doctor, a man named called Nanjo. Apparently, he used to own a huge clinic on the nearby Nijima Island, but he turned it over to his son and then began living a life of leisure in his old age. He's known grandfather since the very beginning when the mansion was first constructed on this island, and they have a history going back several decades. I thought he might be grandfather's companion in his suspicious hobbies, but surprisingly, it seems that he's grandfather's chess partner. I see, that kind of hobby does seem very like our grandfather, with his love of Western style. Dude, I've been playing chess recently, actually. I was playing, some, games against bots, yesterday. I probably played for, 2 hours. It was pretty fun. You could probably also call him the only person able to enter Rokkenjima who is neither a family member nor a servant. From listening in on his conversation with the woman folk seated near him, he gave the impression of a calm old gentleman. Considering he's managed to put up with our short-tempered grandfather for so long, I'm sure his big heart is nothing to laugh at. What elo? I haven't played enough to have an elo. I played against the circus bots in chess.com, and so I beat the contortionist on my first go, and I think they were 1200, but it's a bot, so who knows. And then I lost to the one that was a step up, which was 1800. I blundered a bishop and then just lost from there. And then I did a bunch of checkmate puzzles because I'm really bad at seeing mate. That's what I learned. I think I've considering the very little amount of time I've spent on chess, I think my opening and principles are okay. But I cannot see checkmates right now. And I can't see a lot of tactics either. I know what the tactics are, but I just don't spot them very, very well at all. Still, even if he is his doctor, having someone from outside the Oshiromiya family attending the family conference is a little odd. From that fact, I imagine that grandfather's condition has grown much worse. And it may even be one of the major topics of discussion at the family conference. George Aniki was just saying it too. For the past year, grandfather had been continually pronounced as having very little time left to live. It's awful to talk about, but grandfather is an extremely rich man. At the time of his death, his wealth will suddenly be released along with our parents' stomach acid, surely leading to some serious ulcers. With this kind of thing, the greater the numbers of ways it must be split, the more trouble it will be caused splitting it. This kind of talk would probably also be included in the family conference. Oh yeah, chess is crazy. I saw Jinxie play it, and then I was like, wait, I haven't played chess in a while. And then I watched some Gotham chess videos, and then I played a little bit. Gotham chess has been my my YouTube of choice for the last 3 days. Wait, what day is it? Tuesday? For the last 2 days. This kind of talk would probably also be included in the family conference. Oh well, it's not like it has anything to do with us children. Right, yeah, this has nothing to do with us children. Battler, do you hear yourself? You're part of the family, dude. Your dad and your stepmom are part of the people that are, gonna be fighting for wealth, dude. This got everything to do with you, Battler. What do you mean? Finally, even though he's absent, let me introduce our grandfather. The person who should be sitting in the seat of honor is Oshiromiya Kinzo. It really sucks. He gave everyone else in this family all these weird names, but he himself uses one which is conservative as all hell. You have his book? Oh, that's fun. Yeah. He talked about his book a little bit. If only his name were written with those same characters for gold and vault. But he let us call him Goldsmith or something. That'd be totally awesome. As you can probably gather from all the talk about him, he's a frightening person with an extremely short temper. Because I'm just his grandkid and haven't met him since I was in elementary school 6 years ago, I don't remember ever having been beaten by him. But it seems that our parents were raised with an iron fist. That earlier conversation between my dad and Uncle Kraus about who should go try to convince grandfather to come out seems oddly funny if you take this into account. I don't know if funny is the word. In order to tell grandfather's story... Whoa! Production value increase? Grandfather's story, you have to take yourself all the way back to before the Showa era, 1926 to 1989, to recount the tale of the Oshiromiya family. Holy shit, this is intense. Wait, when do we get to eat food? Did we skip the meal? I wanted to eat a little bit of Noki. A little Noki break before we get lore dump. Oh, frick. My cheese has gotten crusty. It's hardened. It's still good, but it's not droopy and wet on my Noki. Still tasty though. Let's take a bit. Let's see. We've been going for about 3 hours. Let's take a dedicated little break real quick. I might go pee too. To see how we're doing. Maybe I just BRB to eat a little bit. I don't know. I'm kind of fun with eating on camera though. I don't really care. But yeah, let's I do need to pee a little bit, so we'll treat that. We'll do this real quick. Bro, I didn't have time to eat before stream. I've been working, bro. I woke up, worked till 4:30, went downstairs, made a bunch of Noki, came upstairs, set up the stream stuff, and it was exactly 5 p.m. And then I had to click start. I literally didn't have the time today to eat. It was just brutal. Umineko mukbang. Agreed. You like it wet and droopy? Agreed. This is interesting so far. I'm still like, curious which direction we're gonna go. Like, Battler doesn't have a direction right now. Right? Like, I think the big things are like the weather problem. I forget what they called it. There's like a hurricane or a tempest or a cyclone or something that's gonna come in and maybe trap them at the island for longer. I think that's gonna be a big thing. Good night, well to play. Good night, good night. I think that's gonna be a big thing, and then obviously the witch stuff is pretty big, and then the inheritance. It's like inheritance, witch stuff with supernatural, and then the like literal environmental factor of being trapped here, and then family drama as well. We got family drama, supernatural problems, which like it's cool because Maria also has like a Marie has like a connection into that. Family drama, which Battler's a really good example of, and the other thing I said that I forgot. Typhoon, okay. I do like tofu. Are you busy after stream? After stream, I'm probably gonna crash. Because I will have been like, if you count streaming as working, which I think is fair to a degree, then I will have been like quote unquote working for like 11 hours straight, you know? So I'll probably just go to sleep after stream. We'll see though. Depends when I end. Okay, let me go hit the bathroom. I'll be right back, chat. Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna do the Limbus thing, we'll see. I've just been super busy. Alright. Let's keep cooking. Let's keep cooking. Okay. Until the Meiji and Taisho eras, the Oshiromiya family was great and prosperous. They owned several spinning mills and were very wealthy people who merely had to fall about laughing while the money rolled in. Incidentally, grandfather, as a member of a branch family, originally had nothing to do with the main family. Distantly separated from the head's inheritance, he apparently had very little involvement with the head house. However, during the Great Kanto earthquake in 1923, the mansion owned by the Ushiromiya main family in Odawa was flattened. Tricky sleeve digging for the pharaoh. The spinning mills in Tokyo were all burned down in a huge fire. Oh, wow. Wait, flattened? Oh, earthquake. Okay, sorry. The earthquake was... Okay, earthquake killed the mansion, and it was burned down. The spinning mills. And the Oshiromiya family lost most of its wealth and family members in an instant. And family members? It then became a matter of who would become the heir to the main family, and as it turned out, none were left except for Kinzo, who was as far removed from the main family line as they come. Kinzo himself later said that it was such good luck, and it was as though fate itself had been turned upside down. With that, grandfather's ordinary life did a 180. He was entrusted with reviving the wealth that the dying Oshiromiya family had almost completely lost. Of course, just because you suddenly dump a task on someone doesn't mean that they can do squat to accomplish it. I doubt the people around him were expecting much. But this is where grandfather began to display his extraordinary talent and good luck. Speaking of chess. What can we do here? We have this, which then gets taken by this. Okay. We have this work. Okay. I wonder what good positions are. I kind of feel like... No, but the bishop can just take here. I was kind of thinking like move knight here and then knight here to fork it, but then the bishop just takes. And this rook can like put you into check, but like then it just blocks with the bishop or moves. But I guess that denies castling, right? But not that that matters at this point. I don't really know enough about this, I'm gonna be honest. Or like, ooh, I wonder if there's ever a world you... Like, if we can get this pawn to move somehow, then... Oh, it could be white's move. I'm thinking from black's position, right? But think about how cool this would be. This pawn moves up, move the bishop here, the black bishop here, puts you into check, and then it opens this line, and so you have to do something to get out of check, and then your rook takes. Oh, but you couldn't because the king could go here to protect the rook. I don't know how to do chess, bro. I'm not good enough. But this is where grandfather began to display his extraordinary talent and good luck. Grandfather used all of the family funds and everything from the hair on his head to his toenails as collateral to borrow a massive amount of money. Created a gigantic supply of funds and immediately started a business. It was like tumbling down a hill on a bike without any brakes. Brad thinks he's cooking. Black rook to the right, check. Black bishop to take white knight. I don't think I understand that. Black bishop to take what? Like this? I'm expecting that I guess... I don't know. Anyways. And then jumping onto a neighboring bike and then another one. Just like some crazy street performance. Probably anyone would have thought that grandfather had no business ability. But with an unbelievable amount of good luck and miracles, with coincidences piling up and every chance taken advantage of, before anyone knew it, he had forged powerful connections with the Allied forces. At the time, MacArthur and the GHQ were in charge of Japan. Oh, jeez. Grandfather, in a twinkle of the eye, began succeeding in business under the protection of the occupying forces, quickly becoming very rich. At this point, it was no longer luck but information that won the day. If takes, then takes, then takes, then takes. He must have made some seriously thick connections with the occupying forces. Grandfather knew about the emergency demands that would be made for the Korean War before they happened. No, more than that, he must have foreseen these special procurements and started penetrating those markets from the very beginning. History textbooks say that all of Japan made a large profit off the emergency demands for the Korean War, but that wasn't the case in reality. Only a very limited number of the super rich played the money game and made an easy profit, like always. Most of the citizens remained poor. In other words, grandfather was an extremely lucky member of this group of winners. This all happened during the year 1950, I think. What's notable about this is that he profited by basically, like, taking a massive risk, massive gamble, which lines up with the magic thing he was talking about earlier, where the more powerful magic happens, the bigger the risk you took. So that mentality lines up with him going out on a big risk by taking a lot of loans. But then also he profited off of a war, right? I am planning to watch ReZero, yeah. That should be exciting. Yeah. Episode 1 drops tomorrow. And him profiting off of a war is like, it's like a little bit blood money. It tastes like a little bit bloody, you know? And that has like moral or like ethical implications that might be thematically important. This all happened during the year 1950, I think. And since the year of the Great Kanto earthquake was in 1923, that means Grandfather was able to revive the near-dead Oshiramiya family to a level even higher than it had been before, in the span of only 20 to 30 years. Okay, let me write a little bit of this down. Revived family wealth through shrewd and risky business after earthquake and fire ruined the family. He was also a very distant part of the family and the only survivor. That's crazy work. That is crazy work. Okay. Boop. With that, you'd think he would revive the main family in Odawara. But for some reason, he went and did something as crazy as buying an entire small island in the Izu archipelago. Buying an entire island is not something you can ordinarily do today. However, Grandfather was clever. He contacted the GHQ and applied for the establishment of a marine resource base. He acquired this island as a business property and then reneged on it and claimed it as his own plot of land. Wait, did I? Oh, there it is. The music cut back in. After the war, there were prevention measures against food shortages, and furthermore, he had the opportunity of the GHQ, which meant that nobody could oppose him. It seems that Tokyo provided the land for next to no money at the time. Tokyo later made repeated complaints for the land to be returned, but not much could be done due to the involvement of the GHQ, even though they'd been pushed into it. No doubt he bribed everyone there was to bribe. In the end, the city gave up in frustration. Grandfather, with considerable skill and blessed with good luck, managed to weather the stormy seas of that period, obtaining a vast fortune in his own island. Of course, it wasn't all luck. He was skilled with English, and this was cultivated by his Western obsession. It was by using that as a weapon that he was able to make inroads into the GHQ. A mansion was immediately built on the island. That would be this mansion. Grandfather, who had always loved the West, made this once uninhabited island, Rokkenjima, a canvas upon which he could realize his dreams to his heart's content. So he... Let me reread a little bit of this. Because this is a lot of information. With the Allied forces. The Allied forces. And this was between 1923 and 1950. So this would have been during World War II, right? And so, I might have to double check that. Let me double check. When was World War II? 1939 to 1945. Okay, yeah. So this was during World War II that he was like doing this. And also, I find it very strange that he had powerful connections to Allied forces as a Japanese person. Because Japanese was Axis, right? Allies were like, I should double check this just because it's important, I guess. Japanese was Axis. Japan in World War II. Key Axis power, yeah. Yeah, just double checking. So, and yeah, so he was connected with the America and like Britain and whatever, which makes sense because he has all the Western influence. The important thing I'm trying to highlight by pointing that out is I wonder if that's seen as a betrayal of Japan or something, right? Because he was getting like allied with the Allied powers up to 1950, when then he was able to like be really helpful in the Korean War and make a lot of money off the Korean War. So yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. I'm gonna write that down. Oh my goodness, there's so much to write down. There's so much going on. Close with the... I'm just typing so bad today. With the Allies during World War II Betrayal of Japan, question mark? Okay. Because when we're talking about, like, family and, like, perhaps, like, tradition and, you know, saving a Japanese family name from, like, destruction, it is interesting that it's done off of the back of collaboration with, like, a Japanese enemy, is what I'm taking from this. So that's really interesting. Although I'm kind of, what is the GHQ? Maybe I'm confused on what the GHQ is. Should I look up? Well, I'm kind of scared to look up the GHQ because I feel like I might get spoiled. Contract of the GHQ. What the frick is the GHQ? MacArthur and the GHQ. Maybe this was just after the Allied came in. Is the idea that, like, Allied came in, win the war, and then, like, put in the GHQ in MacArthur, whatever that means. And then he was very, like, close with them in, like, the rebuilding process. You won't get spoiled? Okay, let me just look up GHQ. GHQ. Yeah, I wasn't sure if it was, like, a new thing. GHQ Japan. General Headquarters in Japan, U.S.-led occupation authority from 1945 to 1952. Okay, yeah. So he was close with the Allied... What do you even call it? Like, the Allied forces coming in and taking control of Japan. He got close with them and then used those connections to save his family. But it's ironic, it's, like, deeply ironic, that he brings his destroyed family, like a Japanese family, back from the brink of ruin, or, like, from ruin, kind of more literally, through aligning with, like, Japanese enemies, depending on how you look at it. I feel like that's an insane element that is really pressing on a nerve for, like, family tradition and whatnot. So, wanted to make sure I have that, like, squared. Cool. Okay. He bribed everyone that there was to bribe, and then they gave up. Wait, did I miss some of that? Wait. Tokyo provided the land for next to no money at the time. They later made complaints about the land, but not much could be done due to the involvement of the GHQ, even though they've been pushed into it. Well, this is crazy. Wait, so maybe that's like the, like, I'm thinking like even back to the Shinto thing that got destroyed. The Torii, I think that's Shinto, right? The Torii that, like, got struck by lightning. I mean, it's like, there's almost like a colonization thing going on, right? Where he comes in and takes this island that Tokyo wants back. Tokyo mentioned. We need to find Tokyo. He comes in and takes this island that Tokyo wants back for super cheap, with the benefit of, like, ancestral enemies of Japan, the GHQ, who are the current, like, people watching over it. Yeah, and I feel like that, you know, is really interesting. It's like lightly colonize-y, which is super weird because of the context. Lightly colonization coded with inhabiting the island which Tokyo wanted back. Okay. Grandfather, who had always loved the West, made this one uninhabited island, Rokkenjima, a canvas upon which he could realize his dreams to his heart's content. Yes, business. What do you mean? My family comes here for family conferences once a year. Low-key, that's probably why those conferences happen, is just because it's like part of a requirement to make it a business thing officially. That, like, high key could be like the rationale behind it, right? The Western mansion that he had always imagined, overflowing with emotion, the beautiful garden where various roses had been planted, and a private beach where nobody other than himself would ever be permitted to leave a footprint. To have this much would be every man's dream. You think I dream of land? You know what I dream of? That's what I dream of. The worm. The worm. I love the worm. Okay. After that, making good use of his huge fortune, he became a large stockholder in the extremely stable iron and steel industry, and was able to live an easy and comfortable life just using the dividends. Well, he's just that incredible. This kind of person normally gets portrayed after the fact as having the ability to foresee and predict the future or something. But Grandfather denies all of that, repeatedly saying that he was simply blessed with extraordinary luck. Anyway, even a lord like that, with all of his dreams made real, can't help but grow increasingly odd when locked up alone on an island. Everyone knows that he's been obsessed with the West for a very long time, but none of our parents... Bro, he's like he's like a weeaboo, but for the Western world. Whoa! But none of our parents really knows when his bizarre black magic hobby began. Perhaps his love of black magic began way back when he became fascinated with the West, or possibly his miraculous stretch of good luck, which allowed him to revive the family, caused him to feel a mysterious power in himself. At some point, grandfather began to make the research of black magic his life's work, filling his study up with suspicious books, chemicals, and magical items as he became increasingly bizarre. These being the few remaining years of a person successful in life, those around him warmly watched over him, feeling the time was his to spend as he pleased, or so I hear, but no way in hell that's true. They probably were just driven away, thinking, that's disturbing, I don't want to get involved. Wait, with what? Okay. Well, that war-torn period was a time for big gambles, with both opportunities and risks. I'd like to see grandfather do so well if he'd been born in this time period. He would have had no opportunities, and would probably have advanced like a chess piece from mandatory education to college at a leisurely pace. Like a pawn. Never becoming more than an average company employee. Westaborough. That's funny. If that had happened, he'd probably be sitting here with the rest of us, regaling us with his tales of his shitty boss. No, not here. In the dining hall of a mansion. We might have been around a table at some bar. If that were the case, I'm sure this would have been a more comfortable family conference. Alright, that's enough talk about the old geezer who won't pop off. More importantly, let's talk about this incredible lunch! Oh, now I can eat some snacks! Now I can eat some snacks. Bro, Goto did kind of cook on this Noki, I'm not gonna lie. He went crazy on this.
おいおいよせよバトラー育ちがバレちまうだろうが
Everyone let out a big laugh. Damn it, you say that even though you love these cheap pubs.
僕も仕事の都合で珍しいところで食事をすることもあるけど、それらと比べてもこれはかなりのものだよ。ゴーダさんは多分その道じゃ少しは知られた人だったんじゃないかな。
Yeah, Goda, George is right. You're great at cooking.
知らねえんだけどよ。老舗ホテルでのれん分けだか派閥の分裂だかややこしいことがあってよ。そのトラブルでやめざるを得なくなっちまったんだってさ。
The Grand Budapest Hotel? It reminds me of that, Jessica.
お袋が使用人の求人を出してたわけなんだよ。
As Goda cleared away the empty plates, he began to recount his own eventful past. No, don't take it, don't take it. Oh.
世の中というのは難しいものです。
Goda, I wasn't finished with that. Oh.
しかしそのおかげでこうして今日後ろ宮家で再び料理人として腕を振るう機会を賜ることができました。大勢の方の笑顔も嬉しいですが、お仕えすると決めた限られた方々にだけ喜んでいただくために繊細なお仕事ができるのもとても楽しいことでございます。これもすべて機会をくださった奥様のおかげです。
Goda-san respectfully bowed his head toward Aunt Natsuhi.
応募のあった中でゴーダが一番腕が良かったからです。客観的判断に基づくもので市場はありませんので感謝には及びません。
You know what? I bet Natsuhi likes Goda and doesn't like the two kid servants, the two 16-year-olds, because just like her, they're people that have to be here like work on merit, right? She's here managing all this stuff and got no bloodline connection, and she's having to lock the frick in. And so she probably respects Goda, who is like seemingly just somebody who is here because of merit and talent, and she probably like sees herself in him a bit, and then doesn't see that in the two kids who are presumably here for other reasons, who aren't that talented and were like born into this position in some form. It's probably part of the respect. Like it goes to her own relationship with the family and how it's like she's like projecting onto them. Oh man, why does Aunt Natsuhi always have to speak so frankly? If only she spoke more gently, she might give off a different impression. Shannon-chan and Kumasawa-san entered from the hallway with a serving cart.
失礼いたします。
それでは本日のデザートに移らせていただきます。
Goda-san and the others laid out the beautifully adorned dessert. I guess it's true when they say you have another stomach for desserts. I thought that being fed all that delicious food had totally filled me up, but as soon as I laid eyes on the dessert, my stomach started yelling, "More! More!" I don't know much about desserts, but this looked really good. A white pudding-like substance was garnished with 2 shades of red sauce. and elegant rose petals adorn the dish. Maybe like, not like creme brulee, but like, the pudding makes me think creme brulee, but minus the like burning. When you dine on such magnificent food as this, first it is distributed in front of everybody, and then the chef takes a moment to extol the virtues of his creation. Until he has finished, as a rule, you don't touch the food. However, Maria, who had no experience with these ceremonious rules, got excited by this beautiful and delicious-looking dessert and jumped into the fray as soon as it was placed before her. Auntie Rosa scolded her, calling it bad manners, but George responded by saying, now, it's alright. Okay, George, low-key, we gotta teach her manners. Alright, George, what do you mean coming in? George, this is kind of crazy from you. Oh, Tricky Dick for the photo. Did I say that 20 minutes ago? Anyways, thank you. I think I did, lol. Sorry. Anyways. Like, George, wait. Yeah, George, you're not, wait. Rosa is her mom, right? That's Maria's mom? Oh my goodness, I'll get the names down eventually. This is Rosa. Yeah. George really got in the way, like, interposed himself between Rosa talking to her child. Yo, George, you don't gotta, like, come in and be, like, parenting. Let her parent, dude. It's fine. Oh, there we go. Look. Nanjo Teramasa. Kinzo's attending physician and longtime friend. Once ran a hospital in Nijima, but turned it over to his son and now enjoys his old age in peace. One of the very few people that Kinzo trusts now that he's held captive by an unrelenting suspicion of others. Big-hearted by nature, he has maintained a long friendship with Kinzo, unperturbed by his tendency to fly into a rage at the slightest provocation. Maria. The wrong one. Maria exclaimed as she sampled the two colored sauces. Apparently the two sauces were one sweet and one sour. Despite it being bad manners, I also stuck my little finger in and licked it. Dude. Whoa, one of them was sour enough to make you pucker up. If it were yellow, I'd have suspected lemon, but I couldn't guess what kind of sourness would be red. Red 40? I decided to ask Shannon, who's putting away the serving cart behind us.
Shannon-chan,
oh, don't ask her. She doesn't know anything, dude. Oh my goodness. Shannon-chan hesitated to speak. Maybe she was just setting the table and doesn't really know. She's hesitating a bit much for that, though. Did I ask something wrong? Or did they use something that we'd be better off not knowing about? While Aunt Natsuhi acted as though she had a headache, Kumasawa-san, who was sitting the other side of the table, began to laugh with a
何の材料を使っていると思いますか? 驚きますよ。
全然わかんねえぜ。というか、
I am excited for
熊沢の
my
ばあさんが
Umineko
そういう笑い
adventure.
方すると不気味でならねえぜ。で、何なんだよ、正体は。
I do really like the OST. It's very easy to listen to continually. Dude, what was that one song in Higurashi that like kept playing? What was it? I kept calling it like the Mario song or something. What was it? Or like the Mario like desert song or something. And it kept playing over and over. I don't know the name of it. I have no idea the name. I just remember there was one that I called, it sounded like specifically something, and it was driving me, I don't think it was driving me crazy, but it was like, oh my goodness. This, though, is just nice and gentle. It's so gentle on my ears. It's relaxing. Kumasawa-san leaned from the other side of the table. She asked to borrow my ears, so I leaned forward too. Their interest caught. Jessica, George, Aniki, and, of course, Maria also put their ears closer.
この酸っぱいのはですね、実はお魚のサバの絞り汁ですよ。
Ew! Don't be ridiculous, we all thought, horrified. Only Maria accepted it, nodding with a,
サバは酸っぱいよ。絞ったらこうなる。
Oh, chat, can I look at the trophies? Or no? Because that's something I noticed on the menu. When Maria started clamoring that mackerels were sour, the adults were unable to contain their laughter. Auntie Rosa said to Maria in a small voice while turning red. Ah, now I remember it perfectly. Kumasawa-san was always this kind of a character, wasn't she? I think I remember her tricking me about all kinds of things when I was young as well. Amongst all of them, the most painful must have been that one. That flimsy black stuff you get in Chinese food. Kikuruge mushrooms. Trophies were just something to get sent to your PS3. She told me it was penguin meat, and I went all around school like a smartass telling everyone, didn't I? Oh wait, so is she trolling? This is just troll? Vinegared mackerel. Wait, is that different than normal mackerel? What is vinegared mackerel? I don't know, man. I think she's trolling. She's trolling. Okay. Okay. You are a troublesome lady, Chiyo. Oh ho ho ho.
今からゴーダさんがソースの正体を教えてくれますからね。
Goda-san looked a little put out from having his masterpiece laughed at in such a strange way, but after clearing his throat once, he introduced the dessert to us.
それではデザートのご説明をさせていただきます。本日はご来賓の皆様が大層お気に入りでございましたバラの庭園にちなみましてパンナコッタをローズガーデン風に仕上げてみました。
More music unlocks. Oh, and like the menu thing? Gotcha, gotcha.
散らしてございますバラの花びらは当家の庭園より先ほど採取してきたものでございます。
Maria only eats vinegared mackerel, which is sour, while regular mackerel isn't. Oh, okay. Chad, this is too elite. This is too elite of a joke for me. I don't know what mackerel tastes like. What the frick is a mackerel? It's a fish. What does vinegar taste like? Is vinegar sour? Guys, I'm lost. I eat McDonald's, dude. I eat McDonald's and I eat my Noki. Talk about it. Strawberry and rose hip. Oh, rose hip sourness. I didn't know roses were sour. What's a rose hip?
なお花びらは観賞用となっておりますので、避けてからお召し上がりくださいませ。それではどうぞお楽しみください。
Ah, man, I almost want to applaud before I've even eaten it. Not making it to Rokkenjima. Bro, I'm gonna be putting it up to Rokkenjima ASAP, dude. You know why I'm gonna be putting up to Rokkenjima? Oh man, the only one to marry is Jessica. That's the only single one. Low-key, I get to be the matriarch or the patriarch of Oshiramiya family. Low-key, I'm marrying Jessica. She's 18. It's fine. I get to be the king of the castle. Oh, but I'm probably gonna get freaking murdered if I'm the king of the castle. Wait, low-key? Right here? What if Kinzo looked like this? Like right here. This is Kinzo. Am I onto something? Rosa's sitting right there. I forgot about Rosa. I'm gonna be honest. Wait, you right? Yeah, Rosa. There we go. But Jessica, you get to be king of the castle. You know what I mean? Fermented fish can be sour or salty, but vinegar always makes things sour. Oh, okay. No arms or torso? Yes. Like a Goomba. Goomba Kinzo. I think we're onto something. It's like when you take medicine, you know? How it seems to work better when you've read the instructions. Thanks to Goda-san elaborating on the details of this dessert, I feel like he's knocked it up another notch. Seriously, should you call him meticulous or just talented? The dessert was probably planned from the beginning, but he took a cue from our stopping in front of the rose garden earlier today and displayed an incredibly timely awareness of the season by just adding a few rose petals from that garden. This combination of sweet and sour was also exquisite. If it was just sweet, you'd just get used to it and become bored halfway through. But by bringing in the sour sauce at that point, you get a really vivid taste. And then, once you return to the sweet sauce, all the sourness in your mouth is replaced with an enjoyable sweetness again. Like going from a hot to a cool pool. I'm sure everyone else felt the same way. Every time Goda-san passed by one of the seats, someone praised the taste in his creation. Hey. Wasn't your fantasy to be a servant just 1 hour ago? I can have multiple fantasies. You know what I mean? And hey, if Rosa wanted me to be her servant, I'm in.
お客様をおもてなしするに値します。
恐れ入ります。奥様、ご存知ですか？ローズヒップには頭痛に効く効果もあるそうですよ。
Oh?
奥様に特にお気に入りいただけるかと思い、特別にご用意させていただきました。
That's kind of sweet.
そう、ありがとう。
ほら言ったでしょ、夏日姉さん。ローズヒップは頭痛に効くって。
みたいね。効くといいんだけど。
ゴーダさん、 あんたには惚れるで。
Thanks,
な
Hideyoshi.
あ、後であんたの待遇を聞かせてや。無理なら、
Oh, right,
あん
he's
た
trying
の
to
欲
poach
しい
him.
年収、指立ててくれるだけでもええんやで。あんたの腕が、この島だけで独占されとるのは、人類の食文化に対する冒涜や。その腕、わしの会社で振るって、お客の皆さんを喜ばせてみる気は
Dude,
ない
it
か
is
の。
crazy.
秀吉さん。
Because we've gone at length about how like Hideyoshi's like accent is like a performance he puts on, and so now like when I'm reading this is so performative. You know what I mean? Having your talent monopolized by this small island is sacrilege to humanity's cooking culture. Wouldn't you be willing to display your talent to all the customers in my company? Oh, come on, Goda-san, I love you, man. Like, it's so, you know what I mean? That's crazy.
うちのゴーダを引き抜かれるのですか?
Good night, mate. Good night, good night.
これは困った。ゴーダの待遇をもっと良くしないと引き抜かれてしまいそうだ。
It's crazy.
そうした方がいいわね。じゃないと引き抜かれて、3食が熊沢さんのサバ料理にされちゃうわよ。
That's funny.
これは手厳しゅうございます。すっかり根に持たれてしまいまして。
Everyone let out a huge laugh. According to Jessica, Kumasawa-san's mackerel jokes were a type of running gag, and our parents had long since gotten used to it. Kumasawa-san often claimed that mackerel contained precious nutrients that could do things such as prevent aging and make people smarter. It seemed that while it couldn't stop the outward signs of aging, it helped prevent aging on the inside. Ah, that's why Kinzo's still alive. Since she was still healthy enough to tell these kinds of jokes at her age, that benefit must be the real thing.
それでは失礼いたします。夕食にはふるってたくさんのサバ料理をお召し上がりいただきますので、どうぞご
Dude,
期待く
Chio's
だ
the
さいま
jester
せ
of
ね。
the servants.
期待してるよ。
She's the personality
今晩は
hire.
しめ鯖でキュッとしゃれ込みたいぜ。
それは素敵ね。ついでに日本酒の美味しいのも出てこないかしら。
ええ、ございますよ。六軒島名物のサバ焼酎な
Oh,
るものがご
fish
ざいまして。
liquor? What are we talking about? That's funny. Kumasawa-san, together with Shannon-chan, bowed and pushed the serving cart away. Amusingly, Goda-san, who looked just as though his stock had been stolen from him, explained very seriously that tonight's dinner would actually be calf steak. Calf steak?
熊沢さん、さっきはありがとうございました。
As she pushed the serving cart, Shannon bowed her head very deeply.
なんもお礼を言われることなんてありません。
Oh, saved her from embarrassment, right? Kumasawa played dumb, but it was no accident that she had thrown Shannon a lifeline. Back when Battler had asked for the details of the dessert, Shannon had unfortunately hesitated. There may have been several ways to dodge the question, but all of them should have been delivered deftly. Shannon, who had hesitated when hard-pressed for a response, was always suffering because of this small weakness. True. If only Shannon, like Goda, had a little bit of the craftiness needed to carefully shake off a mistake, her days would be a little more comfortable. This weakness was especially unfortunate considering how flawlessly she could handle her work. Of course, there were those who well understood Shannon's meek nature and her inability to remember to gloss over her mistakes. Which is why Kumasawa came to her aid without hesitation.
さっき源氏さんが午後のシフトに変更があるとおっしゃってましたよ。確かシャノンさんは夕方までお休みがもらえたと思いました。
Go relax.
羨ましい。
Did it be so lonely on this island? Especially like as a 16-year-old, like you don't get to do anything. What do you even do when you're off? Just sit in your
オーブンでこれ
servant
からちょっ
quarters?
とサバを焼こうと思
Yeah,
って
okay,
るん
we can
です
chill
よ。
with the mackerel jokes. We're not in
で
front
き
of the
た
whole
ら
family.
お休みの前にちょっと手伝ってくれると嬉
Wait,
し
that's not a
いですね。
Oh, it's not a joke, my fault.
喜んでお手伝いさせていただきます。
To Shannon, Kumasawa was like a mother among the servants. Moonlit night. The dining hall needed to be cleaned up, so we were chased out. Instead, tea would be served in the parlor. It seemed that they would be preparing the black tea that Auntie Rosa had bought for Aunt Natsuhi. Maria insisted that she also wanted to drink the black tea, but was rejected by the old bastard who told her and the rest of us kids to go play outside. Lol.
バトラ君、みんなで表に散歩に行かないかい？
バラでも見に行ったらええ。でも天気には十分注意するんやで。空はまだ明るいが、天気予報はふるふると繰り返しちょる。
マリアは海がいい、海がいい。
あら素敵じゃない？砂浜で遊ぶなんて普段はなかなかできないものね。
そっか。よし。
No, no, not in these clothes. We have to get into like swimsuits, bro. We're gonna make such a mess of our nice clothes. Imagine sand mixed in with these outfits. Don't get your clothes sandy, dude. Yes, yes, or sandy.
素直で可愛い。バトラ君、マリアちゃんの面倒ちゃんと見てあげてね。
That'd be such a nightmare.
任せろ。
ほう。お前もキリエに頼まれると
Dude, what is that? Like
たまには俺の言うことも素直に聞いてみろよ。
Okay.
まっぴらごめんだぜ。行こうぜみんな。ほらほら。
Dude, it is the children flew out of the parlor. It's crazy how casual they are about like that kind of disrespect. They were replaced by Genji, who pushed a serving cart in and prepared the black tea. The parlor was filled with a sublime aroma, which entertained everyone while they waited to appease their thirst.
ルドルフのところは家族仲がいいじゃないか。良いことだ。
よせよ。兄貴のところには負ける。
That's so ironic.
そうよ。
So true. Oh my goodness, there's like so much irony. Yo, stop with the jabs. Eva, you suck. You're so mean. Every line you say is so backhanded. Natsuhi answered coldly. With that, the conversation halted and the parlor became silent. Possibly because he couldn't stand it anymore, Hideyoshi broke the silence while performing an exaggerated gesture.
しかし成長は早いもんやね。
Dude, she's a problem.
いつまでも子供だと思っとったが、図体はみるみるでかくなり、いつの間にか大人の仲間入りや。バトラ君なんか見違えたで。
体は大きくなりましたけど、まだ子供です。うちの主人も未だに子供ですけれど。
Okay, facts. That is so true.
子供と大人の境ってどこ？
Whoa!
私。
That's a good question though. Like, what even is adulthood in contrast to like being a child, you know? Because like you could like do like a legal definition, which is valid. I think that's a good place to start. But like, so like it's not like you hit 18 or you hit 21 or you hit 25 and like now you're like bing, now it is, now it's there. It does feel, I don't know. I'm a big proponent of maintaining certain aspects of the childlike in your adult life. Like, how do I say it shortly? Like an attitude of like a childlike, almost like naivete, but like wonder. I think wonder is the word I'm looking for. Like a childlike wonder at the world, which then I think, and like curiosity, which then impassions you to do things. That's something I find very valuable. Where like a lot of adults are just like sedated, you know? Which I don't blame them. But I think that's like a key like emotional difference. When you're forced to take care of yourself, that's a pretty good. I like that. It does mean though that like there's gonna be a lot of like people that are like late 20s, 30s, whatever, that would by that be children, and then people that could be like as young as like 15 that like left home early and blah blah blah, that would be like adults. Though I do think that is like a huge stage in life. That a lot of people, you know, that teaches people like a lot. So that's a pretty good marker, I think. As well. I think there's a lot of ways you can approach it. It's a really interesting question. That is a crazy thing to say to your little sister. Huh. Isn't that pitiful? Someone like me has been an adult for far longer. Far more than someone as undisciplined and hesitant as you. Have you looked at my daughter?
一児の母の言うことではない。
The only value of her is her womb. That's what Kraus would say.
そうね。私たちももう子供じゃない。
Dude, like, engage with her banter, though. It's good
大人同士よ。
banter.
だから感情的にならず、知的な会話をしたいわね。
Children fall for the witch's gingerbread house, but ultimately get one over on her. Adults know the gingerbread house is fake, but go along with it anyways. Whoa. Can also be taking care of yourself emotionally, financially, etc. Yeah, I think that there can be a component of that as well. Though again, same thing. You can that's like those are important life stages that I think can happen at extremely varied times for people, which it can still work as a marker of adulthood. It'd just be I think it can be extremely varied in when that is. Wow, I really like that gingerbread thing. Like, well, and the idea with the gingerbread thing, right, is that correct me if I'm wrong, would be like, the children fall for it, but due to their, like, child, like, innovation, creativity, attitude, whatever, they're able to get one over the witch and, like, survive. Whereas adults, with all of their knowledge and wisdom, are able to see it's fake, but also still get tricked. Or, like, still get, like, pulled into it or something. Go along with it anyways. Like, they fall prey to the witch, despite their wisdom, or maybe because of their wisdom, in a way that, like, children with some sort of X factor can, like, escape from that. Is that kind of the idea? Because I think that's interesting. I like the fairy tale, like, atmosphere to it, too. When Eva smiled with sharp sarcasm, everything seemed to get more tense. It felt like the smell of the tea that had been prepared so carefully just flew out the window. If somebody ever says this out loud, they need to look in the mirror ASAP. If somebody unironically seriously is holding themselves like this, they are a chud. I'm just gonna say it. We have always strived to hold intellectual discussions. Oh my goodness. The wolf doesn't have to call itself a wolf. It just wolfs. The intellectual don't have to constantly define as intellectual. They're just intellectual. It broadcasts your insecurity. He's my chud. Okay.
その言葉をきれいに放送して、何十年か前のこの部屋に届けてあげたいわね。ねえ、ローザ。
Well, I like that spread of Rosa. Rosa smiled with a vague expression. Whether she agreed or disagreed, she knew that she would earn the displeasure of either her brother or her sister. Getting pulled into it. It was a bit of worldly wisdom she had need to learn as the youngest sibling. That's so valid. Getting pulled into stupid arguments and you're like, oh no. Now what do I do? As Rudolph glanced over the faces of all present, some let out a slight sigh and some let a look of resignation cross their face. This was the unavoidable, true agenda.
去年の時点で余命3ヶ月だったんだ。ってことは、すでにマイナス9ヶ月ってことじゃねえか。
Whoa. It was crazy how they had a clock ticking as the background, and then like let's get to the main subject as if like the deadline is approaching, and then boom, death's door plays when we talk about it. They like built that up well with the clock. I think that was cool.
いつお迎えが慌ててすっ飛んでくるかもわからねえ状態ってことだぜ。
当主様は今でも健在でおられます。このような不穏当な話を日も明るいうちからなさろうとするなど、ルドルフさんの正気を疑わざるを得ません。
だがな、夏日さん、こういうしょっぱい話はいざことがあってからじゃ遅いんや。今が元気だからこそ余裕あるうちにしとくもんなんやで。これも財産のエチケットみたいなもんや。
諸君の関心は親父殿のようじゃないか。南條先生、あなたから説明してくださいませんか。彼らもそれをお望みらしい。
Nanjo, standing by the window and staring out at the rose garden, let out a single cough when he realized that he was being called.
南條先生、お父様の具合はどんな感じなんですか。
まずはじめに、私が去年申し上げました余命3ヶ月という言葉が
一人歩きをしているようですので、その訂正からいたします。
言われずともわかるわ。余命というのはあくまでも見込みであって約束ではないとおっしゃられるのよね。
さようです。ですから
Ooh, big
皆さんから
drums
たび
like
たび
that.
お尋ねを受けますが、いつ亡くなるのかということは決して断言できないことなのです。人の命は体と心に支えられております。体が弱れば危うくもなりますが、それを補う心の強さがあれば小康状態を維持することもあるのです。
体はと
Bro,
も
I
か
would give
く
up and die so
お心は
fast.
まだしっかりしていて意気健康でいらっしゃれるということですね。
キリエ、すまんがしばらく黙っててくれ。
ごめんなさい。
さようです。
Oh!
金蔵さんの体はすっかり病魔に蝕まれております。
He whipped out some
ま
authority.
してやあのような強いお酒をたしなまれ続けてはとてもとても。
崖っぷちなのも酒のせい、ながらえてるのも酒のせいか。酒豪の親父らしいな。
それで先生、もちろん見込みで結構なんですけども、お父様、来年の今日まではさすがにどうかしら。
当主様に対してあまりに無礼な質問です。
Natsuhi jumped on Eva, unable to hide her astonished expression. In response, Eva returned a defiant look, but Hideyoshi noticed and tried to smooth things over with a forced smile.
ああ、夏日さん、カニーナ。エヴァ、お前も少し言葉を選ばんか。
ごめんなさい。
Hideyoshi's putting
お
respect
父
on
様
Natsuhi
の
like
容体
that.
が気になって仕方なかったもので。
そうですか。それは気づきませんでした。
南條先生、聞かせてやってください。父親の寿命を気遣う娘の麗しい家族愛じゃないですか。
Dude, Kraus is killing me. Oh my goodness. Kraus is killing me. Like, at least, like, the other people, the giggle. It's the giggle that did it to me, bro. Like, look, oh my goodness. Kraus might be the most hated character. I think he's the one I'm sending to hell right now. Kraus laughed sarcastically, and Eva, smiling sweetly, returned an identical chuckle. Like, Eva's the worst, but she's, like, kind of clear, like, I don't know. She also is kind of the same thing. But, like, this is... Please tell us, for the sake of the beautiful family love of a daughter worried about her father's lifespan. Oh, like, you're not... We all know what's going on. I feel like, even Eva... Well, she's doing the same thing. They're both doing the same thing, and I hate it with both. But Eva is a woman, and I find to be attractive. So, I guess that gives her a slight, like, halo effect buff. Where Kraus, I find actively unattractive. So let's just call it halo effect difference. But, oh my goodness, he's killing me. Both are killing me, but, yeah. That's crazy. I will not be cosplaying Kraus. Annoying Redditor? Yeah, actually kind of valid. Attractive buff? Bro, what? That's something that every human does. I'm just honest. That's the key difference. People think I'm crazy when I say stuff like that, but I'm actually the sane one. Right? Because all of y'all are doing halo effect too, but you think you're so unbiased. I would pet his head and feed him seeds. What? You want to feed him like a bird? What? You're booing me? Yo, boo the booing! Boo! Boo!
この小康状態がまだしばらくは続くようにも思いますし、何らかの発作が来れば、その時にはどうしようもないかもしれません。何しろ、Rokkenjimaは孤島です。
I am the sane one for treating them differently because of their sex. That is a gross misinterpretation of my words. I am the sane one for acknowledging my own biases in accordance with the halo effect. More accurate and sounds better. Talk about it. Talk about it.
本来ならば、本土のしかるべき大病院に入院していただきたいところなのですが。
親父殿は高尚な研究を中断されたくないと。
And like him saying noble is so tongue-in-cheek.
去年前に連れ出そうとしたのがあだになったらしい。外へ出れば病院に閉じ込められてしまうのではないかとひどくお疑いになられていてな。すっかりこのざまなのだよ。
Again, it's not sex, it's halo effect attractiveness. Oh, you fell into it again. Just put up your keyboard, bro. You don't need it, bro. You don't need it, bro. Unplug it. If he was hot, it would be a different story. If Rudolph's ass was saying this stuff, bro, take a look at this handsome, mischievous fellow. Rudolph's ass? It's a different story. I mean, it shouldn't be, but like, yeah. He a handsome devil.
親父殿は南條先生には心を許しておられる。機嫌が良ければ診察も受けられるようだがね。
容体を見はするが、薬を勧めようとも入院を勧めようとも聞き入れてくれん。本当に見るだけですがな。
お医者嫌いの方もおるもんや。
Because of which I want to fuck.
困ったもんだの。
Okay, just because I think someone's hot doesn't mean I want to put my pee-pee into them. Ew. Sex is gross. Nanjo sighed deeply. The purpose of an examination was to determine what medical treatment was appropriate. Receiving the examination, then not following the advice given made the whole thing pointless. This stance of his pisses me off a little bit. Like... Oh, it's like so out of the corner of my eye. You know what I mean? It's like, what are you doing, dude?
相変わらず余命は3ヶ月。禁止のまま。あとどれだけ長らえるか検討も
He gets right about the halo effect sadly and let him cook. Charu. Thank you, TD Wolf, for another 2. Thank you, thank you. That's very nice of you, TD Wolf. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
ルドルフさん、言葉を少し慎まれてはいかがですか?
Thinks Rudolph looks like him. Thinks Rudolph is handsome. W self-extreme. Self-esteem. It's true! Yo, I'm a battery, chat. I'm a battery. Wait, what did you say that was indiscreet? Live on the verge of death? Okay, I didn't clock that as indiscreet, but fair enough.
昔からこういう口の聞き方なんだ。勘弁してくれ。
南條先生のご意見は分かりました。クラウス兄さんから見てどうなの?
Look how evil his
実を
face
言う
got.
と、南條先生とは異なる意見だね。とても余命3ヶ月の重病人とは思えないというのが本心だ。怒鳴り声は相変わらず健在で、いつぶん殴られるかとヒヤヒヤしっぱなしだよ。長男にだけ親父の世話を押し付けるのは実にフェアではないね。
Damn.
来世では俺より後
Kraus
に
is
生まれろ
just a little guy.
さて、話を戻そうぜ。そんなわけ
Sure,
で、
man.
公正中立な
He's
お医者
gonna be
の先生の
executing
見
every
解
other
じゃ、
family member, but sure.
いつお隠れになっちまってもおかしくない状態だ。
I don't look at
兄
him.
貴に
Dude.
は
Look
悪
at
いが、
him.
ここは専門家の意見を採用させてもらうぜ。となりゃ、決して親父の財産を話し合うことは時期尚早ではないってことさ。
お父様の個人資産はおそらく数百億にも届くでしょうね。でもそれは綺麗な現金で揃ってるわけじゃないわ。お誕生会のケーキみたいに綺麗にナイフが入ってカットできるほど単純じゃないでしょ。
姉貴の例えは面白いな。そうさ。ケーキの上にはイチゴやらチョコの家やらが乗ってて、綺麗に等分するのが難しいことだってあるだろう。それを加味してどういう風にナイフを入れるのか先に相談しておくのは大切なことだと思うぜ。
What a violent metaphor.
それを当主様が存命のうちからさも他界なされたかのように声高に議論される皆さんの気が知れません。
あら、必要な話よ。だって遺産相続はその時点で直ちに行われなきゃならないものよ。ましてや栄光ある後ろ宮家の財産は莫大。事前に入念な相談が必要なことはお分かりでしょうが、当家の資産はあなたのご実家とは大違いなんだから。
Dang, she threw in a "you're poor" thing in the mix. Facts? Oh man, it is intense. She's calling it out though. I appreciate that from her. Good move, Natsuhi. Dude, I really like Natsuhi. Though, dude, it's like Natsuhi, why? I don't feel like you have to be engaging with this at nearly as much as you do. I guess you live here, so you feel very like personally involved. But like, Kirei tried to say something, got silenced by Rudolph. I don't know where Rosa's papa figure, husband, not husband, father to Maria is. I was trying to say baby mama, but she's the mama, so baby father? I don't know where Rosa's baby father is. And then Hideyoshi has just been trying to like calm things down. Natsuhi is so unique as actually like personally involved so much. Possesses a strong sense of responsibility. Like, you're telling me, dude.
Natsuhi-san,
it's really interesting. Like, no wonder she's driving herself insane. But also, I mean, I don't blame her. Like, I don't know. Hideyoshi tried to smooth things over by glancing at both with a forced smile, but it only resulted in making the hostility between Eva and Natsuhi even more intense. Baby daddy. Baby daddy. Alright, later, Nanjo. Nanjo rose from his seat and exited the parlor. Whoa! Right when that happened, my background changed. Look, now it's like cool. Now it's heaven. Whoa. That was timed perfectly with the door slam. I'm so sad you guys didn't get to see that. That was crazy. Oh, frick. Nanjo rose from his seat and exited the parlor. This may well have been a normal act of courtesy expected of an outsider, but even so, his back was watched by several glances envious of his ability to escape. After the doctor had exited and his footsteps had disappeared into the distance, Kraus recrossed his legs.
遺産分配について早急かつ具体的な協議に入りたい。何を焦っているのかね。確かにお前たちの言う通り、後ろ宮家の財産を算定し分配するのは簡単なことではないだろう。なれば、じっくりと算定すべきじゃないのかね。お前たちは今晩のうちにもケーキを切り分けたいと焦っているように見える。そうだろう、ローザ。何を焦ることがあるのかね。
焦ってるわけじゃない。
Well, we know that her fashion business is not doing great. That would give her a reason for being impatient.
それはいつ
Though I
でも
agree,
いい
like,
ことだけれども、
you gotta figure this out in advance.
お父様の具合が悪くなっていて、その日が近
There's
づ
no
いてい
reason
ると
not
いう
to,
なら、
right?
先に話だけしておいても、それは請求とは言わないと思うし。
Rosa sneaked a glance at Eva and Rudolph. As the youngest daughter in the family, being cross-examined by the eldest was harsh.
ほう、それはお前の本心かね。兄弟で一番素直で綺麗な心を持っていたお前がそんなことを言い出すとは思えんね。そこの二人に吹き込まれたんじゃないのかね。
This sprite of Rosa is so good.
よせよ、兄貴。ローザだって兄弟だぜ。親父の遺産に公平な権利がある。関心を持つのは当然じゃねえか。親父だっていつかは必ず死ぬし、それは遠い未来の話でもない。むしろ兄貴が悠長すぎるくらいさ。まるで遺産分配から話をそらしたくて仕方がないように。
Yeah, maybe like the discussion
それはどういう意味ですか。主人にやましいところがあるとおっしゃいたいのですか。
まあ、夏日さん。話は聞いておくな。
All Hideyoshi has done is try to get people to calm down. Oh my god, Hideyoshi.
今は大変強気だそうじゃない。そうよね。去年以降、空前の好景気で円は上がる一方、ドルが100円に至るのだって夢物語じゃなさそうよ。それに、与党は来年頃に保養地整備法を成立させようって言うじゃない。今や日本中のリゾート開発会社がどれだけ軍資金を集められるかって奔走してるところよ。
詳しいじゃないか。これから日本には空前の好景気が訪れる。親父殿が後ろ宮家を再興した時と同じくらいの大規模な需要拡大の時代がね。日本国民は死に物狂いで働き、高度経済成長を実現して世界で一番豊かな国民となり、我が世の春を謳歌するようになった。国民の消費は増大し、 それを回収できる施設があぶく銭を手にする時代になったのだよ。今や国民のニーズは3種の電化製品ではない。スキー場、ゴルフ場、総合プール、リゾートホテルにテーマパーク。数年前に開業したデルゼニーランド。
デルゼニーランド and immersion broken.
素晴らしい。
Are we for real, Kraus? I was so locked into these politics. I was so locked into the business politics. And you whipped out Disneyland? Disneyland is not real. This is not real. Yeah, where's Disney World, dude? Come on. Y'all don't frequent Y'all don't frequent Disneyland, bro? Yo, I love Disneyland. Yo, bring me Disneyland. We gotta put this with him. Where is him? Where is him? Oh, we don't even have his sprite. Okay, I'm just gonna put it here preemptively. Avid enjoyer of Disneyland. Before he's even here, I'm adding it. Active enjoyer of Disneyland with Milky Mouse? Milky Rodent. Milky Rodent? I'm doing like Mickey Mouse, but Milky Rodent. Is this a good idea? Dicky Douse? Dicky Douse is pretty good. I kind of fuck with Dicky Douse. Dicky Douse. It's so shit. I think Dicky Douse can make it in. I really fuck with Dicky Douse. I really fuck with Dicky Douse. He's not even here, but I gotta do a line. It's Dicky fucking Douse, dude. Shout out Diddy Mouse. Dicky Diddy Douse. Dicky Diddy Douse! We gotta put Diddy in here. Dicky Diddy Douse. We'll make Diddy smaller. Dicky Diddy Douse. Dicky Diddy Douse. Yeah, active enjoyer of Disneyland with Dicky Diddy Douse. Rouse. Ricky Rouse. Agreed. Okay. Fucking Disneyland. Have you gone to Disneyland? Yo, shut up, Drouse. Oh my. Even an adult can be a kid. Bro's bringing up Disney adults. This guy's a Disney adult. He's a Disney adult. What did I just do? Duplicate? No. Disney adult Andy. He's a Disney adult Andy.
かつて家族を顧みずに滅私奉公することだけが美徳だった時代はもはや終わろうとしている。
This is a really interesting line because specifically, his father selfishly devoted himself to his family in opposition to his country through the GHQ stuff. Through the GHQ stuff, he abandoned his country and betrayed his country and invested in his family. And so Kraus is saying that Kraus agrees with that sentiment.
我々は世界で一番豊かな国民としてようやくそれを享受できるようになったのだよ。
クラウス兄さんの読みは大したもんや。わしも数年前に聞いた時はそんなアホなと思ったわ。でもな、G5 のプラザ合意聞いてから変わったんや。円はみるみる強くなり、地価はこれから天井知らずに上がるやろ。日本は世界経済の中心になる日も遠くはない。兄さんは時代を見る目のあるお人や。それだけは間違いないで。
秀吉兄さんに同じだ。兄貴は10年越しで時代を読めてるよ。その嗅覚は親父譲りだろうな。大したもんだぜ。だが親父と違ってちょいと見通しのタイミングを読み違っちまったところはあるよね。
兄さんは必ず日本が好景気を迎えると信じてあちこちにリゾート計画を起こし、そのほとんどで失敗し続けたわ。兄さんの読み通りの時代は確かに訪れつつあるけど、その時期を読むことには失敗したわね。早すぎたのよ。 そして焦って生産して結局は
Oh, he tried to sell it all. If you're early, you just gotta bat him down and wait, right?
好景気が訪れることを読めていたなら生産
Yeah,
するわけない。
exactly. Selling is like saying that you were wrong about the boom coming.
兄さんが自分で自分の
That's such a
才能を
misplay, it
信
sounds
じてない
like.
証拠じゃないの。
Holy.
失礼な。主人を侮辱するつもりですか?
Oh, I feel bad for Natsuhi. Natsuhi's forehead creased as she rose from the sofa. Eva, paying this no heed, stared at Cross with a confident smile. Cross, who also maintained his confident appearance, told Natsuhi to sit down. Natsuhi's gonna drive herself into a stroke. Oh, that was actually caring.
兄さんに才能がない証拠は私たちのすぐ近くにもあるわよ。だって兄さん、この島をリゾート化するって張り切ってたじゃない？素敵なリゾートホテルも建てて、庭園もきれいに整備して。
The family home.
私は素人だから分かりかねるけど、相当のお金を使ったんでしょう。
だから何だというのですか？主人の事業はあなたとは関係ありません。
いいや、そいつは違うぜ、夏日さん。ロッケン島は兄貴のものじゃない。親父のものだ。
True?
もちろん建てたホテルは兄貴のものだぜ。
The hotel?
なんなら、俺たちは今夜の宿泊料を払ってやってもいい。
Oh, that's the hotel? Oh, okay.
な、
The guest house, I guess.
それはま
Is the
あ
hotel?
持ち合わせで足りるなら。
Yeah, Natsuhi is locked in.
リゾート化できればこの島の資産価値は上がる。支出がかさんだことは事実だが、未来に大きな収穫を期待できる。そうなれば、結果的にお前たちにとっても有益なはずじゃないか。
それはわかるわよ。この島の価値が上がれば、それを遺産分配する時の私たちの取り分も増えるもの。もちろん、島や屋敷を4分の1ずつ切り取れとは言わないわ。それを算定したお金で解決してくれればいいだけの話よ。
そこまで分かっているなら、私の事業に何の不満があるんだね。
I feel like a lot of them
不安なのさ。
have things when they talk, a lot of the women at least.
あのホテル、いつになったら開業するんだ？このままじゃ、俺たちの手垢だらけになっちまうぜ。
そうよ。大切な商売道具でしょ。確かに開業するまでずっと鍵をかけておくわけにもいかないわよね。少しは使って風通しを良くしないと建物は傷んじゃうもの。でも私たちが年に一度泊まるだけのゲストハウスって言うんじゃちょっと合成すぎやしないかしら。
That sounds like it's true.
ねえローザ。
そうね。あんなに素敵ならオープンしたらさぞや人気が出るでしょうね。
ああ、
Ooh.
あなたが前に言ってたホテルって。
Oh, Kirei! Look at this, like, detective posture. Okay. Okay, Harry. Harry the boy. I see you. Yo, what's your shivers telling you, baby girl? I like it. I like what I'm seeing here.
立派なもんだろ？ローザの言う通り、オープンできたら人気が出るだろうよ。
Yeah, what's stopping him from opening it? Maybe the dad. The lodging they had been guided to had not been constructed with the intent of building a guest house. It was originally constructed as a resort hotel. However, even though it had been completed 2 years ago, there's absolutely no schedule for it to be opened. I wonder if that's important to write.
いつもの事業と同じよ。
Maybe I can write that on my note really quickly. Even so he's not here. Guest house on island is meant to be a resort hotel but hasn't been opened. Fucking Dell's Nealand.
I've
only played a little bit of Disco. I didn't actually finish it. I need to go back and finish it at some point. I kept playing the intro like over and over. That's like that's my sin. I played the intro for like 12 hours. I never made it past day 1. Like, just kill me, dude.
そしていつも途中で立ち行かなくなって
I
何
just
も
kept
回
wanting to
収
play
できず
different
に終わる。
paths.
この島をただ住むだけにしか使わないのはもったいないって兄貴の着眼は立派さ。そしてリゾート化してマリンスポーツやらフィッシングやら
So is it just he lacks the will? He might just lack the will to like hold fast to his.
俺だって長男だったならこの島を何かに有効利用できないかと
Hold fast to
頭を
his
ひねった
financial
に違いないさ。
ideas.
でももう出来上がってから2年も経つのよ。
Shut up, my
2
boy,
年経
battler.
って未だに開業のめどはつかないの？任せてる管理会社はどこ？
失敬な。それは主人の手落ちではありません。主人の仕事を請け負う会社間でトラブルが生じているだけで、うちはあくまでも被害者です。
Okay.
しかしな、クラウス兄さんが任せてる例のとこ、あまり噂は聞かんで。
はっきり言ってあげなさいよ。不払い横領トラブルで計画が空中分解しちゃったって話。
Embezzlement?
私たちの耳に
Bro was
届かない
embezzling
と
money?
でも
Question
思
mark?
ってる？
Embezzler?
裏も取れてるんだから。
Oh my goodness, Eva's collecting evidence.
何の裏だか存じませんが、
She's the detective.
事実無根です。観光業への新規参入には方々への根回しが必要になります。相手
That,
が
I think
信
is that
用
a
に足
timpani
り
in
る
the
かを
back?
測
What's
る
going
ことも
crazy? Or
大
is it
事
just
で
a
す。
bass drum? I don't know.
それに手間取っているだけに過ぎません。
ホテルの
I think
完
it's
成
a
が
timpani. That
早
sounds
す
like a
ぎて
timpani to me.
勇み足になったことは認めよう。だが維持費がかかってるわけじゃない。やがて大きな意味を持つ布石だ。
嘘つけよ。生産したくても売れないだけだろ。観光ルートの確立してない何もない離島にやたら豪華なホテルなんて買い手がつくわけもねえさ。それに事業に集めた融資は
The
どうなってんだよ。
loans? Oh no.
維持費はかからんでも返せん借金は膨らむ一
Facts,
方や。
which is basically
すまんが
maintenance.
クラウス兄さん、
Wait, yeah, they're
こ
cooking,
の
dude.
島
They're
の
cooking.
開発計画の話ちょいと調べ
Hideyoshi
させて
prepared,
もろたんや。
bro. Okay, Hideyoshi.
正直こっちもええ話は聞かへんのや。
秀吉さん、確かに今の財政状況だけを見たらそういう
Cross
印
is
象を
okay.
持たれ
Cross.
るかもしれ
You're
ない。
acting confident. What's your like ace up your sleeve here?
これは先行投資なのだよ。その読みを誤り、これまでに多くの負債を生んでしまったことは認めざ
Okay,
る
not
を
much of an ace up a sleeve so far.
だが、ようやく時代が私に追いついた。これまでに失った分はすぐに取り戻す。
Okay, he's holding. He's
い
holding.
や、それどころか。これまでの投資だってやがては私のもとに戻ってくる。そう例えるなら、放った稚魚が鮭となり、肥えて帰ってくるようにね。
I think that's my intuition is like, yeah, that sounds fine. That sounds like the play.
リゾート業界は空前
And
の
then he'll
好
be in a
景
good
気を
position.
迎える
He
や
can
ろ。
just like,
これまでの負債を埋められるほどかはわからんが。
that's the only chance he's
だ
got,
が
right?
な、クラウス兄さん。これまで散々負け続けた兄さんが、どこから軍資金を調達したっていうのや。それも半端ない軍資金や。あれだけの穴を埋められる軍資金やで。
秀吉さんは何をおっしゃいたいのですか？
ああ、夏樹さん。
Well, I mean, like Hideyoshi, low-key, look at your wife.
わしらも調べたんや。これまで負け戦続きのクラウス兄さんに、最近の強気な莫大投資を支えられるほどの融資を誰ができたのか調べたんや。
結果、いねえんだよ。
No one.
そんな後ろ盾は。弱り目と逆に張るのがマネールーレットの鉄則だ。兄貴はこの界隈じゃちょいと知られた弱り目さ。確かに時代は好景気を迎えようとしているが、これまでの兄貴の失敗等を天秤にかけて、その上で融資に値すると思う連中がいるのかって言ったら誰もいなかったのさ。
ならね、そのお金をどこから調達したのってことになるのよ。
ほう、興味深い話じゃないか。それで
あなた、このような暴言をいつまで放置されるつもりですか？
座れよ、
Natsuhi is low-key not built for
担当直入に言おう。
this situation.
兄貴は 親父の個人資産を
Yeah. Oh,
自分の
diverting
事
is
業に流用してる。
crazy.
これはほぼ間違いねえ。これが俺たちの誤解だってんなら、どうかぜひそれを解いてもらいたいもんさ。
ルドルフ、流用なんてもんじゃないわよ。これは横領よ。
Embezzlement.
刑事告発できる立派な犯罪なんだから。
They're accusing of embezzling a ton of money. Okay. Okay. I'll let him finish before I write anything down. We gotta let the scene play
暴
out.
言じゃないわよ。図星でしょ。なんとか事業を成功させて、これまでの損失を埋
Yeah,
め
like
たいん
if
だ
that's
けど、
not
その穴
true,
は広がって
then
いく
prove
一
it.
方。
Right? Like where are you getting the money from then?
さらに大きく張った博打で埋めたいだけよ。
If you've done it
その
above
軍資
board,
金がすぐ近くにあったなら、手をつ
then
け
he
るの
wouldn't,
は
you know,
道
it'd be
理。
different.
は
Because
っ
he could just
きり
prove
言
it.
うわ。兄さんがしている
Something,
のは
something big
横領
risk,
よ。
something, something magic.
お父様に対する裏切りよ。叱るべき決着がついた後には司法に委ねることになるでしょう
Well, I mean, you know the
ね。
crazy thing?
そんな輩に後ろ宮本家跡継ぎを名乗らせると思
The
い。
crazy thing to me is that, so it kind of feels like the three siblings are turning on him because they're like embezzling money from the dad. I don't think they care at all about betraying their father. I think it's literally just an excuse for them to gain control and gain money. You know what I mean? Too mommy. Can we not get distracted about the women on screen right now? We are talking about embezzlement, crime, big money making, booty shaking maneuvers. Okay? I think they only care is that they can be like, throw them to the courts in order to gain control and become, like, gain more inheritance or become the successor to the head house or whatever. That, like, I don't consider any of the, especially because they all hate the dad to some degree, right? Like, the abuse and, like, the hitting them is something the dad did to all of them. They're, like, raising them with an iron fist. And so I don't, and he's, like, currently kind of a raving lunatic in the house, right? I'm sure they heard him screaming a little bit earlier, type shit. And so it's like, I don't think they care about, like, oh, betraying our father, but I think it's like, oh, you messed up and we caught you, now we can completely own you. And it's more about that. It is intense, though. Okay. What do you got for me, Natsuhi?
ユニコと書いて当主様への裏切りとは引き捨てがたい。この栄光ある後宮家の敷居を渡る資格はもはやあなたにはありません。即刻ここを出て行きなさい。さあ、ほら。
Whoa. Natsuhi had already reached the limits of her anger, shouted at Eva in a rage. That's not for her to do, though, right? She then pointed alternately at Eva in the hallway, indicating that she should leave. Eva took out a folding fan and fanned herself with it, glaring maliciously at Natsuhi as though silently daring her to repeat what she'd said. Natsuhi! Natsuhi, didn't you forget? You're lower on the table ranking. Like, my thought is that if a butler comes in, like, let's say Natsuhi's like, Gota, get in here and take her out. Gota shouldn't listen to her. Gota should listen to Eva because Eva's higher rank. Right? Because Eva's actually got bloodline. I think that's how it was. And so it's like, dude. An old district supervisor of mine was fired for embezzling money. He was so good at his job, though, that a rival company picked him up and offered him the percent he was skimming off the top as a bonus. That's insane. I've read it twice to really capture that. That's insane. Yeah. Yeah, that's crazy. I'm not surprised. That sounds about how it goes. However, her mouth was so smiling, curved in the shape of a crescent moon. In that unpleasant silence, Rosa gulped.
ねえ、夏日姉さん、誰に向かってそんな口を
Yeah, she's about to whip out what I
お
just
聞きな
said.
の？
She's about to whip that shit out, bro.
無礼
Eva's
極
about
ま
to
り
whip
な
that
い
shit out on
主人の
Natsuhi.
妹に対してです。これ以上は私も本家の台所を預かる者として聞き捨てなりません。
台所を預かる？
Dude, but who is Beatrice, dude? Eva is so mean. Be nice. Oh! Oh, I thought she hit her. I thought she hit her. It was CG. Oh my goodness. In the CG, they got bigger. They had to get bigger. I'm only pointing it out because it's so powerful. Eva folded the fan with a snap and rose powerfully. Look at this vein popping in her forehead. Compared to the elegance and playful behavior she had shown until just now, she was unimaginably aggressive.
お前が下がりなさい。この後ろ宮エヴァに当主様の左肩を許されている後ろ宮家序列第3位のこのエヴァに下がると。
Third ranked. That was a huge misplay, dude. That was such a misplay. You can't pull out authority on somebody with a higher authority on you in the family. Like, you are not your husband, dude. You are the wife of the husband. You can't be doing shit like this.
身の程を知りなさい。そしてお前のそのみすぼらしい姿を。
Oh!
お前の服のどこに翼が？
The wing! It is a wing! Okay. So they're talking about, she rocks the wing like 30 times on her outfit. I think Eva has it the most on her outfit compared to anyone, which I think shows her pride. We're really seeing her pride pop out here, her like family pride. It's probably compensation for how insecure she is or something. That's crazy. Look in the mirror at your shabby figure. She's saying, girl, your figure sucks. And you ain't got the drip. One-winged eagle. Okay, it's not a seagull, it's an eagle. Okay. But look at this. She got it here, she got it here, she got it tattooed, she got it here. Like, even you just have it there, right? Even, oh, that's you again. Even you have like one little bit there. You know what I mean? What if I just put Kanon's head on Jessica's body? Do you think that would basically make Shannon? Right? Because it's pretty much just Kanon with boobs. Okay, anyways. You know what I mean, though? So I think she rocks it the most, which is like, I'm gonna even write that down. Rocks this symbol the most. Proof of pride. Insecure property. And then, let me write it here. Mark is, oh, instead of bird-like, let me just, I'll get rid of bird-like, we'll update. One-winged eagle. I'll make it like this. It's a one-winged eagle. Okay.
貴様など後ろ宮家の跡継ぎを残すためだけの存在じゃないの。
Projection. That's kind of crazy. Saying your only purpose is to birth a successor. And like, I wonder if it bugs Eva that if Kraus wasn't around, her only purpose would be to birth a, like, her husband would be the guy, and her only purpose would be to birth a successor. I think Eva is so projecting here. Like, in a crazy amount. Right? Like, because there's like a, I wonder if there, I don't think I want to call it like misogyny, but like bringing this up when you're a woman in the family is crazy. Oh! While Eva's face grimaced unattractively, depends who you ask, her words pierced Natsuhi's heart like claws and painfully twisted in. No, Natsuhi. There were 100 ways Natsuhi wanted to respond. However, her anger and sorrow crushed her throat, and not one of them managed to make it to her mouth. No, that's not the case, Natsuhi said in the shower 1 week later. The anger, which had lost any place to go, became a single hot tear which slowly dripped down. Ouch.
Nani?
Oh, she's a freak! Oh, she's a freak! Oh, see how she sees weakness and she jumps on it, dude? This woman's a problem! Look at that mischievous face. I could put it on her face. I feel like that might be funny. Let me just save it. Let me save it for later. I don't want to lose pace. This is crazy. This is crazy right now. This is a crazy CG. You know what I mean? Okay. Eva faced her with a provocative gaze. However, Natsuhi's fist was shaking. She trembled all over, unable to do anything. Kraus quietly broke that powder keg tension. What do you got, Kraus?
Natsuhi.
You gonna tell her to leave?
席を外しなさい。頭を冷やすといい。
It's crazy. Because that, like... Her closest person just told her to leave when she told someone else to leave. Natsuhi, resenting the fact that her husband had not come to her aid, shifted the focus of her attack.
あなたはさっきから何を言われているのか分かってるんですか？この人たちは言うにこと書いてあなたのことをお父様への裏切り者呼ばわりしているんです。私たちが後宮家の栄光を守り、お父様からそれを受け継ぐため日々高潔であろうとする全ての努力をないがしろにして踏みにじる。なんという聞きがたい暴言。あなたもあなたです。どうして言い返さないんですか？あなたが言い返さないから私が言い返しているのに、さっきからあなたは私に任せっきりで、その私に頭を冷やして来いなんて言うんですか？
Talking back because you won't. You've been relying on me, and now you're telling me to cool my head.
いつも私ばかり。私は
Oh
いつ
no!
も真剣にこの家のことを考えているの
She's
に、
full on
それはあ
crying.
なたは。
Natsuhi could no longer hide her tears. She flew from the room in that state. After that, all that remained was a somewhat embarrassed mood about the parlor. When the sound of footsteps grew distant and silence returned, Kraus shrugged his shoulders slightly.
妻が失礼した。昔から感情を抑えるのが下手で、ね。
Ouch.
私も苦労している。
Ouch!
あんなのに切り盛りされてたんじゃ。
Oh my goodness, they're bad-mouthing her after she left crying. Oh, that's so sad. My poor Natsuhi. Oh, we're cutting to her running down the hallway crying. Oh no. Are you gonna run into somebody? Runs into Battler, climbing in a window. What the hell are you doing? Ran into Chio.
何でもありません。下がりなさい。
What is going on with Why are you so locked into this family? Natsuhi flew into her room and bent over the bed wailing. Like, especially to the point that, like, I don't even have Natsuhi here. I'm just gonna still riot like a shadow. Why is she so immersed into this family? Cares so much. What about its honor? Like, that is such an interesting plot point for her. Natsuhi flew into her room and bent over the bed wailing. Those heart-wrenching sobs reached Kumasawa in the hallway. Yo, why do you always get the special text? Not even Baller, what's his name? Battler. Not even Battler gets to whip out this. Bros, you whipped this out twice this session. That's crazy. That's crazy.
奥様とエヴァ様は犬猿の仲。このお二人の関係を説明するのは女の私にはとてもしんどくございます。
You don't gotta explain to me, Chio.
後宮家は血を特に重んじられますが、嫁いで家を出れば本来は序列から除籍されます。
My daddy called. He said, "Oh wait, my grandma called. She said, Travi, you work too hard. Don't worry. Wait. My granny called. She said, Travi, you work too hard. Don't wait. How does that song go? Ba lin ba lin ba-da-dum. My granny called. She said, Travi, you work too hard. Something. Bum ba lin. Don't worry, I'ma get it, Granny. Tell him, bro. The Ushiro family. That's how I talk to Chio, by the way. She my granny, yo. Shout out Chio. Chio, damn ya. Appreciate you, Chio. The Ushiro family holds its bloodline. Bloodline. I'm sorry. In high regard, when the daughter marries into another family, they would normally be removed from the family hierarchy. Okay? Oh, you're saying this. I don't need to repeat it. Okay. Oh, but took the name. Took the name, right? No, I moved down the game so you can read this, so my camera's not on the way. My singing's awesome. Get better ears. Wait, what happened? Wait, what happened?
クラウス様と夏日様にはなかなか子宝が授からなかったのです。何しろ男尊女卑の後宮家でございます。妻は 後継ぎを残すための道具。その妻が唯一の役割を果たせないのなら、もはや人間扱いなどされません。
And so if Natsuhi is like having trouble being fertile enough to make heirs, then she would be like useless. She'd be like giga useless.
当時の奥様が親方様からどれほど責め苛まれていた
So
か。
that's what she mentioned this
思い出すのも
earlier,
苦しゅうございます。
and I wasn't sure what she was talking about, but he would like tortured her or was like really mean to her because she was infertile. Bullied by Kinzo for being infertile due to patriarchal family. Womb is your purpose as woman. Womb is your purpose. That's a good detail. We finally got that. Staring at the Kane screenshot right now. Wait, can you see Kane? Wait, where? Oh, here? Is this Kane? Where's Kane? Oh, here! Yeah, from Amazing Digital Circus. Bro, Amazing Digital Circus is so good. I love that show. Go watch my reaction to it, W.
そんな中、エヴァ様に秀吉
And so they
様
let
と
her
のご
do
結
it
婚
because
の
they were
話
worried
が持ち
about
上がりました。
Kraus not being able to have an heir.
エヴァ様は狡猾でした。
That's actually tech.
奥様がいつまでも身ごもられないことに
Wow,
つけ
that's
入って親
technique.
方様に取り入ったのです。入り婿を取って自分が跡継ぎを産むと吹き込み、ご自分の席を後宮家にとどまらせるよう認めさせたのでございます。後宮家に嫁ぎ、外様扱いの奥様と入り婿を取る形で血族として残ったエヴァ様は、後宮家の序列の中では
Maybe Kraus isn't
雲泥
banging
の
her
差。
enough. You never know. You never know. Yeah, maybe it's Kraus. That honestly could be true. Maybe it's Kraus's fault that he's not very fertile. It could actually be either of them. That's actually extraordinarily valid. Virgin Baron Natsuhi versus Chad Fertile Eva. Oh my goodness. But it could be the hubbies though, right? Because like, or is it it's usually the women question mark? Or is that something that I'm actually wrong about? I actually don't know what it usually is. If anybody, like fertility, are fertility problems like almost always the women? Or is it actually like relatively split? Does anybody know? Any fertility experts in the chat? I know that the Pink Cubed community is full of fertility experts, okay? I could see no other future.
しかもエヴァ様は先に
And she popped out. She finally got fertile and she gave Jessica. That's crazy. Yeah, it's definitely usually put on the women. That's why I'm like trying to check it. Because in my mind, it's like usually the women, but now I'm thinking like, oh, maybe that's just something that I believe due to history. And so I'm trying to like, that's why I want like a more scientific answer so I can like check my assumption there. Because yeah, it's definitely, the women's definitely usually blamed. It's split, but more usually sperm motility issue. Okay, so it's more split, or perhaps it's more often the men. Oh, okay. But it gets blamed on the woman, of course. Like historically. Infertility affects men and women almost equally, with 1/3 being female, 1/3 male, and the rest a combination are unknown. Okay, I'll call it. I think I'm good with calling it roughly 50-50. Yeah, and there's going to be a million differences, but that it's a lot more 50-50 than the assumption, which is to usually just blame the woman. That is like a severely unfair assumption.
どれほど奥様の立場がエヴァ様の前で
And she popped out
弱いものであった
a girl with Jessica.
お察しいただけますでしょうか。奥様にとっては、もし自分がすぐに解任することができれば、エヴァ様の入り婿など、
she like blames
親
herself.
方様に
Low
認め
key?
させずに済み、
I don't know how. I feel like this is the
今日の
first
エヴァ様の
thing.
増長を許さずに済んだだろうという悔しい気持ちがあるに違いありません。
I feel like this is the first thing Umineko has done that I haven't been like super drooling at my mouth for, because it's a little bit show don't tell. To have Chiyo just like break exposition dump and like put pieces together. You know what I mean? Because this is awesome. I love this this is a really interesting dynamic that I think explains their behavior a lot. But I don't know how I feel about Chiyo just telling me it. But I think that's literally in the almost 10 hours I've experienced Umineko. or if not 10 already, that I've hesitated at all, which is a really good thing, that this is it's taken that long for me to be like, don't know how I feel about this. But maybe there'll be like a purpose to this later, that we can like recontextualize this behavior from Chiyo and it'll be interesting. Right now though, it's a little bit like, you know, I could try to put that together, and that could be cool. That's cool though. I mean, let me plus spawned a girl, not a boy. Okay, are we good? Can't go back? Nope.
それは奥様のせいであろうはずもない。すべては気まぐれな神様とジェシカさんをお届けすることが遅れたコウノトリのせいなのでございます。だからといって奥様にはそうと割り切れるはずもない。ただただ妻としての責務を全うできなかったことに女として悔し涙をこぼすしかできないでしょう。はあ、老いたわしや。私には何もできず、こうして物陰から見守ることしかできないのです。
Oh! Oh, maybe that's like a chapter ending thing. That we always have like Chiyo like do a chapter end. Maybe that's like a thing. Is that a chapter end? Are we cutting to something else entirely? Oh, it looks like we might be. Man, maybe that's a good spot, actually. Because we are, like... It's a little bit shorter. I'd like... But, like, if I'm trying to do other stuff tonight with the, Nimbus thing, maybe I do it. Let me, I want to write a little bit about you. I could also just maybe take a little bit of time to, like, do notes. If we think that's a decent spot. Because, yeah, chapter end's probably a decent spot. I feel like these chapters take me about 2.5 hours to do. Gives heart-rending monologues about her inability to on things she is unable to fix. That's kind of the tech probably. It's probably the tech. Yeah, I think that's a good spot, but I will take a little bit of time here to well, I don't know how long. I'm gonna work on I'm gonna do a little bit of corkboard stuff for sure. I don't know what I'm gonna do with this. But yeah, no, that was an interesting chunk. So what's everything that happened this chapter? We had the family dinner and then had a lot of conversation about, oh, like the extortion or the embezzlement. Embezzlement Andy. And then we put embezzlement Andy. Accused of being embezzlement Andy. Something like that. Yeah, you can send me the other sprites. That'd be cool. That'd be cool. Immediately, I'm kind of okay. Chat, what do we think of this, chat? Where we just slide this in. We just slide this in. New here, so I'll take the opportunity to watch the previous streams. Perfect. This is our second Umineko stream, by the way. I don't have an Umi playlist. I was just about to say that. I don't think I have an Umineko playlist. I gotta make that. Charoon? Okay. I want to real quick do something with this. I think it'd be funny. Something like this, maybe. Boom, boom. I really wonder if when they're gonna start, because they're probably gonna start doing this. I wonder when they're gonna start killing each other. I wonder when this is gonna, like, be kicked up a notch. Because so far, it's like, there's a lot going on, but it's nothing, like, too crazy. It's, like, you know, interesting, but it's, like, you know. But I feel like eventually we're gonna start hitting the fan, and shit's gonna get crazy. How often are these streams planned to happen, if I may ask? Tuesdays, 5 p.m. CST. Or 6 p.m. EST. Yeah, Sip's already saying it. Good. Though I might change that a little. I might try to start them a little bit earlier. It just kind of depends on work for me, because I do be a working boy. So if you want to see when that'll happen, when streams are happening, I always schedule them in YouTube. That's the spot that I'm best with scheduling them routinely. Yeah. So that'd be the place to look. I think we take out her collar. And then we try to just... how do we do this? Like, okay, wait. It, like, kind of works. I think you just got to do it like this. And then form, like, I could come in with an eraser, I think, actually. And literally just kind of, like, clean it up a little bit. So that her neck fits in a little bit better. Yeah. Yeah! Okay. No, that's already it, bro. That's already it. I think there's a little bit of like her previous hair is like sticking up, but low-key it kind of looks good with the both hair. Low-key. I feel like having both her hairs is actually making it look better. Right? Because, I mean, the alternative would be like this. Oh, frick. The alternative would be like this. Maybe this looks a little bit better. With bun or without bun? I feel like the bun works surprisingly well. The color is just a little bit off on it, right? Maybe I just do like this, and I match the color a little bit. Which would be... like that. There we go. Just so that the shading matches. With bun, with bun. Should be bigger like Rosa's head. Oh my god. Rosa looks like shit. Wait, I gotta do like the tactical blur technique. This is a classic, by the way. If you ever have like all this like gross like nonsense, you don't want to clean it up nicely, just hit him with a blur. Okay, that really did less than I wanted. I could clean this up a little bit. There we go. Doesn't that look just a little bit better? Looks a little bit more natural. There we go. Okay. Chat, I think I hate the mermaid tail. I think this is always a bad idea. I don't know what the ideal was here. I think I might hate it. Do you think I could just like chop it off? Maybe I just like chop it off. And I can add like a little bit of blood. I think this might make it better, right? Where I add like a little bit of like... like some flex, you know, like... We can just chop the tail off like that. Maybe make it a little farther. Let's just chop off her mermaid tail. Something like this, maybe? What the hell? I think this... yeah, this is insane. Maybe I shouldn't do that. We'll deal with that later. That's a prompt for later. Okay. Yo, bro. Chat, look what I'm seeing over here. Look what I'm... Okay, let me add these. Let me just download these real quick. Let's see. Kraus. Thank you guys for sending these. Kraus. This guy. Whatever this girl's name. Jessica, Johan, whatever. What's her name? Jessica. No, not Jessica. Shannon. Okay, and then this is Dr. Tenma. And then Genji from Overwatch. Okay. Okay. Open. Let's see. I need you. Open all these. Alright. Let's hit it. So, Genji, you were, I think, far left down here. So I'm gonna just slam you here. And then, other girl, you are right here. Oh, you're massive. Okay. Genji, you do not need to be this big. Slow down, Genji. Slow down, Genji. I also need to deal with all these layers. What? Oh, these are all my heads. Okay. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. There we go. So these are all the heads. What's 10? 10's her face down here. I'm good to merge that in. These are all the heads. What's 11? Oh, the blood. Yeah, we can keep the blood. Okay. Johan in a maid dress. Okay. Denji needs to be bigger. Who the hell is Denji? From Chainsaw Man? Is that Denji? Denji-kun. Who's Denji? What the frick is Denji? Who the frick is Denji? Am I tripping balls? Gendo. Genji? Genji. Who did I call Gendo? Did I call Gota Gendo? I'm confused! What's her name? I'm gonna write it on her belly too. Because we got a pattern here, so might as well. Your name is... Nonon? What's her name? Shannon. I'm gonna write it on your arm. Thinner? Harder. Shannon. Okay. Merge that. No, I'm not writing it on her boobs. That's a little bit rude, alright? Okay. Okay. Now let's think. Did I leave a... Okay, no, this is fine. I wanted to get everybody else I'm missing. So, Dr. Tenma can go... I think you go, like, here. This is the right layer. We're gonna get you up here. But I want to give you 3 heads because I think it's funny. Oh, you need to go, like, up. You need to be, like, here. Okay. Genji, we got you we need to get in. So let me grab you. This poor woman. And then, Kraus. Kraus ass needs to be in. And the #1 attendee of Disneyland. Diddy. It just says Diddy. Oh, wait. Diddy. Okay. I'm a child. I'm sorry. I am a child. Okay. Let's work here for a second. Dicky Douse. Jeez. Dicky Diddy Douse, dude. How old am I again? I'm just gonna implant this guy's face over. We're gonna, like, surgically do this. Okay, ready? Dude, I can already feel the size of this document. I wonder if there's a way. Oh, it's probably because I have, like, a million tabs open, too. Wait, let me close all these. Did I already get all them? Yes. Boom, 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 boom. Let's see if this helps. Because I am definitely lagging. Lagging up a storm. It feels about the same. Unlucky. Okay. Camera back on Klaus? Why do you want Klaus up in the business? Shout out your boy Klaus. Yes. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. Yes, 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 yes. Ho! Ho! Gotta get that hairline back. Oh. He does look like the Baki meme. He does, like the swandled baby after losing all of his limbs. Am I in hell now? Welcome. Alright, we make that way smaller. I feel like we can merge this a little bit better. No, that looks way worse. Wait, let me there we go. Perfect! Perfect! Yes! Okay, Genji. Oh, I need to get a picture of Genji from Overwatch. It's a little bit of a low fruit, but let's see if I have like a really easy... Oh, maybe I just get the dragon. Genji Overwatch ult. Yeah, whenever he goes like, I used to have that memorized. I unironically used to have that memorized. The Genji voice line. I thought I was so cool, dude.
Only a Shimada can control the dragons. Who are you?
Maybe this one's fine. Maybe I just grab this I just rip this straight from this random Overwatch picture. Yeah, okay, here we go, chat. Here we go. Okay, let's see if I can like really quickly find a way to like to whip this out. So this is what we got. Boom. I just want to have this as like an ephemeral ghost, right? So what we're gonna do is grab like everything that's not green. Right? Not green, please. I said not green. Whatever. And then I can really quickly like boom, 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 boom. It's gonna be faint, so like it's kind of fine that I'm doing it like fast and quick, you know? Boom, 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 boom. Cut this all out. Boom, boom. Cut all this out. Cut these flecks out. Boom. Here we go. And we're gonna give him his little dragon familiar. Maybe like popping out like right here. Okay, I think that's good. I feel like this is good. Okay. 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 Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Are we missing everyone? We're missing the dad, but that's normal. Okay, let's do this up quick. Where's the sword? He can just do that. He doesn't need this sword. That's how locked in this guy is. Your face is gone. These black ones are going to be easy enough to work with. Oh my goodness. Beatrice! Beatrice! Beatrice. Bro, my paint on net skills are freaking uncontested, bro. I could like win an award doing this. Okay. I'm thinking these are our 3 dragons of the apocalypse, right? Or maybe like this one base is fine. Cause I'm thinking let's really put this together. This might already be better than the higurashi board. There is no way. Wait, speak of the devil. Wait, let me put that in. Oh, but if I try to open it, it's gonna crash my computer, isn't it? Cause that's what happened last time I streamed and I opened it. It like broke it. Let me just open the JPEG. Surely the JPEG's not gonna crash the stream, right? It didn't. Okay. Hello? I'm live? I could have just stolen that Joe Bart clip. Okay, I thought it actually went out for a second. Wait! Okay, wait! Okay, I think we're good. I think we're good. Okay. Boom. Oh my goodness. Dude, wait, look at the size difference right now. This, by the way, is how big the higurashi board was. The Umineko one is just this white bit. The higurashi one was all of this. Now, what I wanted to do is just really tiny put this somewhere so that it's unreadable, but, like, it gets to be here. You know what I mean? That's my goal. I think that was a funny idea that somebody said earlier. So let me do that. Let me put this somewhere. Let's just put it in, like, the top left corner, right? There we go. Our humble beginnings. Humble beginnings. And we're gonna title it, I'll even title it, Humble Beginnings. Remember our ancestors. There you go. That's nice and ominous. Okay. You're still in chapter 1. This board is gonna be bigger than higurashi. You're probably right. I would guess you're right. It's gonna be really hard to fit 8 chapters of notes on, like, in the current structure, but hey, we will be adapting. Okay, so my rough idea here, I want to have this as the main one, and then have 2 popping out, 1 crying, and then maybe 1 doing the speed face low-key on the sleaze. And so the tech here is going to be putting these onto his face in a way that works. So let's try this immediately. So, like, that's gonna be great. Let's see. Let's move these, like, down here. And then what I can do is, I think, basically use this fold. Might be the tech. If I line up the ties, I feel like it can work without the most issue. And then I can just, like, strategically... that's way too soft. Bring in the coat. There we go. Frick. Something like this, maybe, you know? Kind of like that. There we go. See, like, it roughly looks fine. Alright? Carve wings out of his other heads and attach them to his shoulders. Yeah, that's basically, yeah, I'm doing, like, a Cerberus thing. So, like, other head here, other head here. That's what I'm thinking. And there's really, like, shoulder pauldrons on top. But that's kind of the idea so far. So, I like this. Now, let's try putting these guys in. Oh, it's gonna be a little funky because of the way I have his shoulder. Let's just go ahead and merge these. I'm fine with this. Though I want it just to be his head, huh? Oh, frick, Wait, sorry, I did my orders, like, way wrong. There you go. I don't want to lose the resolution early. It's like this. That looks good. Okay. And now this behind. Cut. Honestly, eraser tool, come in clutch. Just do it. Okay, that looks way worse. I'm gonna be so straight with you. Resize the crying head to match the sprite you're placing on. Resize to place it on. I don't know if I conceptually understand your idea, though I am sure that its brilliance is there. Because what I'm thinking is pretty much that we have, like, this nice, like, blossoming thing going on, right? And then this one we mirror and we put here, right? I'm thinking like something like this. Just give him like a nice triple-headed thing going. And there is a world that we do like this in some form, but I don't think it's the world we live in. I think this is just what we're doing. You know, it's like a little art piece. It's a little art piece. I think they each need a long neck. So okay, we need somebody's neck. Who's got a good neck? Okay. Who's got a good neck? Okay. You might be onto something here, alright? Like grandfather, like granddaughter, okay? We're gonna just steal her neck. Wait, what am I doing? Neck? So cut this out. We're basically just stealing the neck? There we go, okay. Okay, are you seeing what I'm putting down? Are you seeing what I am putting down? Frick, wait, it needs to be... this can go... What is layer 6? Oh, that's that. Let's go ahead and do this. And then this... That's layer 5, so we're gonna do this on this. Okay. Oh my goodness, when it works, it works. When it works, it works. Oh my goodness. When it works, it works. When it works, it works. When it works, it works. I think the most important thing is that we have that, like, this line right there. Yeah, make it, like, thinner, maybe. And then... Maybe we do, like, this crazy idea here. And then I can just, like, go in and, like, color it myself. Okay. I feel like this one is like, it's like anchored too much to the side. Yes. Yes. Yes, exactly. Okay. Okay. I think this makes a lot of sense. Okay. I think this is good. So this is, I think, our sprite, for my boy. And get rid of this. Honestly, like, give it the oh, frick. The layers aren't done. There we go. This is also gonna be sprites. Here we go. Okay. Woo! So, this is fucking insane. That's great. We're not giving anyone Shannon's chest. That's hers. Except maybe Canon. Canon's the only one who could presumably get Shannon's chest. This is all our characters, though, which is great. Are we missing anybody? No. Beatrice. I mean, but, like, I don't even... It would probably be good for us to get that eventually. Like, maybe just a portrait of her for now. Yeah, add Beatrice's painting. I don't want to worry about that right this second. I can maybe do that, like, next stream. Let me look if there's any notes I want to transmit while I'm thinking about it real quick. Left head is stoic and resigned. Right is fierce, and middle head is overwhelmed in sadness. I mean, well, okay, chat. Let me, I'll post some notes, alright?
The dragon has 3 heads.
You hear what I'm putting out here? You hear what's happening here?
One to be a murderer who will unleash death. One to be a monarch whose crown will weigh heavy. And one to be mad whose ideas will change history.
Yeah!
The dragon has 3
The
heads.
dragon has 3 heads!
One to be a murderer who will unleash death. One to be a monarch whose
yeah!
crown will weigh heavy. And one to be mad whose ideas will change history.
Okay, what that means is we gotta give the middle one a crown. Crown PNG. That's what we gotta do. And then we're there. Oh, let's do is it the Mario crown? Mario crown PNG. Yes. Let's give him a Mario crown. Why am I doing Mario? I don't know. Make it make sense. That's not my job. That's your job. Okay. Open image, a new tab. We're going to give him the middle one a little Mario crown because the middle one's the monarch whose reign will be heavier, whatever the hell. Boom. Like as much as it'll go. Boom. Boom, boom. Oh, and the blue and the red go crazy here. Blue for sadness, red for silent rage. Oh, it needs to be like panned back. I can do this in Photoshop. I don't know how to do this on Paint.net. Is there a way to do this on Paint.net? Where you like pull it, you like do a weird distort? What would that even be called? You know what I mean? Where you do like the 3D. Is that in bulge? I think I could do like a bulge. Oh no. Okay, I don't think it's bulge. Crystallized dense morphology, maybe? Whoa! Okay. Not morphology. You know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm talking about. Burger King was an idea that did drop through my head, but for some reason I went to Mario. And I'm sure it'll make sense eventually. I'm sure it'll make sense eventually. You know? Or maybe I get... Oh, Maria's crown! No, it's gotta be Maria's crown. We gotta keep it in Umineko, right? It's Maria's crown. I think it's absolute... Oh, shit. It's so tiny. I gotta bring her back. Yes, it's Maria's crown. That's the one. I like that one the most. That's the one. Where did I put my Maria? There you are. Got you. And copy. And... paste. Okay, we're gonna give him Maria's crown really quick. So basically just... Ding, 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 ding. We don't need the little hair piece. It also signifies their connection with the occult with each other. Holy. Holy! Okay, low-key, why would this still has a bit of her scalp attached? Which is crazy. Like, okay, chat. Tell me if you see the vision here. Are you ready? Tell me if you see the vision, okay? I wanna show you something very, very special here. I think it would be like this. I'm gonna just do it loose and fast for time. I actually don't like the second one. Okay, boom, and then it would be some nonsense like fucking like madness, you know, and then it'd be like bolded and italicized, and it would be like this code, and then it would be like this, and then it'd be like lightly like this, okay, and then this, and then boom, and then boom, and then boom, and then boom, 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 boom. Tell me this isn't a YouTube thumbnail. Tell me this isn't a YouTube thumbnail. This is Paint.net. Tell me this isn't a YouTube thumbnail you would see. Low-key? Like low-key it's a YouTube thumbnail you would see. Like the craziest Umineko, fucking like a video essay. I could see this would be a video essay and the title would be like, how Kinzo embodies delusional insanity. And then this would be the thumbnail. Make it into a t-shirt. The first piece of, or the second piece of official Pink Cubed merch. The first one is one clothing item that only I own. The second piece of official Pink Cubed merch is this image on a t-shirt. It might be peak. Wait. Oh, wait. Did we just strike gold on accident? I think I just accidentally struck gold. It needs to be bigger. And fainter. Oh! Okay! Okay! That actually, like, this idea with the red and the imprint of white on white, low-key looks kind of cool. Like, if you did this in a way that wasn't absolutely stupid and insane, this could look insane, like, really hard. This could actually look good. Now give him a mermaid tail. Where's his mermaid tail? Give him 3 mermaid tails, 1 for each head. Okay, so this is our Kimiyoshi sprite. What's this guy's name? Kimiyoshi. Who's Kimiyoshi? Wait, what? This looks fucking hard. His server is Kinzo. Okay, now we gotta put some notes down for Kinzo, okay? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Make it nice and small. Okay, so my notes for Kinzo, I have a lot. He's probably the person I have the most notes with. I'm probably planning to put Beatrice below him. So I'm gonna put a thing of contract. Why does it look like this? It's because I'm not doing Calibri. Contract with Beatrice. What else do I want to put about his relation to Beatrice? Contract with which? Claims the... I feel like that's separate, that next thing I want to say. Contract with Beatrice. That is part of... That he thinks is part of his financial success. I don't care about spelling. Okay, I think that's an important piece of information. I'm gonna put black magic / occult. Black magic and occult interest. And this is gonna be one of our first really long lines, because this line is gonna take us all the way to you, who also has this interest. So this is something that combines them. So we can go ahead and do this. Maybe like, oh, that's on the wrong layer too. They're saying it's the most perfect Doppler curve of all time. This shit is something you would see on Desmos. Unironic Desmos action. Okay. Okay. That's nice. Contribution he thinks is part of financial success. I'll put this here. Alright, let's put it on the right. Sent you the portrait. Portrait of what? Oh, the Beatrice portrait. I might do that. I don't know if I'll do that right now. Because I am a little bit tired, but we'll see. What was I about to say? Beatrice. Oh, yeah. The more dangerous the risk, the more powerful the magic. That's a really important piece that I think we want to remember. Strongly disciplined his kids. Sorry, I just hit you. Strongly physically disciplined. I'm gonna put this in air quotes. His kids. And then was cruel to... Frick, what's her name? Can I just pull this up? Oh, let me save. Ooh, love that. Epitaph of the portrait. That's gonna be really interesting to start with. Total playtime, almost 10 hours, 3.6k clicks. Pretty cool. Let's grab her name. Natsuhi. Scroll to Natsuhi about infertility, which gives us a line of connection. Oh, I wrote this on lines. Did I write both of these on lines? Text. I could. How does this feel? Bad. Something like that. Okay. What is going on? This would be such an insane thing to put as part of the thumbnail. Oh my god. Odd. Okay. Anything else I want to put? Oh, Christ. I wanted to mention that he called Christ an imbecile. Honestly, imbecile. This can get put by Black Magic and Occult, I think. I think that's very, like, thematically mixed in with that. Other things I want to put was allied with GHQ during World War II. Well, allied's a strong word. Was connected to GHQ during World War II times. Profited off Korean War. Result, basically, in allying with Japan's enemies, he profited a ton. Agreed with this mentality. Boom. Something like that. Okay. I maybe should do a thing about the GHQ. I'm gonna put it like here. GHQ. Make it bold, make it big. Which was the American organization that took control of Japan post-World War II. Oh, it wouldn't have been during World War II times. It would have been like, well, during's fine. During's not quite. I'll put in. In World War II era. Jeez, that looks terrible. It's fine though. I'm just gonna stretch the in. Okay. In. Like me trying to get a longer word count on physical essays, dude. My spacing goes way up when I'm struggling. Okay. Okay. That's pretty big. Other big things on him. Colonization coded. I could put that. Colonization coded, kinda. With the island, with Rokkenjima, because Tokyo wanted it back. Okay, that's kind of cool. I think those are all together. Dead wife. We don't know anything about the wife. Dead wife. I don't know more. We'll probably get that eventually. Only survivor of Ushiromiya, not Aishiromiya, Ushiromiya family, all fucking burning to ash. JJ. Then locked in. Okay. Dead wife, physically disciplined, blah 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 blah. Then locked in with risky business investments after. GG no re. Can't really come back from being Ash. Unlucky. Okay, I think that's good for him. Alcoholic. Loves absinthe. Yeah. Okay, wow, he really has completely overtaken this board. Like, tell me there's not a main character on the board now. Battler has the most information. Even then, I feel like him, Battler, and Kinzo have a lot of info around him. It's a lot of information there. Was there anything... Let me, like, put a little bit of information with George, because I have some written down. He's turning 23, so he's 22. Defended Kinzo's discipline. Defended Kinzo's physical discipline. I thought that was very notable. I have, for George, probably has feelings for Shannon's servant. Oh, goodness. Wasn't that from the first stream? Likely has feelings towards Shannon? I'm gonna put that in a question mark because I actually kind of only dimly remember that. I'm gonna be so honest. There we go. Okay. That's good to have written down, though. I would have forgotten about that otherwise. And then he secretly asked a question to Chiyo. I don't think I care about that enough to write that down on this board. But, you know. Kirei's family is the Angie family. Aang no, Aang is like somebody connected. Aang is part of her side of family. Yeah, faulty info is definitely a bitch. That's something I've learned from stuff, which is why I'm trying to say stuff like like this that he thinks is part of his financial success, right? Because that's the source for that is his delusional ranting in the start of episode 1, or like the start of the very beginning. And so if I put is the reason behind his financial success, that would be like buying into his assumption. So I'm trying to like do that more, though I'm sure I'm still gonna fall into it, right? Who did I call Aang? I already forgot. Anyways, oh, Anji. Oh yeah, Aang. Avatar Aang. Okay, well now I gotta add the word avatar. Avatar Aang. That's gonna confuse me later. Nope. Okay. Maria. We already have that. Battler mentioned how youth maybe have supernatural senses. I feel like that's notable. Jessica cut off an ominous backstory. Husband gets... Oh, this... I'm doing it stuff on the wrong layer again. Hopefully I get to the point this is second nature. Like... Oh, that's text lines. Oh, I can even... Oh, that's kind of a good technique. So I can see this is... This is text and should be here. Akasaka, you can hang out. That's fine. And Avatar Aang is... This can be here. Okay. Oh, and this. Incredible. Husband gets Shinomiya. What's our name of our family again? Shinomiya? Ushiromiya. Ushiromiya family. Ushiromira status. Not her. Boom! That's good. I should put that by her womb, probably. Let's see. Let's move this down by her womb. Okay. Tactical decision making here is extreme. What else for Jessica? Well, she cut that off for the sake of Maria, so I don't actually care about that. Of course, she's gonna know about the island's like mysterious stuff better. Chiyo claimed to purchase things when meeting at the boat. I don't think I care. Gora knew within last 2 years. Knew within last 2 years. And then he is liked by this girl. Natsuhi. Suhi likes him due to merit. I think that's good. But he is also low-key coward, cunning, push butler mistake onto the girl butler. Okay. Onto Shannon. Onto Shannon. Which is rude. And we can even... They have like a bad... They have, like, a bad relationships. Right? I can put a little arrow. Okay. Other big things. Kenon, servant for 3. Ooh! She's been a servant for 10 years. 16. Servant for 10 years. I just put a piece together, dude. But why was Kenon only a servant for 3? 16. Servant for 3 years. And then also, I think, I mean, they're brother and sister. Brother/sister. Right. Oh, did I put one of the lines on the text layer? Lines. I did. This one here. Oh, that's kind of a pain. Broop. Broop. Text on the lines. Perfect. Nice. Brother/sister. And then this is what we call discrepancy. Different starting times. That's really important. I feel like that's important. I'll put a star by that. We also put this on the wrong layer like a freaking idiot. We can lose the bottom of this G. That's a low value bottom of the G. Okay. And I think that's good. I think that's good. I mean, Genji's really, like, these two, I could put notes about how much they're trusted by Kinzo, but, like, who cares? I think that's a nothing burger. Okay. Resort Andy. I already kind of have that here. She has, like, the failing fashion business, but, like, that's already something in the main stuff. Embezzlement Andy. By siblings. Okay. I think that's a good spot for our corkboard so far. Okay, chat, what do you think? That is a big, massive improvement from the beginning of the stream. And I've pretty much, at this point, ported over 99% of my information. I don't have a couple of the names down, like Rokkenjima, Izu, Archipelago, The Missing Tori. There's still a couple parts that I could somehow add stuff in on. I could do what I did on the higurashi board, which I quite liked, and have, like, questions in the top right. Like, have, like, a designated space for, like, brainstorming, as opposed to, like, character interconnectedness. I think I'll write that, like, questions. I'm not gonna add stuff to it right now, but questions/brainstorming, I can put, like, over here. Oh, I kind of frick with that being like this. Brainstorming. But we can mess with that more later. Umi corkboard complete. But chat, I think that's gonna do it for this stream. Boom. Umineko, another Umineko Tuesday. On to the next. We're gonna be jumping into Umineko again next Tuesday at whenever. When do we do it? 5 p.m. CST, roughly. Subscribe to the YouTube. That's definitely where I schedule things the best. I'm looking forward to whatever's going on with the epitaph of the Beatrice portrait. That should be fun. Thursday, Limbus is something to look forward to. I got a bunch of YouTube uploads I need to do, which I'm gonna work on eventually. So keep your eyes tuned there. Shout out the Discord, shout out the Patreon, where we're doing, let's see, BoJack Season 2, I think I already talked about last week being out, but there's a lot of good stuff. You definitely want to take a little peek around. Maybe you'll find something you're interested in. I'm liking Umineko's vibes a lot so far. I definitely am feeling it. I'm feeling it. I like the atmosphere a lot, as I've talked about. The characters, I think, are very dynamic and interesting. Should be exciting. Kaizo chop after Limbus. Oh, fuck. Yeah, I'm fine with delaying it some more. All right. I keep forgetting about that. Yeah, ReZero tomorrow. Oh my gosh, I can't believe I forgot. Yes, ReZero tomorrow. So if you're into ReZero, I'll be trying to get that out hopefully tomorrow. After I'm done with working for the day, that'll be my top priority. So lots of good stuff coming to the Pink Cubed world. I appreciate y'all for chatting. the donos, the subscriptions, the follows, the whatever, the liking the video, the whatnot, or even if you're just lurking and doing none of that, I still appreciate you, and I appreciate you choosing to have me be your second monitor, or perhaps even, if you dare, have me on your main monitor. Holy shit, what a blessing that would be. But yeah, ciao. I will be seeing you next time for some more Umineko, some more Limbus, whatever I see you at. I will be seeing you then. I'm lurking in your house. Wonderful. I'll come give you some of this Noki that I'm going to finish.